is on the show's end material that is below the place where it is played online, and then also BCTV puts up the entire script with the photos, so that a person who's hearing this but doesn't have a television or whatever to watch it on,
they watch it on a computer.
They can watch it on the computer and look at the well, they could watch the show on the computer, but even without access to the show itself, they can look at the slides on that. So
well, some of these are well worth looking at. There's a couple of them this week are good. Some of them very, very long this week.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Tom. Tom reads everything.
So I'll try to call your attention to some of the better ones, because some of these are almost must-sees, you know. They're awful close to it.
Yeah, they are.
And
so, should we just go into it, Tom?
I think we should. I'll catch up with my head in a little while.
Okay. For anybody who's listening to this, Tom and I are doing the show from our homes, and it's being recorded on a regular telephone link. And then Brian at BCTV is putting the show together with the slides that I provide him. So we're starting in London, and we have an item from Green Queen Media.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Unilever, H&M, among 150 companies worth $2 trillion, urging net zero pandemic recovery. I don't know what Unilever H&M is, but
Unilever is
we'll figure that out. Unilever, I know what it is.
Big company. Okay. In a CEO-led climate advocacy effort backed by the UN, 155 multinational companies with combined market capitalization of over $2.4 trillion signed a joint statement urging world governments to align recovery efforts with climate science. And
well, what they're trying to do here, they're calling for policies that will put net zero emissions at the center of post-coronavirus rebuilding packages.
Yeah.
Will benefit business in the long run. It'll benefit all of us, really.
Yeah. One of the things that I find really interesting about this is that this isn't a bunch of people showing up at the annual meetings and demanding something, you know, kind of kooks sitting in the back of the meeting holding signs or something. This is the CEOs. These are the people who are actually running these companies. And
movers and the shakers.
They are indeed. That picture, by the way, is a picture of what is called Sustainable London. And it is...
looks pretty green.
It looks pretty green. I find it kind of frightening, to tell you the truth, because it looks like all they really did there was plant trees all over the place and sprinkle islands in the Thames River. And I think we have to do more than that. But, you know, they're trying.
Let's hope they do.
Yeah. So should we move on from that story, Tom?
Yeah, we got another picture here. Hey, we got a whole bunch of... What are these things, anyhow?
Oh, those things, the wind turbines?
Oh, wind turbines, huh?
Oh, wind turbines. Who'd have thought?
I don't think you'd be watching this show if you didn't see a picture of wind turbines and pump jacks.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that I want to point out about this picture, there are, well, there's actually 5 wind turbines. You just see a blade of one of them sticking up in the air. But if you look at the kind of horizon, which is actually the top of a rise, a little hill or something, there's a tree there to the left of the left-hand-most wind turbine. And,
yeah, funny-looking tree.
And that tree is probably a full-grown tree, and the mast of that wind turbine is on land that's a whole lot farther down. Those turbines are gigantic. So this is from Forbes Advocate.
Well, they've been getting bigger. We're going to be talking about one that's probably now the biggest in the world, or a bunch of them, you know, one model that's the biggest in the world. Well, let's move along. We'll get there. Coalition Energy Roadmap for gas over coal.
Australia's government has highlighted gas as a crucial energy source to back up renewable energy power generation over the next decade. A long-awaited roadmap to meeting the country's emission reduction commitments uses gas and pumped hydrogen to back up solar and wind capacity.
It's a form of storage.
It is. and I should point out that there's a lot of different kinds of gas, and the government of Australia is actually pushing natural gas to replace coal as a backup, and there are a lot of environmentalists who are really upset about this. Gas can also be hydrogen, and
right, definitely.
yeah,
and it seems like parts, at least, of Australia have put their bets on hydrogen.
Yeah, they have. Absolutely, they have, and not small amounts of money too. We're talking about, in some cases, upwards of $10 billion. But you got anything more on this?
A quick takeaway, this comes from the article. The government will focus on technologies where the nation has a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
It looks like they think they have a competitive advantage in hydrogen, and they're moving in that direction.
Well, I think they do. I think they do have a competitive advantage for hydrogen, and they're right about that. But as I said, they're pushing natural gas too, and that does not please me. Forbes Advocate, by the way, doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine.
Oh, no?
No, I think it's actually related to a town called Forbes or something like that. I'm not sure. I did look into it and I forgot, but I think, okay, I might be wrong. I think it doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine, which is an American publication. The Advocate is Australian.
Okay.
So, are we going on from that one?
I think we should. We got another slide coming up of what are these things?
I think they're maybe the same ones we saw on the first slide. The last slide, I'm sorry. No, they're not. And the cells are shaped different.
Yeah, they are. Well, it says UK renewables output overtakes fossil fuels. Where have I heard that one before?
This is from Renews. In the UK, renewables generated more than fossil fuels for the first quarter of 2020. We're talking about 3 months here. In February, UK wind farms averaged a 50% capacity factor for onshore and 60% for offshore. Drax Electric Insights tells us this. By contrast, gas had a capacity factor of 34%, and coal had a capacity factor of 17%. Now, nuclear had
you'd have figured they would have a very high capacity factor.
Normally they do. But here's the deal, Tom. They're not running normally. They're running abnormally.
Yes. We'll talk about that a little bit, I think, too.
Yeah, the capacity factor of nuclear was 59%, so even nuclear didn't have a capacity factor that was as high as offshore wind, which is mind-boggling.
Well, nuclear plants are supposed to run all the time, aren't they?
They are indeed, and they didn't.
Well, for a quick takeaway, renewables output was higher than fossil fuel generation for the first time ever.
Yeah.
That must be just in UK.
Well, I'll tell you something, Tom. It's been going on in the United States, too.
Definitely. It is going on in the U.S.
Absolutely. But
output from wind was boosted by winter storms.
Yeah.
That made February the windiest since records began.
Well, that does make a difference. But the thing that I find interesting about this particular report is gas. We're talking about, well, there's different kinds of gas, but baseload gas should be running at about somewhere around 70%, 80% capacity factor. Load following is going to be far below that, and peaker plants sometimes run as low as 9%. But when coal is running at 17%, coal usually runs 65 or 70%.
Yes, it's usually on all the time.
These plants are just losing money like mad. It's like, we're seeing with the coronavirus pandemic, we're seeing stores that are not open, and imagine, or stores that you can pick things up at the door, like the Everyone's Books. You can call in an order for a book and pick it up at the door. But that's the way things are in Brattleboro. But that's cutting into their business. And when you are running at 17%, there's no profit out of it. There's a big loss out of this.
The times they are changing, and they're changing big time.
They are. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's go on. We got one coming up for Friday, the 22nd of May.
Yep, and we have an item from...
They have a battery.
That is a battery, and I want to call attention to the fact that there's a little thing to the right of the battery that has some words on it, which I can't read, but...
Well, it looks like it's about an 8.5 by 11 sheet.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, this is a big battery, physically large.
Looks like it would fit in the back seat of a car, right behind the seat or something like that.
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is from Clean.
Well, if that's an 8.5 by 11 sheet, that's just about exactly what it is.
Yeah. And I see the number of amp hours that it's on there, but I don't see a voltage. So.
Well, I calculated that it had to be 6 volts, which doesn't make sense to me, but.
I don't know.
Well, we'll see what it has to say.
Okay.
China's S-Volt announces a cobalt-free battery production launch. That's important.
That is. S-Volt, a Chinese battery company founded in 2018, announced in 2019 that it would build a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery. It seems to have made good on that promise. S-Volt says the technology will work in a car for 15 years or up to 1.2 million kilometers.
That's 746,000 miles.
That's right. So, these are long-serving batteries. They have a long product life, and they don't have any cobalt.
Well, the new battery has a range of over 500 miles. I guess that's per charge. And over 50% of the cobalt that is consumed worldwide is presently used in lithium-ion batteries.
Very easy to
Cobalt's expensive.
Cobalt is expensive, and there are big issues about how people get it. Because
there's child labor involved and stuff like that.
That's right.
A completely cobalt-free and cost-effective battery will help revolutionize the energy sector. Well, that's a fact.
I think it is. The question is, does this battery actually work? If they've actually produced a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery, then this battery has to work. There's no doubt about it.
I would think, and all of their competitors are out there taking their batteries apart, trying to figure out what they're doing.
Which is called reverse engineering. And sometimes you can do that, and sometimes you can't. Okay.
Oh, we got another picture coming up here. It looks like it's Lake Erie. That's Cleveland in the background.
That is Cleveland. We've actually seen this picture on the show before. It was a couple of years ago. And this particular item comes from Renewed.
And that's called the Icebreaker Wind Farm in Lake Erie.
Yeah.
And the article starts off by saying turbine restrictions may be fatal to Icebreaker.
This is one of those kind of infuriating articles. The Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, the developers of the 21 megawatt Icebreaker offshore wind farm on Lake Erie, said it is stunned by the regulators' approval of the project on the condition that the 6 turbines are switched off from dusk until dawn for most of the year.
Why are they doing that?
Well, this article was very short, and it really didn't explain. But, and unfortunately, when I got the article, it was available online, but it was about the only thing available online. So I put the article into my blog. And it took until a couple of days later that I found out why they did this. They're doing it to protect bats.
Oh.
They're doing this. The wind farm would have to be off from dusk until dawn. My recollection is that it's the 1st of May to the end of October, which means that they're going to have to be off a lot of the time.
Well, it's 8 miles out into the lake. They're going to protect the bats. The bats aren't even going to be there.
Tom, I don't understand it either. Maybe bats do go out that far. I would think that they would have done.
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If what?
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If there's bugs. Now, are there bugs 8 miles offshore?
That's what I'm thinking.
There could be, and it might depend on what kinds of bugs they are. But
whatever they're doing, it makes this project economically unviable.
Right, and it was actually, that was the big one of something like 33 things that they stuck on, saying you can't do this, you must do that. But the thing that was really infuriating about this was that LEEDCO, Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, and the regulators had actually come to an agreement. And the agreement, it covered the question of the bats and shutting the wind turbines down. And this was a big surprise. The regulators were going back on that agreement. when they made the conditions.
I would figure bats are perfectly capable of avoiding wind turbines.
I don't know. Bats are funny creatures. Honestly, Tom, I think probably not, because they operate on the basis of sonar, and as those turbine blades go around, they're going to be coming toward them and going away, and they're going to have funny ideas about where the blades are.
That may be the bottom line. I don't know.
Yeah, but why bats would be 8 miles offshore, I don't know. As you said, if there's bugs out there, there would be bats, but...
I mean, if bugs hang around vegetation and stuff like that, they don't hang around lakes much.
Well, that's true. And even, if I'm thinking about going out on a boat on a lake, you don't find mosquitoes out in the middle of the lake usually. You find them near the shore.
Bingo.
So,
yeah. Look, a nice picture coming up here.
Yeah, tropical forest. Nice picture.
Scientists find climate change tipping point for tropical forests. And that's a tropical forest.
That's a tropical forest. That's why their picture is there. This is from the Irish News. Ireland is
tropical forest in Ireland.
There's lots of forests.
No tropical forests in Ireland.
They're not usually tropical. No. Although I'll tell you, I lived in Devonshire, which is always called Devon by the local people. And in Devonshire in the 1960s, we had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was a park not far from where I lived that had native palm trees in it. And by native, I mean British palm trees.
Yeah, there's native palm trees in Ireland.
Yeah.
And in parts of Ireland, you can even see cacti.
Can you? I didn't know that. Is that why they call it the Emerald Isle?
Huh?
Is that why they call it the Emerald Isle?
I don't think so. I think the cacti have been introduced.
I think so, but in England, on the South Shore, there are scorpions, believe it or not. And I think they've been introduced too. But let me read this.
Yeah.
You read the title. Tropical forests can still act as effective carbon sponges in a warmer world. A team of researchers coordinated by the University of Leeds found rainforests can continue to absorb huge volumes of carbon if global warming remains less than 2 degrees Celsius, which is 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels.
Interesting picture there of men on a giant tree. And the tree got to be 10 feet in diameter.
Are you talking about another picture at this article?
I'm talking about on this article.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't see the picture here, but it's in this article.
Yeah.
It's a bigger tree.
When I think about the big trees, I think about the movie, the Big Trail, which was a John Wayne movie from when he was very young.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that one.
It was the Oregon Trail, and he went out on the Oregon Trail to Oregon. And when he got there, they wound up being on the edge of a forest with trees that were utterly gigantic. And he and the young woman he was in love with go spot each other in this forest. And I think those trees must have been 20 feet thick, at least.
Well, they got trees that big out in the West.
Yeah.
They got roads running right through a tree.
Yeah. Yeah. So should we move on, Tom?
Well, I got a quick takeaway here.
Oh, good.
World's tropical forests store an estimated 25 years' worth of fossil fuel emissions in their trees.
Yeah.
Currently, 25% of tropical rainforests are above the threshold and store less carbon than their cooler counterparts. And from the article again, nearly 2 million measurements were taken from 10,000 trees in 10,000 species of trees in 24 countries across South America, Africa, and Asia. So they did their homework.
They did their homework, and that, by the way, is something that I think that people who don't understand science should ponder, because we have a lot of people attacking science these days, and they seem to think that scientists are guys who get in the back room and smoke a cigar and say, well, what are we going to tell everybody next? And in fact, 2 million measuring points.
Takes a little bit of time to do that.
Yeah, well, even if you've got computers doing all the measurements, and then you have computer programs putting them into spreadsheets or whatever, this is a huge amount of work, even with the computers. So.
Well, let's move along. We got a nice picture of Miami.
Yep, Saturday, May 23rd.
Miami's fight against rising seas.
And this is from the BBC, just down the coast from Donald Trump's weekend retreat. And I got to tell you, it's not far down the coast. The residents and businesses of South Florida are experiencing regular episodes of water in the streets. The battle against rising seas, the region is becoming ground zero, and it has more to lose than anywhere else in the world.
This is a very long article.
It is.
It's interesting. There's a lot of pictures involved.
There are.
If you've got about 2 weeks, take a look at the article.
Good idea.
It is a good article.
Yeah.
Well, I got a quick takeaway here. With tides higher than they have been in decades, many of South Florida's drainage systems and seawalls are no longer sufficient. Miami has the most to lose in terms of financial assets of any coastal city in the world, just above Guangzhou, China, and New York City.
They are going to have trouble in Miami, and
They're having trouble already. Well, we've talked about that.
Over and over. We've been talking about that for a long time, sunny day flooding.
Some of the sewers that they've built to take rainwater off the streets is bringing seawater in.
Yeah. And they're putting, I think it was $495 million into building check valves in those sewers and raising the roads and things like that. And you see pictures of places
We've talked about exactly that.
Huh?
We've talked about that.
We have. And you see pictures of people sitting in an outdoor cafe that looks like it was sunk into the ground. And in fact, what happened was the outdoor cafe was there, and it was at ground level and street level, and the street was raised 2 feet.
Is this the one with the water up around everybody's knees?
No, that's
a different one.
Yeah, it's a different one. Yeah.
Times are changing, boy. I tell you.
Well, yeah, they are. So do you want to go on? Do you have something?
Yeah, we got another one coming up here.
This is from Clean Technica.
Natural gas leaks are deadly for trees.
Yeah, and we have a picture here of a woman holding a dead tree that was apparently killed by natural gas. We have long known that drilling, gas extraction, and fracking are associated with huge amounts of water contamination, explosion hazards, and corruption of human health. But the situation is worse than that. Natural gas leaking from pipes is also deadly for trees that line our streets. And by the way, I think it's probably not very good for human beings either.
Well, I can't see any health benefits out of it.
Well, yeah, probably not.
Well, from the article, dead or dying trees were 30 times more likely to have been exposed to methane in the soil surrounding their roots than healthy trees. Yeah. And the gas had leaked from natural gas pipelines, typically buried beneath the roadways.
And one of the things that we had come up several years ago, and I've mentioned it probably at least half a dozen times on the show, was that thing about a study, and I don't even remember what university it was, although it was a university in the Boston area. They got a car, and they had a methane detector put into it, and they drove it on every street in Boston. And they found something like 2,500 gas leaks, 2,700, something like that. And somebody, it might have been the Natural Resources Defense League or you know, one Sierra Club, somebody decided they wanted to duplicate that study and find out what results they got. And they did, and they got a result of something over 3,000 natural gas leaks that they found in the Boston area. And that's natural gas coming out of pipeline. And of course, this is dangerous. You know,
yeah, it is. Every once in a while, you see a story about a fire in a house started by natural gas.
Or a fire in a neighborhood. And
a neighborhood, yeah.
You know, there was a neighborhood in California that burned down. The whole neighborhood burned down after we started the show. And I talked to Nancy Ray Mallory, the editor of Green Energy Times, which I write for, about this. And she said that when she was living in someplace in New York State or Pennsylvania, she said just down the road from her, propane had leaked in a town in circumstances where there wasn't much wind, and it had, because propane is pretty heavy, it had gone downhill and it had pooled, and it exploded and burned a bunch of houses down. These are things that you don't generally get out of sun panels.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
All right.
Well, we got another picture of more windmills.
Of more windmills. And this happens to be the Block Island windmills.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is, and which is absolutely proper when you consider that we're talking about Denmark here. This is an item from Renews. People who publish these articles on energy,
Yeah.
They will pick up pictures from anywhere. And you know, I had a picture come up. It was like, oh, where was it? It was it might have been Morocco or something like that. And it was South Africa. And they had a picture of a hydroelectric dam in Bosnia, of all places. It did not look like South Africa. Anyway, this is from Renews.
Well, what it says is a Danish consortium eyes a 10-gigawatt energy island. Think about that, 10 gigawatts.
Yeah, a gigawatt?
Large.
A gigawatt is what, Tom?
A bigawatt.
A bigawatt, that's right. Danish pension funds, Pension Denmark, and PFA, energy company SEAS-NVE, and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners formed a consortium to invest in an offshore wind energy island of up to 10 gigawatts in the North Sea. The project, which is called Vindo, V-I-N-D-O.
Look out the window.
You look out the window, that's right. Could include 25 traditional offshore wind farms.
This is big.
This is gigantic. This is absolutely gigantic. And, you know, when you consider, well, for example, the comparison that we just read a few minutes ago about nuclear energy having a 59% capacity factor and wind having 60, this would be the equivalent of 10 large nuclear power plants. And
very large nuclear power plants.
And one of the things
almost 20 like we had, like Vermont Yankee was.
That's right. And one of the things that I find really interesting about this is that they have a bunch of different ways that this electricity can be used. It can be taken through transmission lines to Denmark, but it can also be used in what they call power to X, which means that they could make hydrogen with it, or they could do something else to use that power.
Well, a quick takeaway here, Vindo would be an artificial island approximately 100 kilometers out to sea, out in the North Sea.
Yeah. Did you say 100 kilometers?
I did.
That's about 60 miles out. You're not going to be seeing these things from land.
No, I don't think so.
and what they were talking about doing was building what it sounded like I think they called them mulberries that were used at the Normandy invasion. Do you remember anything about those?
No, I don't.
Well, they built huge boxes of concrete, and the boxes were hollow, and they towed them to the coast of Normandy and then sank them there, and they produced sea breaks to reduce waves out of these.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, what they're doing here is they're doing a very similar thing. They're talking about building floatable boxes and hauling them out to sea and then sinking them and then building the island on top of that.
Okay.
So, you all done with that one?
I think so.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, May 24th, with an item from Clean Technica.
And there's a nice picture, a map of the world with an awful lot of heat concentrating Siberia.
In Siberia, of all places.
Picture of world Earth temperatures, or world temperatures in the first quarter of 2020.
Yeah.
So that's very current.
Yes, it is. What do you got for title for the article?
Well, we mentioned Siberia, and there it is again. Siberia is experiencing record highs, 40 degrees Fahrenheit above average.
It's 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we were expecting averages of, say, 30 degrees in Brattleboro, that we'd be getting temperatures of 70.
Yep, that's what's happening.
And this has been going on for a long time. And by long time, I mean more than just a couple of days. Siberia is seeing record high temperatures of nearly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 22 degrees Celsius above average. To put that in perspective, the Washington Post writes that in some areas of Siberia are hotter than Washington, D.C. Snow cover is disappearing, sea ice is melting, and really intense fires are raging. And I want to mention here, when we're talking about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius, that is the amount in excess. So if you want to add 40 degrees Fahrenheit to 32 degrees, which is the melting point of water, you get 72 degrees. And that is the equivalent of 22 degrees Celsius added to zero. So 40 degrees Fahrenheit is same as 22 degrees Celsius when you're adding it. So
I was just going to say something about that.
When you're just looking at the temperature, 40 degrees Fahrenheit is more like 5 degrees Celsius. And the person who wrote the article made a mistake and asked, just got a conversion and asked for 40 degrees. I don't remember, but their temperature that they gave was way off.
Yeah. They I see what they did.
Yeah.
I can't explain it yet, but I see what they did. Well, a town called Kantanga, which is north of the Arctic Circle, recorded 78 degrees last week.
78 degrees.
The normal temperature is 32.
Right.
And ice cover is thinner than average melting. Is thinner than average along the entire coastline, and warmth is conditioning the ice to melt further by melting snow cover laying on top of the ice. So we're going to hear more about this one, unfortunately, I think.
We will. The Russians, and I think this was something that we had on this show about 2 years ago, the Russians are really concerned because they've got a huge amount of infrastructure, cities in some cases, that are built on permafrost.
Oh, we've talked about the permafrost.
And the permafrost...
It's melting and it's causing problems all over Alaska and Northwest Territories of Canada.
Well, and Siberia. And when you have a city that's built on permafrost and the permafrost melts, you've got a problem.
Well, we've seen pictures of tilted buildings and stuff like that.
And everybody's got to move out. When everybody has to move out at the same time, what are they going to do? Move to Miami?
Yeah, right.
So we're going to have problems of migration,
Well, I've got an interesting picture coming up of the Navajo generating station.
Yeah.
Which we've talked about here. They've closed it, and it's causing problems. And
this is from azcentral.com. That's AZ, obviously, is Arizona.
Well, with the Navajo generating station gone, we, meaning the Navajos, need help luring renewable energy investment to our land.
I got an email from a woman who lives locally to this, or nearby. I shouldn't say locally because she's not all that near, thanking me for putting this up on the blog.
Nice article here. There's 29 photos of the generating station.
Yes.
They're kind of interesting.
Really stunning. They're really beautiful photographs. Navajo generating station closed last December, over 20 years early, because it was no longer economically viable for its corporate owners. Navajo Power can provide renewable energy and jobs, but it needs funding. Navajo Power, obviously, is an organization that could build renewable energy, probably solar, but maybe also wind power.
I'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the Navajo generating station was a large 2.25 gigawatt coal-fired electric generating station. So about 3.5 Yankees.
Yep.
And this Navajo Power is a public benefit corporation formed by the Navajo Nation.
Yes.
And it's seeking private investors to support clean, renewable, and sustainable solutions.
Yes.
So Indian country's renewable energy potential represents over 60 gigawatts of energy production. So they're talking about a pretty high potential there.
They've got a lot of potential.
If they can get it going, they're set. They got a lot of income coming in.
That would help them a great deal. The Navajo and the Hopis lost 800 jobs. And in a place that is as sparsely populated as this is, that's a problem.
It's also one of the most beautiful parts of the nation.
Yeah.
That's Monument Valley. It's just the edge of Monument Valley, which is, well, I guess if you've seen a John Wayne Western, you've seen Monument Valley, because most of the Westerns were filmed there.
Yes, actually that's true. You said John Wayne Westerns.
Yeah.
Anybody, the movie Stagecoach is a really great movie.
Yes, it is.
And,
it's a classic.
That's where that was filmed, or at least a lot of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is a classic. Yes, that's right. And it was, I think, the first movie. I mean, John Wayne had starred in a lot of movies before that came out, but it was the first movie that really was above the others, aside from the one that I just mentioned, which was the big the big trail in which he goes to Oregon, which I think is a great movie. Has some really interesting pictures in it, you know, of wagons which were the actual types of wagons that were used, which compare to the things that you see on television, the way, you know, a bus would compare to a pickup truck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, these things were gigantic, absolutely gigantic. And they showed pictures of them being lowered over a cliff by using cranes that were made by hand locally out of trees.
Wow.
And you know, it really kind of you couldn't make that movie today unless you had a lot of the stuff done by computers, because they had people climbing down those cliffs with children hanging onto their backs.
Wow.
I don't think they would permit that today. Knotted ropes, that's what they were doing. Okay, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture of a bus.
Yes, we do. This is from Clean Technica.
Electric bus fleet in Washington has completed 50 megawatt hours of wireless charging.
This is a really...
in Washington State here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting article because of the wireless charging. In 2008, electric buses started running on urban routes in Wenatchee, Washington. That may not sound groundbreaking, but Link Transit also chose wireless charging for those buses. The buses have now used 50 megawatt hours of energy charging wirelessly. And
Well, I'll bet you quickly how that works.
Yeah, go ahead.
Charging is delivered from a ground pad, and you're seeing a picture of that there. Ground pad to the bus automatically without the need for cables. The bus just parks there. It's enabling the bus to be charged throughout the day while on its scheduled route. So there's several of these things. So while the bus is waiting, the bus is charging.
Yes, and my
recollection have a range effectively exceeding diesel buses.
Yeah, my recollection is that and I could be wrong about this. I don't have the article in front of me, but my recollection was that they were having buses return to the place where they stay overnight at the end of the day with 90% of their original charge still in them.
Yeah, this is a relatively new development, but I think people are going to be looking at it.
The one thing that bothers me about it is I wonder how safe it is to a human being to be exposed to energy of the types used here. I don't know enough about this to know.
It would really surprise me if it was harmful in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a magnetic field, you know. It's just sitting there.
Well,
I think, you know, if a human being laid down there and went to sleep, they might get a little bit of a response, but just walking across it or something like that, I can't imagine it would be doing anything at all.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Some time ago, I needed a new mouse for my computer, and I looked into the question of the exposure that you get to radio frequency material from a wireless mouse versus a wired mouse. And this is important to me because when I do my blog, I've got my hand on a mouse for about 4 straight hours, and that happens every day. And
yeah, I'm doing it similarly.
Yeah.
I'm writing a blog, but I got my hand on a mouse a lot all day.
And I know that, you know, that the cell phone that I have, which is a smartphone, has a warning on it that says this can cause cancer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It says, don't leave it on in your pocket. And so I did a little study of that, and I found that a cell phone is said to be about 10 times as likely to cause problems as a wireless network in a house. So if you have Wi-Fi, you're constantly exposed to something, but it's nowhere near as bad as a cell phone. And
the thing with a cell phone is you hold it next to your brain.
Yes, or people...
And the radiation diminishes with the square of the distance.
That's right, and people will do things like put this in a pocket where it's always carried every time they go out on. So they've got one tiny part of their body that is exposed to this constant emission of radio waves. And the mouse is about 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a Wi-Fi network, which is 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a cell phone. But even so, what I did was I opted for a wired mouse so I could leave.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, on top of everything else, they don't cost anymore. And not only that, but you don't get up and walk away with a thing in your pocket and lose it. Not that I've done that recently, but as my mind continues to deteriorate. By the way, last time I said I was going to change my name to Bob, and that was for bald, overweight, and something I couldn't remember. I finally remembered what the third thing was this morning.
You're going to tell us?
Yes, befuddled. Well, I don't know. Anyway, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of some canola.
Canola, and this is Monday, the 25th of May, and when I looked at that, I said, that looks like canola. But I had to look it up to be careful because, and it is. That's what it is. It's canola.
Well, you could drive by a farmer's field and see it all full of yellow, and that's what they're growing.
Yeah, very often.
It's a good money crop.
This is from Renew.
It is that. UK power emissions fall to a record low.
The UK power system's carbon intensity fell to a record low on the 23rd of May, pushed down by increased solar and wind power, according to research from Drax Electric Insights. Average coal intensity reached 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, beating the previous record of 76 grams per kilowatt hour set on the 17th of August last year. I was really kind of taken by this because 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour is about 1/10 of the carbon intensity of natural gas burned for electricity.
Is it really?
Yeah, we're talking about getting down to the level of just wind power. It's pretty impressive.
And it's just sort of happening. It's happening almost by default.
Yep, they're moving more and more to wind power, and they're closing down their coal plants.
Well, total UK power emissions have fallen by about 2/3 between 2010 and 2019.
Yes.
So they're doing something right.
Yeah, and we've been watching this go on for years. Okay, we've got the Ning'an solar farm. I don't know how to pronounce it. Nyn.
That's a good guess.
Ning'an, and this is Renew Economy.
Well, New South Wales calls for wind, solar, and storage ideas for a first renewable zone. This is a kind of interesting article.
It is. The government of New South Wales issued a call for 3,000 megawatts or more of wind, solar, and storage project proposals to join the state's first renewable energy zone. The zone will be in Central West region, centered around the town of Dubbo. And, of course, everybody knows where Dubbo is.
Of course. What this renewable energy zone is, it clusters multiple large-scale renewable energy projects into a region with wind and solar availability, which allows a new transmission infrastructure and energy storage to be coordinated and shared between multiple projects. So this is kind of synergistic.
Yes. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture of solar panels at Disney World.
That's what the article says.
Yeah.
Why are we subsidizing fossil fuels? Seriously.
Subsidizing renewables, supporting renewables can cut emissions and boost the economy, all while providing cost-effective, competitive energy. The Trump administration, however, continues propping up the fossil fuel industry despite the sector's real financial problems, which began long before the COVID-19 pandemic. And my conservative friends used to say we shouldn't be picking winners and losers. And the people who supported that idea started picking winners and losers when it turned out the winner was going to be renewable energy and the loser would be fossil fuels unless they did something about it. And now the Trump administration has been trying to prop up the fossil fuels industry, and it was not clear to everybody, perhaps in the past, but it sure is now. And it's throwing good money after bad.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff to talk about here, but I don't think we've got the time.
I don't think we do.
But the article talks about how the industries have been in decline and how the Trump administration has been propping them up.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, this is an interesting article, and it's a long article.
Okay, if you want to support fossil fuels, by the way, I've got a really nice slide rule I'll tell you, and I think we could probably find you a manual typewriter. Okay, we're up Tuesday, May 26th, and we've got an item from Renews.
a nice picture of a ship called the Offshore Solution.
Yeah.
And the article says the Oz crew to survey Australia to Singapore cable route. And we've talked about this already.
Yep. And Australians love to call their country Oz.
Yeah, they do.
Sun Cable hired an Australian company to carry out initial surveys for a proposed cable to transmit renewable energy from Australia to Singapore and Indonesia. Guardian Geomatics will start the preparatory work this month, and the vessel Offshore Solution is to deliver the results later this year. You know, that sounds like a lot of fun, working on a ship like that, surveying.
How do you mean?
Oh, you know, just, I mean, it's not like you're working hard swabbing the deck of a naval vessel or something.
No, I guess not. Well, what we got going on here, the Sun Cable project will supply power from solar energy and battery storage in the Northern Territory to Darwin and the north coast of Australia and to Singapore and Indonesia via a 2,500-mile HVDC submarine link. That's a lot of cable. And this is big fat cable. It's got to be.
This is going to be big cable. There's no question about it.
Well, I remember working with a company called Simplex that made submarine cables.
Yes.
And they crossed the Hudson River with 138 kV cable, and it was almost 4 inches in diameter.
Yes.
And now they're starting to talk about 1,000 kilowatt HVDC cables. So these are going to be big cables.
They're going to be big, but
probably at least 6 inches in diameter.
Yeah. The thing about high voltage DC, as I understand it, is the electrons of AC only run on the surface of the wires.
They tend to.
Yeah, but on DC they run through the wire. So
exactly.
That's one of the advantages of DC is that you can make a cable that will carry more electricity and it's not as heavy. But even so, this is
trying to figure out what voltage they were going to use, and I looked at a lot of articles, and nobody's mentioning it. But the highest voltage that I've seen in a cable is being made in China. They seem to have this technology, and they're doing 1,000 kilovolts.
Right.
Kilovolt.
Yeah.
1,000 volts.
By the way, I did a little research on how cost effective it is to transmit electricity.
Yeah.
And I did this not 10 years ago, but maybe 7 years ago. And what I found was that we've had progressive increases in the technology, improvements in the technology. In 1985, you could transmit high voltage DC about 2,500 miles cost effectively. By 1995, it was more like 4,000 miles.
Okay.
So this is well within the ability of cost-effective transmission once that cable's in place. But the current cables, the current cables, using the information that I've got from them, I would say you could probably transmit power from any place on Earth to any place on Earth cost-effectively.
It's probably true now.
If you've got the cable in place.
Yep.
Putting the cable in place, that's another story. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and it's about batteries, and we have a slide of Nanotech Energy Research Lab.
Well, the article says that Nanotech Energy claims its graphene lithium battery will charge 18 times faster than a conventional lithium-ion battery. There's a picture of the battery of people looking at the battery, I guess.
Investors have pumped $27.5 million into Nanotech Energy based in Los Angeles. Why? The company claims its graphene-based lithium batteries can charge 18 times as fast as the more conventional lithium-ion batteries. It would be interesting to know whether these batteries need cobalt. But 18 times, that means that if you have your car and you drive into a place where you're going to be charging the car, and it would take half an hour to do it, and you don't feel like sitting around and waiting for half an hour, this thing will do it in about a minute and a half.
Well, that's what we've got to do, and that's the only thing that's really holding up widespread usage of electric cars is that it takes too long to charge them.
I think you might be right, Tom, although there's a lot of places to charge, and people who figure out what they're doing properly will, if they're on a long trip, will coordinate charging and having lunch.
Well, they do exactly that, but not everybody's mind works that way.
True enough. That's why we have artificial intelligence to tell you.
In order for the electric car to take over, you got to be able to charge it as quickly as you can fill a gas tank.
That's right. Okay, our next
It's coming. It's going to happen.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica. I'm sorry I'm rushing you, Tom, but we have to rush.
Clean Technica. I got it. There's a nice picture of them assembling a rotor.
Yeah. And if you look into where that blade is going, you can see a guy sticking his head out of a hatch in there.
Yeah, he's in there. That's pretty big. And all those little things sticking out of the end, they're screws. They got to be bolted together.
And I looked.
Yeah, the inside's going to be busy for a while.
Yeah, I looked at this and I saw that guy and I thought, what's he going to do when they put that in? He's going to get stuck. No, he's not. He's in a hatch. So anyway, Clean Technica. And
U.S. wind power plants show little decline with age. This is interesting.
It is. A report.
Very long article, by the way.
Yeah. A report published by the journal Joule, Joule, by researchers at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory concludes that wind turbines in the United States remain relatively efficient over a period of time. The report shows only a 13% drop in production over 17 years of operation. So there you have it.
Well, it's interesting because the report finds that aerodynamic and mechanical efficiency losses tend to grow as plants age,
Right.
Okay, caused by phenomena such as erosion of the leading edge of turbine blades. But they also found that unique to the United States, a significant drop in performance after 10 years as the plants lose eligibility for the production tax credit. That seems interesting, and it's not as dastardly as it sounds.
Yeah.
Hypothesis is, it's probably a pretty good hypothesis, in order to minimize downtime during the period of the PTC, the subsidy, some preventive maintenance may be delayed in the final years.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about economics.
That's a good one. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, May 27th. We've got about 1 minute, and we've got about three.
Nice image of of what's the largest turbine you can get right now.
Yep, Siemens Gamesa. This is from Renews. Got a title, Tom?
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa lands a 2.6 gigawatt Dominion deal with 14 megawatt units. So that's a 14 megawatt turbine we're looking at.
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa secured a second major order. I didn't put the first one in for this show because that first order, there were too many things going on that day, so it didn't make it in. But this one is the second. They just introduced this turbine, and they've never built one, and they've already got two orders. And these things, they're going to be millions of dollars, many millions of dollars each, from a 2,640 megawatt Dominion Energy Coastal Virginia offshore wind project.
Well, this is a big project.
This is a big project.
It will be the largest single offshore wind project in the nation. Well, yeah.
Well, Block Island, which is
there's three phases, and each phase is 880 megawatts.
Yeah.
So this is going to be large. Each phase is expected to bring more than 70 turbines.
Yep.
All of which will be located more than 27 miles off Virginia Beach, so you're not going to be able to see them.
Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
Oh, there's Michael Moore.
We have a picture of Michael Moore.
And the article says that Michael Moore film Planet of the Humans is removed from YouTube.
YouTube has taken down the documentary Planet of the Humans in response to a copyright infringement claim by a British environmental photographer. The movie, produced by Michael Moore, allegedly includes a clip that was used without permission. And it's interesting to me, this guy did not approach Michael Moore and say, you're using my clip, you got to pay me money. Instead of going for the money, he went to YouTube and said, take it down. I don't like that film, take it down.
I saw the film, and I wasn't very impressed.
Well, I wrote an article about it, and I said, you don't have to know anything about energy to know that this is not a good film, because it is emotionally highly manipulative. There's a lot going on in that film that's just intended to bump your senses and make you mad.
And that's right on the money. I wrote an article I wrote a letter to the editor right here in the Reformer.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a link to this film, and I looked at it. And this is what I said in the Reformer. Planet of the Humans is very biased and deceptive, not to mention inaccurate. It repeatedly describes resources used up to build wind or solar installations, but ignores the resources needed for fossil fuel facilities. It's as if these plants spring up mysteriously out of the earth like dandelions on my lawn.
Well, I did a second view of the film and took notes on a scene-by-scene basis, and I found that there was something that I would label disingenuous about every single scene in the film. And, for example...
I was surprised. It didn't seem like Michael Moore kind of stuff.
No. It looked to me like a film that was made out of old footage, some of it 10 years old, some of it possibly much older.
It is. You're absolutely right.
And, for example, they had a solar farm in Michigan, and the solar farm was built in 2008. And they didn't tell you that it was made in 2008 and that the technology that was in it was absolutely obsolete. But they did tell you what was wrong with that technology, as though it were wrong with solar in general. Tom, we've got one more item, but it's not terribly important, and we're basically at the end of our time. Maybe we should wrap up at this point.
Well, we'll talk really quick. You got a picture of a smart car.
Okay.
And Kia, which is a car manufacturer, says micro EV to replace public transportation.
Yep. Cities rely on buses, trams, and subways, but the coronavirus pandemic, this is important, has caused many to rethink the whole idea of public transportation. Kia is looking at an inexpensive, ultra-compact, short-range electric cars, and they think they may be viable alternatives to public transportation. And, excuse me, the Citroën Ami is a model. That little vehicle will hold two people, and it costs 6,000 euros, and which is about $6,600. It won't go very fast. I think it's limited to 45 kilometers per hour.
I have that written down. It'll go 50 miles in range.
Yep.
Top speed is 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. So
it's as basic as a wheelbarrow.
Well, we should say goodbye to people at that point, Tom.
Well, I just wanted to mention there's one of these things floating around. It's a smart car made by Mercedes.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Mercedes anywhere on it. It looks almost exactly like this. They got rid of the back seat.
Yes.
And basically they're making a little small car.
Yes. This is.
Can't buy a smart car in America anymore, but they are still making it.
I don't know that they ever did. Did they make them in America?
No, they never made it in America, but they were selling them in America. There's somebody in town has one.
Yeah, there are people who have them.
But they're no longer selling it in America.
Okay. Well, we got to say goodbye, Tom.
Well, goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, George. I hope everybody out there comes back next week. And we have a message for you, which I failed to write down, but it was about having a wonderful week. So, see you all.
Have a wonderful week.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Got to get to business.
I was thinking of a wave. Anyone else?
No.
No?
It's Liz. Here I am. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hello all. I think that's my cue. I'm never actually quite sure when everybody's with us. But welcome. I have 6:15 on Apple time anyway, or maybe 6:16. So I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Brattleboro Select Board for June 2nd, 2020, let's say. And our first official business, which is traditional, is to approve the minutes of May 19th.
Excuse me for interrupting, Tim, just to say that the meeting has been officially warned.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
As you know, I always remember to do that, except right now. Thanks for that, Peter. Having everyone has, of course, studied the minutes of May 19th, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Ian has made a motion to approve May 19th minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Aye.
5-0. And I just want to, let's see, I'm going to try to sneak in our administrative stuff a little bit here and there so that everybody knows the deal. If it's your first time watching, we do ask that if you want to comment during public participation, which is sort of the open forum early in our meeting, so that you can speak about whatever you'd like or ask any questions you'd like for anything that's not on the agenda. Or pretty much after every item, I'll be opening it up for public comment. Feel free to raise your hand, so to speak, in the chat window just by typing in, I'd like to say something, or I have a question and your name. That helps your chair out in sort of lining you up and figuring out what kind of interest we have for people to speak. Otherwise, when we get to the public participation part, I'm kind of like just waiting. And it's great to know in advance that some folks want to talk. Thank you. And yes, I think that's all I'll say there. And so chair's remarks is usually first. I really don't have too many remarks. We have a very full meeting. I did want to just say that, gosh, on the national basis, we are all experiencing quite a bit of emotion. And there is so much going on. And I want to just bring it down to the local level and say that I continue to be incredibly impressed with the community here in Brattleboro. We've had two major protests now featuring a lot of people who are justifiably upset by some things happening on the national level. And I just want to say that our town staff, everybody I've been encountering in our community, our police, everyone, our fire department, everyone has been coming together in support of free speech and the justice that everybody is seeking in these increasingly crazy times. And we're dealing with so much on top of our normal crazy, which is COVID-19. And now we have all kinds of unrest in our country. So anyway, that's my remarks. I'll pass it over to manager's comments, please.
I didn't have any prepared for this evening. I'd like to just add one thing to what you just said, Tim, which is in both cases, the organizers of the event coordinated directly with our police department. And we really appreciate that partnership. We're seeing many examples across the country of even some of the larger cities and lots of smaller towns where police departments and people in the community are working in partnership around these issues. And we're fortunate to have that be true here, that there has been communication that has enabled everyone to be able to have these major events and have them remain safe for the whole community, for the participants and for the rest of the community. So we're hopeful that people who may organize additional events would continue to view our police department as a partner and as folks that they can work together with around these kinds of major gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. And I'll just remind people once again that if you're interested in the upcoming public participation part, which is to speak to anything that's not on our agenda currently, it's a busy meeting. We are going to be holding it to 2 minutes or so, if we can, because there's so much to do tonight. And thank you. And the next order of business is just to hear from my 4 fellow board members, any kind of committee reports or comments that you might have. And I have almost split-second raising of hands. Daniel first, if you'd like.
I just wanted to publicly state my gratitude for Chief Fitzgerald's op-ed in the Reformer the other day. You know, I appreciated its honesty. And I also think that at a moment like this, you know, we can't stay silent, even when what we have to say is complicated. And, you know, as white people in a 99 or whatever it is % white state, our role as allies is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's not always clear what the best path is. But I think that honest public reflection, especially those of us that have positions of you know, public trust and public power, is really, really important. And I just want to commend Chief Fitzgerald on that. And I think that, you know, continuing to have an open, honest dialogue in the community is the way that, you know, is the way I've seen us do business, and I hope it's the way that we continue to do business.
Thank you. Brandy?
I just wanted to say thank you to Brattleboro Solidarity for being one of the organizers of Saturday's rally. I was unable to attend that one. I did attend the one today that was organized by students from our high school, and it was passionate and it was well attended. And I'm very grateful for the amount of people that showed up to protest the murder of George Floyd. Yeah. And yeah, good job on both fronts. I have to say I was really, really proud of the high school students today, because it's a big undertaking and there was a lot of people there. I have no idea what the final count was, but it was huge.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to also show some gratitude towards the organizers and also the town for Sunday's demonstration or protest. My partner and I participated, and you know, it just reminded me again why I'm so happy I live in Brattleboro, and I want to just encourage that kind of discourse and respect to continue as we move forward and show solidarity and support for people across this country during this really trying time.
Thank you, Ian. And Liz, I think you're the only one left if you have anything to say. No pressure.
I was at Sundays, and I thought it was really very well organized, and you know, I appreciate you know, the sidewalk chalk with the names of all of, you know, fallen. There was a lot of interesting details and a lot to learn from being at the march. And again, I'm also happy to be in Brattleboro.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. I don't see anybody who's contacted us via chat.
I'm not hearing you.
Is everyone else hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Liz? Oh. I've done that before, where you plug your and you don't know why you don't. So that's easy to do.
Sorry.
Thank you. I thought it was, and as you were killing time, thank you, Liz. Someone does want to speak, and that's Andrea Watkins. If you don't mind me using your name, it now appears on the screen too.
Yes, that's fine to use my name. I just wanted to follow on about the comments about Chief Fitzgerald's letter to the reformer, which I was very appreciative of. But I feel like there's still questions unanswered that citizens of every municipality that hires a police force need to be asking right now. Needed to be asking years ago, but we should definitely be asking now. I would like to ask Brattleboro to set up a more inclusive dialogue with him, some sort of forum. In particular, my question was about what we're doing to make sure that we're only even hiring in people to the police force that have the right characteristics, the right morals to be a police officer, because his letter addresses ongoing training, but the absolute brutality and callousness that we've seen over the past few weeks, I don't think can be trained out of anyone. So I would like to understand, since, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm paying these people's salary too, as we all are. What are we doing to hire the right people in the first place? And I realize you have a full agenda and this is not a one evening conversation, but I would like the select board as our representatives to carry on this dialogue.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, and I mean, I happen to know some details about Chief Fitzgerald's very proactive hiring practices, but I don't think we can go into too much details here. I don't know if Peter, you want to chime in at all, but I just wanted to remind people that there is a citizens police committee that we actually often look for people to participate in, and often there are slots. And that committee is sort of a direct dialogue, ongoing way to communicate with the police department and have sort of a two-way dialogue with them. Certainly not ruling out a forum or a discussion with Chief Fitzgerald. Peter, did you want to say anything?
The chief is probably on the line, and we could ask him to come in and speak to this in more detail if you'd like that. What I could say on his behalf in summary is the hiring process is rigorous, and the values of the department as expressed by the chief in the piece that was in the paper are what guide that process. And we haven't been at full staffing for quite a few years now. And the reason why is because we don't just hire police officers to fill slots. We make sure that we're hiring police officers that are prepared to be engaged with the community and positively engaged with the community. Not, we don't, the piece that the chief referred to, parlance in police training about the difference between a guardian role of a police officer and the warrior role of a police officer when things get disrupted. And all of the emphasis of the hiring and the training in the Brattleboro Police Department is as guardians, and all of the interaction that we have with the community is geared towards that, in the hopes that we never, and it's true that we almost never, have to have the police act in that more restoring order kind of manner. So, you know, some of the drug interdiction work that they do, for instance, and so there's certain other times in their work that's very challenging in that regard. But here's the chief coming on to speak for himself about the hiring process. But the emphasis is always on that mission statement and the values. Chief.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That was a great question. And obviously, we never know what truly is in someone's heart, but that is not lack of trying. The town manager was absolutely correct. Our background investigation is very lengthy and very in depth. And some of the questions we ask, like at our boards, are what have you done for your community without asking for anything in return? And you can tell what a person thinks about their community if they start rattling off all these volunteer programs that they took part in and things of that nature. And if you get stunned silence, then you know you have someone that hopefully is not just telling you what you want to hear to get a job. And that's what we try to weed out. And it is absolutely correct. We're short-staffed, not because of lack of applicants, but because of lack of applicants that we want on our team and to police the town of Brattleboro. And I understand your time is really short and you do have a very full agenda, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with the community and a forum and just basically talk about what we look for in the moral character and values of our officers, how we ensure that they maintain the standards we are looking for, and how we work with the community to keep that dialogue and partnership going strong.
Thank you very much, Chief. Oh, sorry. Andrew, I don't think we can hear you at the moment. I think Andrea might be, actually, I can't hear Andrea.
I can't either.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you. I'm not sure. It looks like your microphone is on from what I can tell, but unfortunately we can't hear you. But at least from your facial expressions, I can kind of tell you were trying to communicate a positive response. I don't know if that's something that Patrick can help us with, but I do see your microphone is green. In the meantime, if you're working on that, let me just ask if there is a phone caller, I think, on the line. And oh, Andrea says, thank you, and I will follow up with the chief directly. Thanks. I like to repeat those and it's in chat because it doesn't reach the record if not. And I was just told the caller is off, so I don't have to be concerned about the caller. So thanks, Andrea and everybody. I think since I don't have anybody else raising their hand, we will move on because we do have a pretty packed agenda. One thing I neglected to do is sort of give a agenda adjustment announcement. Our next in line is to become liquor commissioners to address a second-class liquor license request from Retreat Farm. That request, at least for the moment, has been withdrawn. So we don't have to become liquor commissioners, folks. And we will see what happens with them in the future. And next on the agenda is water and sewer commissioners. We have some business to attend to here. So do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? From anyone?
So moved.
Thank you.
We got stuff to do. Come on, let's get to it.
Daniel has made a motion to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, 5-0. Peter, do you want to tee us up here?
Sure, thank you. So this is follow-up to the discussion last week regarding both the proposed rate increase and the proposed budget. So the rate ordinance that's before you this evening for first reading is proposed by staff to be a 5-year ordinance. And the reason for it being a 5-year ordinance is so that it indicates the funding that will be necessary for the early years of paying the debt that we will need to incur in order to build the water treatment plant. So the first year, both for water and for sewer, is proposed to be a 2% increase, which is basically just carrying costs of the utility. And then for each of the 4 following years, we recommend 2% increases for sewer and 6% increases for water. You asked during the discussion last week for some additional information, three different types of additional information. One was to run a different alternative rate increase. And so we did that. I'll present that information in a moment. Another was you requested information that we have recommended. Let me say the calibration of the recommendation staff has made regarding the rates is based on a 2-part test where we believe that in addition to paying for the anticipated costs of operating the utility and paying the debt, that it's important to maintain at least a positive balance in the water part of this water and sewer utility fund. So even $1, but at least just into positive direction for water, not going into the red where it would be subsidized by the sewer operation. And then for the overall water and sewer together, we think the fund balance should be maintained at a minimum of $1 million. And so we used those 2 tests and ran cash flow analyses against those in order to determine how much of increased rates would be necessary in order to carry this through this 5-year period. And so you asked for some information about why the $1 million is the threshold that we recommend, about what kinds of, we advised you at that time that it's because there are major, there is major infrastructure within the utility system that can need to be repaired suddenly without notice and the opportunity for advanced planning. And when that happens, it's often either some very expensive pumping or filtration function, or pipes in the ground, which are expensive construction to do. And so either way, it tends to be more expensive than just say a roadway repair that might suddenly need to be done or something like that in other parts of town infrastructure. The utilities work is expensive. And so the Public Works Department provided for the backup for this meeting a memorandum that summarizes the kinds of things that can go wrong in the system and actually have gone wrong in the system over the last several years. We would be happy to go further into any further detail you'd like to go into related to that item. But that memorandum was responsive to that particular request. There was also a request for information about the impact to individual households, how the recommended amount of increase would affect consumers in Brattleboro households. And so Public Works again did an analysis and presented it in a memorandum as part of the backup for tonight that showed the 3 different types of households and then how they'd be affected by the 2% magnitude increase and how they'd be affected by the 6% magnitude increase. So the range, the full report has information for each of those different permutations, but the range is from the 2% increase for a single person household, and these are actually real households in our system and real bills, but with the names and addresses withheld for privacy. The level of increase would be $10 for the year for that smaller household and the smaller amount of increase. And with a household of 5 people and a 6% increase, the level of increase would be about $34 for the year. So that gives you a feel for how the order of magnitude that would be felt by these increases for different types of Brattleboro households. And finally, you asked us to run a scenario where instead of so the sewer side would still be 2s, but on the water side, instead of a 2 and 4 6s, you asked us to do 3, 4, 5. Actually, the 5 years worth would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 instead of 2, 6, 6, 6, 6. When we ran that through the the same analysis that we had done with, several other alternatives that we discussed last week. It didn't pass both tests. It passed the $1 million test, but it didn't pass the water component test, and actually ended up with the water falling in a worst case year in about $200,000 in the red. So we worked some alternatives off of that, working our way back towards the 2 and 6s to see if there was a sweet spot where there might be something other than the 2 and 6s that would still pass both tests. And we found that there was. At 3, 5, 6, 6, 6, the water balance would stay just barely in the black at about $2,200 in the black and in the lowest year. And at 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, it stays $150,000 in the black. But of course, either one of those requires a larger amount of increase in the first year, and the 4, 5, 6, 6, 6 requires more overall increase over the 5-year period than what we had proposed. So we didn't think that you would be interested in that. We thought it was important to share the information, the outcome of the analysis with you. Of what we've analyzed, and if you agree with applying the $1 million test and the water positive test, then the 3, 5, 6, 6, 6 would be an alternative to the 2, 6, 6, 6. So that's our staff report for this evening. I guess I should also note that for the benefit of the public, I think the select board's well aware of this, but last week we discussed the budget for next year first and then the rates. We're doing that in reverse this evening because if the select board is comfortable moving forward with this ordinance and knows what numbers you want included in it for the annual increases, if that is the 2 and 4 6s on the water side and the 2s on the sewer side, then the ordinance as it's before you tonight is ready to go forward for second reading, and the budget that's before you tonight is ready for adoption or to be put up with that ordinance for adoption next time. If you decide that you want to change the ordinance, we can do that. You can do that tonight so that it can be read and adopted on second reading in the same form as you indicate tonight as your preference. But that also will change the revenue side of the budget if the first year numbers are changed. So if the first year numbers aren't 2 2s, then it'll change the revenue for the FY21 budget. And so we would make the necessary adjustments in that and bring that budget back to you next time for approval. And that's why we're asking you tonight to talk about rates first and the budget second.
Thank you, Peter. It makes perfect sense, I think, to speak to rates again. But we did talk it out pretty good. I'm wondering if I should just kick it over to Daniel, because I think you were the one who requested to see some direct rate information. So how are you feeling? Do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
I did actually want to say something, but it wasn't about that. It was helpful to get the information on previous large unplanned expenses, and it was helpful to see how it would look on a household's bills. In the memo dated May 13th, on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, there is an alternative rate proposal where it's 6s for water, but 1 for sewer. And that leads to a slightly lower than $1 million fund balance, but not so low that it's reckless. And I noticed that that's not really kind of highlighted in the most recent memo, but I was wondering if we would like to kick that around a little bit. I like the the kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 just seems like a bit all over the place. I like the it's this for this amount of time. So 6 and 1 seems okay to me.
Daniel, just for me and probably others, you said that was on a different backup materials, right?
So it's in the packet, but it's not the most recent memo. It's the one that we looked at last time.
And what were the number? Can you give me the numbers again? Because I was
So if you're looking at it, it's like page 24 of 4E, and then it's the.
I meant the year number. Sorry, the increased numbers.
Got you. Let me just get it right in front of me.
May I?
So, yes, Peter, thank you.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak to it because I'd like to also speak to your comment about it being not recklessly below. Staff agrees. And so I'd like to just advise the select board that what Daniel has suggested is considering the the 2 and 4 6s for water, but 1s for sewer. Correct, Daniel?
Yes, if that's how I understand the memo, right? So it says the one that included fiscal year 22 to 25 increases of 6% for water and 1% for sewer failed test number 2, but by a small margin, dropping the fund balance to 975.
Yes, and what I would say about that is I think there's enough play in this model. You know, when we do the modeling, we are doing reasonable estimates, but the reality is always going to turn out somewhat different. 975 is $25,000 from being $1 million. If the select board were comfortable with that, I think you've actually, you could approve that and feel like you've met the standard.
I like it.
I'll go ahead. I'll ask my question after. Ian, do you want to?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Daniel. I feel a similar way. And I was the one who was kind of caught on the second part of the test. And I really appreciate the work that went into providing us with all of those unexpected expenses in the past. I found that very helpful, and now can see why it is pretty important that we keep a substantial amount of money in there. But yeah, I think if it's close enough and we can reduce it a little bit for the sewage, why not? And if the town feels like it's sufficient and meets it almost, why not pass that and sort of have that instead?
Does anyone else have a comment? Liz or Brandy? I have a
I've
question.
been nodding. Just
I'm
because
nodding.
It
Okay.
sounds reasonable.
Well, I just, for clarification, I thought that the purpose of the 2s was to kind of maintain a basic level of increase required to keep the system running efficiently. So does this fall into the the anti-recommendation of keeping parity between those 2 accounts?
This variation flows out of the fact that the sewer fund is more solvent throughout this period than the water, because water is where the major expense is being borne. So those 2 roles were reversed when the town was looking at this same kind of a question 6 years ago. And there was a 5-year ordinance that was 2s for water and 6s for sewer because of all the work that was being done in the sewer system. Now we're into a period that's relatively more stable for sewer, and we're going to incur some significant costs for water, which is why that has reversed.
Okay. Personally, my reason I threw out the 3, 4, 5 was to sort of ramp up the, to ease any ratepayer into the idea of getting up to 6s eventually, and it would be a little less painful, I thought. But I'm not sure, given that this is a 5-year plan that I think is very likely to be looked at before 5 years goes by, especially with, just as background, anybody tuning in now needs to know that we are preparing for what could be an $11 million water plant upgrade. I'm not sure Peter mentioned that this time, but it actually should be top of the fold, so to speak, as far as like, why are we considering these large upgrades? I mean, large increases. And these 6s we have done before on the other side when we were upgrading our sewer treatment plant. So there's a little bit of history there. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm very confident that this board or a future board would be happy to revisit, because a lot of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is under the assumption, a sort of a conservative assumption that we may have to have a debt service of 3% per year on the bond. And currently we are crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to have a 0% bond.
Right.
So
that's correct. So there's 3 different ways in which this could turn out better for the town than sort of the worst case scenario. So we anticipate that the price might come in, the overall cost of this project might come in as much as 25% under $11 million. Somewhere in between the $9 and $11 million is where we expect to land, because right now it is an engineer's estimate rather than a fully designed plan. We're moving into final design right now. So we could have some savings there. And then there's a possibility that through the very advantageous funding program that is administered by the state using federal money, that the state might grant to the town 25% of that final cost, whatever it may be. So let's hypothetically say it might be $10 million. Then there might be as much as $2.5 million then that would be a grant rather than a loan, and we'd only be borrowing 7.5. And then that money might be at below a 3% interest rate, perhaps as low as 0%. We've seen that at different times in this fund where the money's actually been interest-free. So there are several different ways in which this might turn out better. We thought it was important for projecting the cash flow of the system to be a little conservative. So what we did is we only took the benefit of one of those two 25%, discounted off of the 11 million by 25%, but not further, and then expected that the interest rate would be 3%, so as to come up with these numbers. And we totally agree that you and future select boards ought to look at these rates every single year, especially next year when we have good firm numbers for the water plant project. But even beyond that, in case things change going forward and you have an opportunity to reduce the out year, the amount of increase in the out years.
All right, thank you for that explanation and further background. I did see Ian's hand first, and then Liz had a hand up.
Liz, I've spoken after you.
I was just going to bring up all those caveats that Peter just explained, and I think that they could be very real, and we should be prepared to be nimble.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm just, and maybe this is my first newbie question of the night. Why are we planning out 5 fiscal years of rates if the plan is to have the select board next year look at it again and maybe every year? Why are we torturing ourselves on it when maybe we should just be setting it for 1 year and then say, we're gonna have a lot more information next year to look at this, and whoever is on the board will look at it then?
It's probably Peter's fault.
Yeah, so we meant no torture.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's all in good jest.
A couple of things. So the intent is because we know this major expense is coming, right? We don't know exactly the details of it, but we know it's coming. And so we think it is prudent and proper for the board to see what the expected impact of that is and demonstrate that we're looking to protect the integrity of the fund in the manner that we've been having a conversation about in these different ways, running these different tests against it, and being able to demonstrate that our cash flow analysis out 5 years meets those standards. Having said that, we have demonstrated that there's a plan here that we know is subject to change. If it is uncertain enough to be uncomfortable enough for the board that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and adopt the 2s, and a year from now be looking at a longer term ordinance using the real numbers that we've come to at that time, that's a responsible way to move forward. It means that at the time that we'd be looking for town meeting approval to proceed with the project, there wouldn't be this sort of stable funding plan in place, right? But we would be doing, we could do the math on it and describe this process that you've gone through and show what 5 years going forward from there looks like we would do that as part of presenting this to the community. So if your collective level of comfort is such that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and come back and do a longer term ordinance next year, that's perfectly fine.
And the benefit of that would be that we would come back next year and we would have the real numbers. So we could make a more effective plan on the rate changes based on those numbers, where now we're kind of just like making an educated guess on what it's going to be.
Right.
Is that, I'm asking if that's accurate.
Liz?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could vote on this now for the longer span, and then next year, if needs be, change it. But I think, you know, we're all about long-range planning, and this is part and parcel of long-range planning, would give everybody a level of confidence that we could go forward.
Agreed. So, so what does the board want to do? I'm feeling like I'm willing to, knowing that I'll be on the board next year and one of the main advocates for taking another look, at least, if not changing anything. I'm pretty confident that ratepayers can understand that we'll at least take a very good look at all of these numbers again. I'm willing to let go of my ramping up proposal and defer to Daniel's. But I guess the question is, do we want to adjust the number of years we're going out, or do we want to just go for it? Ian, how strongly do you feel about your 1 year?
I think Liz brings a really good point up, that it's probably just more responsible to show that we're looking out that far. I think it was just, I want to just have the conversation about why we're doing that. If we're just planning on, I guess, you know, sometimes it just doesn't sit well with me to make a plan without the information that we know we're going to have in the future. So I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. But no, I think we should just defer to Daniel on it. I hate saying it. I hate saying it.
Yeah.
Daniel's over here on my screen.
I'm actually no.
I'm deferring to
Down
Daniel.
below me.
Everybody point to Daniel on their screen. That's where he is for
Oh,
me.
now he's moved. He's up here now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Steve has
Oh,
joined
because
us.
Janet came on.
Steve has something to add.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. 2 this year.
If I could just add,
oh, Steve.
if I could just add, that's the reason that we came up with the model. The model, that tool, that rate tool was developed when we did the wastewater to look out to do advanced planning. So that's the advantage of going to 5 years. To let people understand these are the rates that we're going to be looking at. And that's what's the money is necessary for the project. Now, if it comes in less, then it will also help the project. The board will look at this budget every year as you do. We go through line item by line item. So I would recommend sticking to the 5 year. That's the reason that we put we actually spent money to build this model and paid people to come up with this. And it proved to be quite nice as we did the rates before with the wastewater. And the projections were real close. And as Peter said, they're conservative. So that's beneficial to everybody, because that may also help in times of need and to level the rates off in the future.
Thanks, Steve. I knew when you popped up, we were in trouble. Yeah, I gotta
Now
get on.
Daniel's back to being over
I
here.
didn't see your finger wag at all.
I get on and straighten these people out.
Yeah.
That seems to make perfect sense to me. So,
Can I make it clear, one thing that might have gotten lost in the exchange when Daniel brought up about the ones is the first year in that particular example still is 2 for both parts of the utility. And then after that, it's 4 6s for water and 4 1s for sewer. I just want to make sure that that part was clear, because that's how that one's structured. If you do rally around that, if that's what you want to approve this evening, you could then move forward also and approve the budget, because it has those 2s, the 2 2s in the first year.
Oh, good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is the way we're leaning. I don't see anybody who's typed in to make a comment, although I'll talk this out a little bit so that someone can do that and raise their hand. But how's the rest of the board feel about moving forward with the, let's call it the Daniel amendment? And
Yes.
the Daniel counter proposal. And so that we can have some clarity going forward on this first reading.
Mhm.
Got one thumbs up, a lot of nods. Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else who wants to comment on utility rate ordinance. So what do we do now? We have a motion.
There must be a motion.
Actually, the rate ordinance doesn't require action this evening. We just needed to know what you want us to bring you for the public hearing and the adoption on second reading next time. It's clear to me that you want the Daniel Quip option. So, you know, the board has something else you want to specifically direct, we'll bring the ordinance back to you in that form, which will be 2% in water, 2% in sewer for the first year. 6 is after that for water, 1 after that for sewer.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And having landed there, we would recommend that unless you have any further questions or the public has any further questions about the budget was a pretty straightforward discussion last time. It's pretty level. It's actually slightly down in revenues and less than 1% up in expenditures. So unless you want to take a deeper dive back into that, we would just recommend that you adopt the motion that's in the administrative report for your approval, your formal final approval of the FY21 utility fund budget.
That's what I'm, as everybody thinking that too. I think that's the best course of action. Peter, we don't have to do anything official wise to make the first reading official, or?
No, it doesn't require a vote. It just requires that you have discussion that you've had and take public input and be indicating what you want to adopt next time.
Great. I should have said that earlier, that it was the first reading, possibly. Still figuring this thing out. So if anybody has a motion for us. Traditionally, the chair does not make motions, just anyone watching is probably wondering what's going on. Liz.
There.
Yes. I move to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented or modified. Are we modifying it for Daniel now, or are we just approving it?
No, it's as presented.
Oh,
as presented. Thank you very much.
Not modifying the budget. Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's 5-0. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Steve for popping in and straightening us out a little bit.
Thanks, Steve.
We are moving on to unfinished business, and we're going to have our traditional COVID-19 update from Peter first off.
Thank you.
Do we need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Daniel, you're the whole package. Yeah.
I did my homework today.
Commissioners, so that we're not doing other business steeped in water and sewer. That would be uncomfortable. All those in favor, say aye.
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 I'm laughing at Brandy's face. Sometimes the screens look good because you can actually see everybody's face at once, whereas when you're there in person, you're doing this to try to see people's faces. That was 5-0 to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. Now, Peter, please.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 report, I've got just 3 things to highlight tonight. Everything else is steady as we go, but there's 3 pieces of good news, actually. So The police department is back to responding to every call in person unless the caller asks that they follow up not in person, because of the potential risk of spreading the virus. So for about a month or so, about 5 weeks, we had been following a protocol where it was only certain types of very urgent matters that resulted in a police officer actually going to the door. And there was a lot of interaction between the police and the community that was occurring either over the phone or by email or other means. So it's a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing for the department. It's certainly a good thing for the community that the police now are, we're at a place as part of the reopening where we feel like it's safe. They're following all the special protocols that are already in place, that already were in place. They're wearing masks, all the cleaning regimen and everything that's involved, and standing 6 feet apart or more. So all of that is still in place, but now if you need a police officer, they will come to you unless you ask that they don't. So we were glad to reach that threshold moment yesterday. Likewise, we were able to announce at the end of last week that the swimming pool at Memorial Park will open this year. As of right now, it's with very limited, there are some special restrictions for this particular summer that are very restrictive compared to the amount of use that often gets, particularly in hotter weather. So, but we also, we're feeling like it's a good thing to be able to open it all. We were concerned that there might not be a safe way to do that. But the advice from the public health professionals and the standards out through the recreation and parks community are such that municipal swimming pools are going to open. And basically there's a lot more to this, and I would suggest that people who want to learn the details of it and learn how they can access this and come and use the pool this summer, go and look on the town's website, either under the recreation and parks website or under a daily update, which contains half a page of details and some links for how to access certain forms that give more information about using the pool this summer. But in its barest essence, what's going to happen is there'll be schedules of certain windows of time where 25 people will pre-register. You'll sign up ahead of time so that you can come in at your appointed time and enjoy the pool. And then when that time is up, when that window's up and those folks leave, there'll be a 15-minute interval where the staff cleans everything. And then a new group of up to 25 people will be allowed in for the next interval. And that'll go on every day for all summer long, as far as we can tell at this time. If the situation becomes such that we can safely have more access or less regimented access, then we'll announce that to the community. And the third item just gelled this morning. So we've been discussing this for the last week or 10 days, and it looked like it was coming together, but I wasn't sure that it would, and that's why it wasn't any part of the backup for this. But going all the way back to a year ago, the select board supported the creation of the Work Today program by Youth Services, so as to provide some day labor opportunities for folks who are not employed in an ongoing manner and need employment and need the money, and so as to provide some public services through that program. So a nice kind of combination of providing opportunities for individuals who are struggling, and then also a benefit to the broader community. Because of the unique challenges we all face with COVID-19 and the increased importance of cleanliness in our public spaces, we've been working on a plan for how we can emphasize that in the work that the participants in the Work Today program will be doing, and collaborating with Emily Kornheiser, who in her role as an employee at Youth Services has been organizing this program and communicating with me and with the town around how to make it work. We believe that particularly in the maintenance of the porta potties, because we think it's important for the same public health reasons that we had last year, that we need to bring the porta potties out. We just haven't done it yet because we haven't been able to be sure that we could keep them adequately cleaned. And so what we have been talking about as town staff is if the Work Today program wasn't able to move forward, because we weren't sure until just very recently that it could, that we should add some seasonal employees who would be able to perform this function of maintaining the wiping down the porta potties several times a day, and also do some other cleanliness work in downtown. So wiping the buttons at the intersections for the pedestrian signals, the parking meters, other things that are part of our public infrastructure downtown that get touched a lot throughout the day by lots of different people. We want to set up a program where we are keeping those things cleaner this summer when we all need that. And so what we think we have come upon kind of inadvertently as we were working on these two different things is a combination, because the other factor here is the Work Today program was intended to be 3 days a week. And of course, 3 days a week isn't going to be sufficient for maintaining the cleanliness of these areas that need attention throughout the day. We need that going on 7 days a week. So we think a combination of these two approaches, where this is a good focus for the Work Today program for this particular summer as we do the pilot project, but we will also, for the majority of the work that would be done related to these disinfecting cleanup efforts, would be done by seasonal town staff. And so our intent, unless the select board directs otherwise this evening, is to move forward with both pieces and to integrate them as best we can. We expect that we're going to be able to do that very completely. We'll set up a schedule where there's certain times when the Work Today slots are performing this function, and other times either overlapping or on separate days when it's town staff, all supervised by the same folks on the town staff so that we have continuity to this effort. And the funding, I believe, is an issue because it's not going to be an expensive investment in this these temporary employees who would do the part for the town. So while it's an unbudgeted expense, we think it will be readily absorbed. I can't give you a number this evening because we're not sure exactly how the two pieces of this are going to fit together and how many people we'll have and how many hours they'll work. So, but it won't be a large expense, and it'll be able to be easily absorbed in the overall general fund budget. And the funding for the Work Today pilot project has already been approved by the select board. So we're ready to move forward as soon as we can. We think that as soon as we can is going to be about a month from now. We'd like it to be quicker, but we don't think we can actually do all the things necessary to set it up properly and make sure that it's actually, keeping the promise of, cleanliness on a regular basis throughout the day, every day, until sometime early in July. So we'll be working right away on putting the details together. We'll keep you informed about how that evolves. If we can start sooner, we will. But our expectation is it'll be early July, and then it would continue on through the warm weather months and end sometime in October or possibly early November.
Great, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just jump in, but I think it's a terrific use of the program and would also let a lot of people, feel a little better about those high touch surfaces that are going to be, transitioning into back to normal life makes a lot of people nervous. So knowing that some folks are going to be on it is a nice peace of mind for some. Not everybody is going to respond that way, I guess. But and I think the timing probably coincides with, it's probably going to take another month to feel, assuming that everything goes as well as it's going now, we hope. It's going to take another month to feel like people are going to be comfortable going downtown, I think, on a regular basis. Liz?
I just want to mention that I always elbow the crosswalk button.
You.
I saw someone this weekend use their toe, which was
Wow.
time.
I get my toddler to do it. So
I actually have a serious crosswalk question.
Yep.
My understanding is that the buttons are not actually necessary for you to cross the road. Is that correct or no?
The buttons?
So like
I think
if you were
it's the
standing at the
placebo
crosswalk
effect.
and you don't press the button and nobody else is there and nobody presses the button, it's still going to cycle through and eventually
Nope, you only get a warning if you press the button.
No,
Okay.
in fact, It's happened to me many times that I've gotten there, assumed someone across the street has already pressed the button, and you know what, they haven't, so we don't get the.
The nice thing about these ones is they have a little red light on when somebody
That's
presses
exactly
it,
right.
so you can eyeball it.
That's exactly right. You show up and the red light is
I've
lit.
never noticed.
You don't have to touch the button.
I know, but if you're in a conversation,
I'm interested in these kinds of things.
I'm learning so many things.
Oh, me too, Ian.
Peter, you were
hit
saying.
it with your knee, go easy on it, because those things can break eventually. So.
That's true.
Jesus.
We've had our ups and downs with them, but
Yeah.
I still get people saying, why do they say walk like a dog at all crossings? And so that's all I can hear now when I hear
know,
it.
I don't remember what it originally says.
I think it says walk light
says
is
walk
on
light- walk lights are on at all crossings.
at
But
all
frankly, if
crossings.
you just think about it the other way, it's a little bit of whimsy even on a tough day.
Oh shit. Shoot.
We're still in family hour here, Brandy, so.
Sorry.
We'll lose our rating.
Yeah.
So does any other board members have a comment on that part of the update?
Porta potties. Porta potties are going to be in the same places as last year.
Oh, good question.
That's our intent, yes.
And those
Yeah,
places
has there
are,
been?
And those places are in the Preston parking lot, at the High Grove parking lot, on the Grove Street side, and at the Brattleboro Common.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any feedback of like the next spot? Like if after those ones where the next spot would be?
I didn't hear that. There was some discussion early in the summer about whether they were in the right locations, and as time went on, everybody kind of seemed to gel around, yeah, this seems to work, was our feedback. I don't know whether I missed something out there that maybe we need to pay attention to. I never actually heard people saying we ought to have a fourth and it ought to go here.
No.
Okay.
I think some people wish the one on Preston was handicap accessible, but I think we did a good job of explaining why it can't be, even though that's really unfortunate, but the way that it's placed up on a curb. I remember that coming up, but.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And do you have a second? You don't have a second item
Yeah,
under?
so that's the general update, and then we have a substantive issue to address regarding the parklets.
Right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to flow right in. But,
Sorry, I can. Happy to. So the parklet plan is coming together. It also isn't quite final, but it's pretty close now. I want to thank Stephanie Bonin, who's been a good partner in this. So we've been working with each other sort of at the connecting point between what the town can do to make this successful and what the merchants need to do to be our partners in it. And so she's been working to gauge, which of the restaurants and in two cases, purveyors of alcohol that are, I'm stumbling because one of them is Hermit Thrush. So, I mean, I wouldn't call that a bar and I wouldn't call it a restaurant. But anyway, Hermit Thrush and Arkham are in this plan. And then there are others that are restaurants, full service restaurants. And so we've been working together to identify where they could safely be placed. What would be the maximum that would get placed if all the potentially participating businesses chose to be involved, and then working to determine, basically at the end of the day, we only want to put in a parklet where we only should put in a parklet where a particular business is going to operate its business in that parklet. The sort of shared coming and going doesn't work from a health and safety point of view, and it also doesn't work from an alcohol licensing point of view. So it's important that we only construct a parklet at a place where a restaurant wants it there and is going to take on the responsibility of operating it. And so as of right now, we have 7 that are confirmed. We had 6 as of the time of the backup last Friday. We have a 7th now that's signed on. There's a pretty good chance there'll probably be an 8th or a 9th. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to 12. I'm pretty confident we aren't. but there's still a few maybes that are just, things are being looked at both from a safety perspective and from a restaurant deciding whether or not they feel like they have the capacity to operate a parklet and have that additional tables and additional table service that would require. So what we're asking for this evening is that you authorize staff to go forward with the implementation of this plan, that you authorize the expenditure of up to $30,000 from the program income fund as an economic development investment to help keep these businesses alive through COVID. It may or may not be recoverable as a COVID-related expense. We don't think it will be, but as we pay attention to the ever-evolving rules around the state and federal funding for COVID, if there becomes an opportunity for the town to recover these monies, then we'll certainly seek that. But we're recommending that it come from program income rather than from the general fund, because we think as an economic development investment, it qualifies, and we shouldn't count on getting the money back. And then the $30,000 is calculated because the town will buy and install the Jersey barriers that will define the boundaries of each of these parklets. And we estimate that it's going to cost about that each one will be 2 parking spaces in size. And the number of barriers necessary to do that 12 times around the downtown at $2,500 per parklet would be $30,000. So I believe we're going to spend less in the end, but we're asking for the authority to spend up to $30,000 for this project. There might also be some related incidental expenses that we'd like to be able to, if we don't spend the $30,000 fully on the Jersey barriers, it would be helpful to be able to have, a little bit of money that we could spend on things that would help the DBA to, get installed and get these businesses occupying in them. And those would be small expenses. I don't know exactly what they would be at this moment, but, we wouldn't fill the gap. If we ended up doing $25,000 worth of barriers, we wouldn't be looking to spend $5,000 more on other things, but it would be helpful to be able to spend a little bit of incidental money if there's incidental money available. So with that understanding, we're hoping that you'll authorize the funding. We need you, if you're in favor of moving forward with this, to, in order for us to be able to move quickly and not have to come back to future select board meetings for action that it actually enables it to be successful, we would need for you to provide some additional authority to me and some additional authority to Hillary Francis, the town clerk. The additional authority you would provide to me, and we've provided, for those who are paying attention to the administrative report that was online, this came up over the last couple of days in discussions with town attorney Bob Fisher. So I have provided motion language to the board this afternoon that was not part of the backup for this meeting. But what those motions intend to accomplish is you authorizing me to implement this plan and to actually sign a document with each of the different participating restaurants where they obligate themselves to maintaining that space, and we permit them, the town permits them to occupy the parklet area that is otherwise public space. We allow them to have it as their private space just for this summer. We expect that these would be installed as soon as possible, perhaps within a week, perhaps a little longer, and then would stay there until, again, like with the prior conversation, at least into October and possibly into the early part of November. We would make a decision about them based on the weather conditions in the fall and making sure that they're all removed in time before we get the first major snowstorm of the season.
Which could happen in October.
Hillary, I'm sorry?
It could snow in October.
It could, so we'll pay attention to that and govern ourselves accordingly. I didn't mention, I'm sorry, the details for Hillary. So there's the funding, there's the authority for me to actually implement the program, and then we'd ask that you delegate your authority. The select board, of course, as liquor commissioners, has authority over liquor licenses and outdoor consumption permits in town. There is a special program the state has initiated that is more nimble than the usual processes to try to get businesses that are going to go outside into areas that they don't normally provide outside service, but where they normally provide alcohol along with the meals indoors for them to be able to get a quick provisional permit to provide full service outdoors. At the outdoor tables, they'd be able to provide whatever they're licensed to do. So it might be just beer or wine, or it might be beer, wine, and mixed drinks. But whatever they're usually licensed to do inside, they'd be eligible to do outside, either in the cases of the restaurants that have their own parking lot. This might be in their own property, where there would also be a permitting requirement through the Planning Services Department of the town. Or for those that don't have their own private space to do this, it would be those that are participating in the parklet program. And in either case, whether it's on the private property or in the parklets, we'd like you to authorize that Hillary Francis is empowered by you on your behalf to issue the outdoor consumption permits that will be in line with what the state is issuing to these businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Who has questions, comments? I have a couple quick ones. Daniel Ambry.
Insurance question. This was like public space, and now we're giving it over to private entities. Who is responsible for what happens in that space?
That's the purpose of the document. So we, up until yesterday, hadn't incorporated that piece, but we knew we needed to get Bob's blessing on how we were moving forward, and he called that out. He thought both from a just being legally proper about it, to have private entities occupying these public spaces and selling alcohol in them, which is prohibited by ordinance, that it was important that there be a legal approval from the town and an acceptance of responsibility by the restaurant. And so he's going to fashion up this simple agreement that we're going to use for each of them.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that. The responsibility for any kind of like trash or recycling cleanup in those spaces will fall on the businesses?
Absolutely.
And and that's very much understood by them?
Yes. The reason why some of them are choosing not to participate is a combination of, proximity to their kitchens, number of wait staff that they normally have versus the number they think they'd need to have to be able to handle the outdoor space, and the obligation of the outdoor space. This comes free, and it comes very visible, and hopefully with some something that's going to be beneficial to the business in terms of the enjoyment of the customers. But it comes with responsibility as well. And so each potentially participating business needed to weigh those things and decide whether to be.
And then just like a question that I don't even think I really need to ask, but I just want to double check. Smoking is prohibited in these spaces, and that will be enforced by people responsible for these spaces?
That's a really good point. And the answer, I'm going to say yes, because we get to decide. And while smoking on the sidewalk is allowed, it is offensive to some. And more importantly, smoking in a restaurant is not allowed. And right. So since this will be an extension of the restaurant in the outdoor area, I think we should say no smoking.
Okay.
Me too.
Me three.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a question that may have been answered 100 times by either the governor or us, but I can't remember. So are these parklets only available if you are an establishment that serves food, but also serves alcohol, or are they available if you're an establishment that maybe serves kind of token food, but is mostly a bar?
So they can be for either.
Okay.
They also can be for businesses that serve food and not alcohol.
Sure.
And they also can be for businesses that are not in the food business at all.
Ooh.
In our case, the way it has evolved, it looks as though all the participants are going to be food and beverage operators.
Okay.
But when I was first discussing this with Stephanie, and I believe when she was first discussing it with the business community, we weren't strictly limiting it just to restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Daniel, thank you for the smoking question, because I hadn't even thought of that nuance.
Yeah, we hadn't either. Thank you.
my question is, when you were talking, you said that each parklet is going to take up 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hadn't really absorbed that. For some reason, I was thinking 1 space per parklet, but that would be kind of small. Next question, though, is, are they going to be together to any extent as far as they've been approved or not approved, but at least sort of fleshed out so far?
Yep.
I'm wondering how much parking we'll lose and how much pushback people will give us on that, because if there's a long stretch of parklets, that's a lot of parking.
We'll find out about the pushback. I don't know what to expect with that. Our assessment of the situation is in the balancing act, particularly this summer, the economic need, the need to have people spaced and not tight in indoor spaces, and the fact that, we've got the Harmony lot is going to be almost completely available. There'll be just a very small parklet over in the one corner for Arkham. The transportation center will be completely available, and there'll still be a lot of on-street parking. We feel like a problem. If we find out that we've given over too much of the street to parklets, we hear about it from people, then, that'll be one of the lessons learned from this that we'll have to think about. But for implementing this in the time of COVID, relatively on the fly, we think it's calibrated appropriately.
Okay, and just, of course, another question. Sorry, Liz, I'll just get done with mine. Of course, it's not going to be in any handicap spots, correct?
That's correct. We would not put in a handicap spot.
Thank you. And my last is a suggestion on, I'm feeling personally that it would be nice if we just limit it to calendar year 2020, because I don't want to kind of give anybody who does have a problem with this idea, the idea that we're not going to lift it at some point. I think we should revisit this for the next summertime season and not just have people assume that they're just going to be permanent structures. Obviously, they're going to go away in October or November, but I don't want to give any of the restaurants the idea that it's a done deal for the rest of time. What does everybody think about that?
I don't know. It might be cool. But then again, I'm not going to, it could be cool.
Well, no, I think it's good to limit it to this 1 year and see how it goes.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's impossible that we won't want to continue it, but I think out of fairness to the different interests downtown, we might just want to limit it to the experiment, the definite experiment, and then see how people feel about it.
Sort of a bit like the 1 year ordinance versus the 5 year. And I mean, I would love to leave the door open, fully open for like a discussion next spring. I think like it'll take time for people to adjust, and habits take a while to change. And I don't know, I've always been excited about the idea of parklets, so it's nice that we get to have this little experiment, even though it's because of this terrible situation.
So just for clarity, does that keeping the door open, does that mean don't limit it to this year or do limit it to this year?
Well, I think we can say we'll revisit this in the spring, rather than this will end and we will have a conversation about it and, we'll revisit in the spring. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the reason I put it that way is because a potential motion we were kicking around is that for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. I was just suggesting, for 2020. But,
may I offer a clarification? Because I think it may help you. We omitted a limitation on it that way, so it was a good catch that it's not explicit. But I don't believe any of the folks participating. I don't believe that any of the restaurants who are signing up. I don't believe that Stephanie, and certainly not staff. We didn't expect that if you approve this tonight, that the parklets would be permanent. What we do anticipate, I think there's a fair amount of excitement around this, both from some people within town government and from people in the business community, that once we try this, maybe it'll need to be tweaked. Maybe it'll just, we'll get lucky and it'll go great the first way we try it. But I think there is a fair amount of at least optimism that it will go well enough that people will want to do it again. The select board will want to approve it again, but no, I don't believe anybody has any expectation that that would just automatically happen without further review.
Imagine not.
So we could certainly make the document say 2020, and that'll be really clear.
Okay. Liz?
I just wanted to mention from a town planning perspective that parklets are all the rage, and that we've also heard from our own Brattleboro Planning Commission supporting this idea. They wrote us a letter identifying several economic development planning initiatives, and this is one of them. So it's just nice to know that we have their support in principle.
Indeed. Ian, and then I might go to a member of the public, but then Daniel's raising his hand too. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, this just seems like a great thing. I don't know. I think it might be clunky. We may need to change it around a little bit. We may not be able to refund the 30K, but we're making strong, definitive action during a pandemic to support local businesses. And it also might make downtown even cooler than it already is. And, I ran on trying to make Brattleboro a place young people want to be. And I am so excited about this, and walking downtown and drinking a beer on a parklet. I'm super excited. So that's all I have to say.
Older people might like it too.
I was not excluding older people.
I wanted to just kind of make sure that we're going to do all that we can, and the DBA is going to partner fully in this to make these Jersey barriers look a little prettier than a Jersey barrier would usually look.
Yeah, so
right?
That actually overlaps with the kind of otherwise mysterious comment I made about incidental expenses. We might get into some contracting that we need some help with. We don't expect that. We think we're going to be able to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. But beyond that, the DBA is working on a couple of different ways in which these might be beautified, and might need some help with that. And it won't be expensive, but being able to spend a little bit of that leftover money, if there is leftover money, to help them implement that part of this, we think would be part of making it successful. So we insisted on concrete Jersey barriers so that these would be safe. There was a fair amount of difference of opinion about different styles of parklets. But the counterbalance to that is we said, look, we're going to buy these things, and we don't know whether they're going to be used again for parklets. Maybe they're going to be used for construction jobs in the future, but you can make them pretty. If you want to paint them all kinds of bright colors, you can do that. Yeah. And there's been also some discussion about how this might interact with the flower program. And so on all those levels, as we refine the details, we'll try to help the DBA make these pretty.
Just want to be really clear. These Jersey barriers will be the property of the town of Brattleboro.
Yes.
So beautifying
remain the property of the town of Brattleboro.
So beautifying cannot have like the name of a business on them.
That's correct. This is not advertising. This is beautifying. Right. Good point. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I just I'm like.
Go ahead.
No.
I was going to get too deep in the weeds. I was going to tell you that. What's that?
I love the weeds. Go.
Okay. I was just going to say that, if it turned out that some of these don't get used for parklets again in the future, we might throw a coat of Battleship Gray on them or something in order to trot them out to a construction site. But so what, right? So initially the idea is, we put out something there that we know is durable enough to protect people, and let artists and others enjoy themselves and express themselves. But it needs to be just about beauty and whimsy and not about advertising.
I happen to know that Daniel is a fan of chalk, so you could always use chalk on that surface. Yeah. That was a reference to your social media page. Sorry.
There was really good use of chalk at Sunday's presentation.
And I'm a fan of my toddler son out front here. Ian, I'd love to go to Wendy has a question. Do you?
No, I actually wasn't raising my hand. Sorry.
Oh,
I was just sort of, yeah.
Wendy, do you want to appear on screen or do you want to just chime in with audio? Are you still awake?
Yeah, here I am. Yeah. Oh wait, I can do the camera myself. Here I am. Thank you.
Hey. Welcome.
So, I have two questions, and they're separate about the parklets. The first, which was I think kind of answered as the conversation progressed, is what is a parklet? So I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's going to be an area that a business will use that's outdoors near the business. It'll probably be public space unless they have their own, like it's their own parking lot, like, or something like maybe like what Whetstone Station has. And it'll be, there'll be some sort of deck on it, like a different surface, and then it'll be protected, and it'll be for outdoor use of that business and their patrons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something like this.
Oh, okay. And it's something that won't get taken down like at night or on days when
No, it's going to stay there all summer long.
Okay.
There's only one thing, Wendy, you nailed it. I would say one thing differently than that, which is when you spread this all the way to a place like Whetstone or any other restaurant that has its own private property. We did mention that in the conversation, but those won't get parklets. Those will be doing their own sort of cordoning off of areas in their parking lot with the approval of the planning services department. So that's safe as well, but that's safe in their own private space to set up some outdoor tables. What the parklets are explicitly going to be on public property. They're going to be all but two of them in the street, picking up on-street parking spaces, and one will be in the High Grove lot and one will be in the Harmony lot. Otherwise, what you described is exactly right. And one detail that I didn't speak to, and you kind of did, but I think is worth just being a little more explicit about is the platform that'll be constructed within the parklet is an important part of this, both for safety and accessibility. And it is an understanding between us and the business community that the town will provide the perimeter with the Jersey barriers and otherwise, do all of the assisting and facilitating that we've been talking about. But the individual restaurant, one of the responsibilities of each individual business that sort of adopts one of these and signs on for the responsibility of it will be to put in a proper deck. That can be very simple, some framing and some plywood, but it needs to provide a flat, safe surface that's at the same level as the sidewalk.
Oh, great. So that will make it so that folks who use wheelchairs, walkers, canes will have equal access to everybody else. Okay, that's great. So thank you for explaining. My second question is about the hours of operation of the parklets, because on one hand, well, actually on the one hand that I'm about to speak is the bigger hand. The other one is the smaller hand. So in the bigger hand, I'm really excited for this. I've lived in places that since I moved, well, Jersey City specifically had turned one of its busier streets in the downtown area near Grove Street, it's called New York Avenue, into no cars at all. And it's made that area, since I've gone back to visit, so much nicer just to be in and walk around. And I know we can't close Main Street because it's a state highway, but promoting more outdoors and walkability and reasons to be out and not just be in cars, I think is wonderful. But the noise complaint, that's where the small hand is coming from. I know it's a really weird analogy to use, but my concern is about noise complaints, because especially with alcohol establishments and because those are in mixed use neighborhoods, where people live, what are the orders or ordinances or regulations, et cetera, going to be around that?
We hadn't anticipated imposing anything that is particular to the parklet, but rather that whatever the business's normal operating hours are would be allowed out in the parklet. I would suggest that given the degree of uncertainty that we have about all the various details of this and how we're working our way through it very quickly to just get the stuff in place and give it a try, that we start there. And if that becomes a problem, then we can work together. The town possesses the authority to modify the liquor licenses, and also because it's our parklets to, determine some behavioral boundaries in addition to the physical boundaries of it. So I would say, we all want it to succeed. The restaurants don't want to alienate the neighbors. But if we bump into some issues where it, that does emerge as a problem, I think we could just address it together as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Actually, when you said noise, I thought you were going to say something about motorcycles and logging
Oh,
trucks.
God.
That'll
That's
be
a
a
whole nother conversation.
Exactly. There's someone else who wanted to ask a question concerning decorating the barriers, and that was Felicity. If you are up.
Yep, I turned my microphone on. Liz, thanks for mentioning our Planning Commission letter. Glad you read it. And we've been, at least in another couple of groups I've been in, talking about public service announcements vis-a-vis safe behavior. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider using the barriers as artistic opportunities to inform the public about safe behaviors, demonstrating what 6 feet is, sort of things like that, or no, just pretty pictures on the barriers.
I don't have strong feelings either way, I guess. Who does?
Don't smoke.
I mean,
Things being pretty and inspiring are very important. And, like there's that lovely mural that sort of just recently got finished on Elliott Street, right? And those things lift your spirits, and boy, do we need some lifting of spirits right now.
And I think probably each business that knows they're getting one, I would imagine, has been having their excited wheels spinning about what they want represented outside of their business, and I'm excited to see those ideas.
Liz?
I have a question for Peter. Your negotiations with Stephanie on the beautification, are individual artists being contacted, or does each restaurant and business have free reign to do it themselves or contact artists or whatever?
I don't know. I believe they plan some kind of a coordinated partnership between the DBA and the community of artists in some fashion, but exactly how they'll tie into that community, how the artists will be identified is something I don't know. My understanding with Stephanie has been that the town would allow them to be decorated, and the DBA and the businesses would make arrangements with artists.
So that Felicity could give her a suggestion to Stephanie.
Certainly, yeah. And I know that Amanda Whitman, who works with Stephanie, Stephanie wasn't able to be on the meeting tonight, but Amanda is, so she's hearing all of this and can certainly take that idea back to Stephanie and to the businesses.
Great. Thanks, Felicity. So we have a little bit of business to do if we want to move forward with the parklets. And should we start with the more boring legal motions there, or should we group everything together?
Ooh, I'll do the boring legal one.
No offense.
Yeah.
When you're ready for the Hillary Francis boring legal motion, I have one change I need to ask you to make, which I'll explain at the appropriate time.
Do my fellow board members have that in front of them?
Yes.
Excellent.
Shall I go ahead?
Please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So the wording of the motion includes the word provisional. Says to authorize the town clerk to approve provisional outdoor consumption permits. I had a misunderstanding that Hillary corrected for me late this afternoon. The provisional permits are the ones that are being issued by the state just for this very short window of time to keep people, get them into business outdoors as quickly as possible. the follow-along permit will be a regular outdoor consumption permit issued both by the town and by the state. And so when you adopt this motion this evening, you should just drop the word provisional from it, please. Thank you.
Great. So would anybody like to make should we
Wait.
do that motion now?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with the outdoor restaurant use during COVID-19.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Ian has moved to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with outdoor restaurant uses during COVID-19. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 5-0. Thank you. There is another motion.
Is it the parklet motion?
There's a couple.
Yes,
Okay.
well, there's the authorizing the town manager to assign parklets.
I'll do that one.
Why do I have this?
It's in your email.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, look at all I see is one motion here, and I'm
It
getting
came late
confused.
today. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the parklet program.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the program. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that also passes 5-0, Jan. And there is one last very important motion to make. And have I been bullied out of my 2020 addition to this one? Or? That's fine.
Yeah, bullied. I'm sure that's the correct
Ian is
term.
nodding. That's what I was looking for.
A
Jesus.
democratic process
Perfectly
has allowed us to get to the point where we don't need to put that in there.
Bullied.
Absolutely. Who wants to
Okay.
make that motion?
I lost it. What's happening to me?
Oh, no, sorry. Liz is raising her hand, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 from program income.
Yes.
For the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm saying a lot. It's driving me crazy. I hope you're not driven as crazy as I am by it. There I go again. So it's approaching 8 p.m. and I think maybe a break might be in order. Who agreed? Good, lots of nods.
Aye.
Would everyone be comfortable coming back fairly quickly at 8 p.m.?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a break until 8 p.m. or 8:01, something like that. Thank you, everybody.
quite enough time to boil water for tea.
I wasn't smart enough to make myself another cup of coffee. But I did get to participate in bath time.
Nice.
Not my bath time. Someone else's. Yeah.
My family takes this opportunity to watch superhero movies.
Really, what's up tonight?
Captain Marvel?
Ooh, nice. They're making their way through the Marvel Cinematic Universe experience.
They are, and I am well out of it.
I'm just typing out a reminder for people to let me know if they want to say anything. Be right with you. I guess we're at time, aren't we? Calling all budget nerds. We have some budget items coming up. So I'll call the select board meeting of June 2nd, 2020 back to order, if you don't mind. Do we have everybody? Yes. Everybody's in different windows. Perfect. Confusing. Next up on our agenda, we're still in unfinished business, but we're making some pretty good time, I think. I shouldn't have said that. So we have a FY20 general fund budget that Peter's going to tell us about.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so the news here is really good. We've lost Ian's picture on our screen. Hopefully we haven't lost Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Ian, you still with us? Oh, there you are. Okay.
The news is really good about the current year's budget. So, we've done projections for each meeting over the last couple of months out of concern that the COVID situation might cause revenues not to come in as normal, might cause us to incur some extraordinary expenses. The early estimate was very cautious about that, particularly on the revenue side, but we have had far better than expected performance of the property taxes, rooms and meals, local option tax, and sales local option tax. And so I can go into the details if you'd like, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that this report doesn't need action tonight and it exists online, people can see it, it might be best just to summarize by saying until about a month ago, or less than a month ago, we were cautious. We didn't think we would have a deficit, but we didn't think we'd have much of a surplus. And we thought that, it could go a little bit either way. Because of all three revenue sources coming in far better than expected during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, or during the May period, I should say, because it was actually fourth quarter property tax collections, but third quarter deferred sales tax and rooms and meals tax collections. So there's one more quarter to come. But based on the performance of those three sources of revenue and everything else being about as we expected, we now expect that the outcome for the year will be potentially as much as $500,000 to the good. We were currently estimating $480,000. Now there will be some additional expense going against that isn't necessarily in the forecast, but the revenues are still being forecast on a relatively conservative manner. We're not being overly optimistic either. So I think we're in a pretty safe space where we certainly are going to come in with a favorable experience, and it looks like it might be as much as $400,000 or $500,000 to the good. There's a nuance to this I just want to be careful about for the record, which is when we say to the good compared to the budget always presumes a certain amount of use of fund balance, which we roll over and have made a good practice of in recent years of rolling that from the general fund balance out into the capital fund to help us accomplish more capital work than we would otherwise be able to afford. And this year, that number was $337,000. So if we had a break-even outcome, we would use $337,000 of the fund balance. The way we currently forecast how we think the year will end is that compared to budget will be $400,000 to $500,000 to the good. What it means is we'll have a small surplus and not have to use any of that fund balance. We'll actually roll some new money into the fund balance. So a really good outcome for us, especially in COVID. One of the reasons why, but not the only reason why, but it was a huge, unexpected, pleasant surprise, was the under state statutes for how property taxes are collected for both municipal operations and schools, the town is obligated, the municipal government is obligated to collect all of the taxes and then to pay 100% of what is owed to the schools. So in a year where anything gets adjusted related to the state education taxes, and there's usually some adjustment, usually it is smaller than it was this year, but whenever that kind of adjustment occurs, or whenever we see a decline in the rate of payment of property taxes, the town is obligated to keep the school system whole, and then any benefit or cost of that, any under collection or over collection of that particular revenue accrues to the town. And so there have been years when we incurred a little bit of a loss, if you will, a little bit of an under collection in order to honor our obligation to the school system. There's been some years when we had a little bit of a benefit from that relationship and that structure under state law. This year, the adjustment for the fourth quarter was $234,000 to the benefit of the town. The amount of money that we were expecting to pay to the schools was reduced because of the state. And I can't explain exactly what caused this, but it's a factor that's caused by the state's funding formula for education statewide. And it happened that this year, the figure that we got, basically like a household getting an invoice, our fourth quarter invoice to make our payment for the education portion was $234,000 reduced from what it had been in the earlier quarters of the year. And so that accrues to our benefit, and it's a big reason why we are so confident that we're going to end the year in a really good, strong financial position.
Good news.
Yeah, amazing. Especially this year. Yeah. Discussion.
Newbie question.
You
this is sort of like in advance. I think I still get to use this a little bit. In advance, really, of like the parking fund discussion.
Yes.
Is there any way that like the general fund can transfer some money to the parking fund to pay for some of that capital work?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Daniel and I have not discussed this matter, but when we got to parking, I was actually just going to mention that if you feel inclined to do that, that is something that would be within your authority. There's enough. We would still end the year to the good against the budget, and you could transfer some funds within the discretion of the five of you to the parking fund, which is your responsibility. That's one that the parking fund budget is one that is within your authority. You could do that in order to be able to proceed with some of that capital work that we otherwise won't be able to afford. Absolutely.
That's my only question.
You would need to do that before June 30th. After June 30th, that money will fall into fund balance and it'll become part of a future year's budget discussion.
Okay.
I would like to do that if we can.
Yeah, if you indicate tonight as a group that you'd like to do that, we'll bring you an item for June 16th that would make that easy for you.
Great.
I'd like to give that indication.
Yeah. Would you be looking for details of exactly what we're talking about? Because
I think we should talk about that now, or maybe more appropriately under the parking. And then we can prepare an item for you for next time.
Makes sense. Now, part of this being having this good news is about people paying their taxes, right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I left that out. So we mentioned back when we were only at about 97% collected weeks ago that was not abnormal, that there's a lot of money that still comes in after the deadline for people who, for whatever reason, are able to pay but don't quite pay on time. And so the money that comes in at the end of May and into June usually brings us up to the figure we expect to get to for the year. Sometimes it's later in the summer when people get tax sale notices that's sort of a motivating factor for folks who needed a little more time but realize now they're facing a deadline, they want to stay out of the tax sale. So in any event, it can vary a little bit from year to year, but we usually do get to that eventually through delinquent tax collections to 100% collection. But in the fiscal year before these books close at the end of the summer, we expect to get to 98.75. We already are at 98% as of tonight. As of the additional monies that we received another couple of $100,000, $300,000 of payments since May 19th. And on May 19th, we were a little over $400,000 shy of that 98.75 marker that is sort of the expected collections for the real-time fiscal year. So we're getting very close to that now. We've only got about $100,000 to go, and based on past rates of payment, we would expect to hit that mark for the fiscal year. Another indication that people have found a way to pay taxes is the applications for abatement. This is not to say necessarily that there won't be more that come in later in the summer. That's another item that often the publication of the properties that are subject to tax sale will sometimes trigger a few more applications for abatement. But as of right now, we only have 3. And the reasons cited for those 3, only one of those is inability to pay. There's one that is believes there's been a mistake made in the assessment process that they're asking for correction, and one that is related to an uninhabitable structure. So it's a really normal looking year for tax abatements as well so far.
And thank you, Peter. You saw that I sort of fished for that extra comment because it kind of blows me away that in this very difficult year, I mean, it's been difficult on our family, and I know it's been even more difficult on many families with jobs disappearing and unemployment benefits being uneven, I'll just say, that people are prioritizing or at least valuing paying their taxes. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that. And I hope it means that there's a confidence in how the town is run and the value of the services that the town provides. So I just want to call that out and say thank you for everybody who pays taxes, and that includes renters and landlords doing the right thing. So thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the general fund budget for FY20? Okay. Well, we don't need to take any action on this. I didn't get anybody on chat wanting to chime in, and just want to check if I have any phone people, and I don't believe I do. So do we want to move on, everyone? Or? Okay, lots of nods. Our next item coming up is the fiscal year 21 general fund budget, which is not an ordinary year for this.
No, it's a very extraordinary moment.
Yeah.
So in a normal year, the select board would receive a proposed budget from staff about the 1st of November, spend 3 intense months working through November, December, and January to come to the place where you're comfortable with what you're ready to recommend to representative town meeting. That budget, the recommended, select board's recommended budget goes into the town report. Town meeting addresses that as part of the warning for town meeting in mid-March. We then have a budget approved by town meeting of one form or another, and are ready well in advance of July 1st to go into the new fiscal year. This year, of course, all those other things happened right up to the select board recommending a budget and it going into the town report. But, when we almost had a town meeting, I know we'll be talking later this evening about alternatives to try to still do that under these difficult circumstances. Got up to having the information meeting 10 days before the town meeting, trying to squeeze in, this business before the COVID restrictions became too strict to be able to have 180 people in a room. And we didn't quite make it by a few days. And so the March 21st representative town meeting was canceled. We don't yet have an adopted budget. As time went on and it became really clear that, some of our early optimism that maybe the COVID curve would be a quicker experience and, perhaps in June we could have a representative town meeting to adopt the budget and do the other business of representative town meeting. That early optimism faded quickly. We came to realize that we would need some special permission, and State Representative Emily Kornheiser and State Senator Jeanette White and the others locally, as well as, good, strong support across the state. I think it ended up being unanimous in the Senate and the House. I know it was at least unanimous in committees of government operations. So there was a really good recognition that in Brattleboro and in a handful of other communities that had not yet held an annual meeting, we needed another way to move forward and have a budget before July 1st so that we could continue to provide government services. And so the action of the legislature has made it possible in this 1 year, due to the COVID emergency, for the select board to adopt the budget. You do have a representative town meeting. You will publish a warning for that representative town meeting once we have figured out how to move forward towards that. And you could place a ratification question before town meeting to follow something that is sort of consistent with the normal processes. But you're not obligated to do that. You are empowered by the state this year to adopt the budget, and we need you to do that. We need you to exercise that authority, at least in this first instance, so that on July 1st we can keep providing government services. And so the question for you tonight, staff is recommending to you that the budget that is before you, and we put it so that you and the public would have ready access to the entire document. So it is everything that appeared in the town report related to the budget. It's the budget message that describes the major major aspects. It's the entire line item budget. It's the summary document, and it's the pie charts that we were asked to prepare for this year to give a little bit more accessible visible impact of the different aspects of the budget. All of that is in your backup for tonight. And if you, having had a chance to take another look at that, feel as though you're ready to move forward and adopt the budget that you recommended to representative town meeting, you just need to tell us that. We think it's appropriate that you do that. You vetted this very thoroughly and you had a lot of public input back in the winter. If, on the other hand, you have any level of concern in this review that has caused you to think that any of this needs to be looked at some more, then we need to know that tonight, because I believe then you should schedule a special meeting during June for that purpose, to make sure that you can do that additional vetting and then still adopt a budget by the end of the month. But if you're ready to move forward to adoption, then we will bring the budget back to you with a motion for adoption on June 16th.
Thank you for that summary. It was excellent. Can't think of anything you left out there. My feeling, if no one else wants to jump in, is that we sure did go over this pretty well. The one exception, of course, is Ian. Does not have to feel like this is his budget. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I'll let you finish, please.
Oh, I was just going to say it's a very unique circumstance, whereas we all feel like, wow, we know the ins and outs of everything, and you're playing catch up, basically. So I don't know, I was just going to make a joke about if you vote against it, go ahead. Or whatever.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I dare you.
Yeah.
There's only one of you.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually going to say, I have been thinking a lot about it, and I was thinking about maybe abstaining because I was not part of the rigorous 3 months that Peter was describing. And while I did my due diligence in preparing and reviewing it really very thoroughly for tonight and for next week, yeah, I think I would inform the board and the public who's watching that I intend to abstain unless someone gives me a really good reason why I shouldn't, because it's not mine, and I recognize that and the unique situation that COVID-19 put us in. So.
Oh, hands. Liz.
Well, I would just suggest to Ian that he's a select board member and he's reviewed it and he can have his opinions and judgments and he can vote. He doesn't have to abstain. He can certainly choose to, but you know, you're a voting member of this board and you have the full authority to vote on the budget as you see fit.
Randy?
Yep. I had something different to say, but since this is fresh, I will say Liz is absolutely right. And I probably would have, I also get where you're coming from. I would probably abstain too, but Liz is absolutely correct that if you feel like you dove into that sucker and when the vote comes up, you feel confident, you shouldn't in any way think that you don't have that right to vote as you want to, which includes abstention. I want to say that this makes me so uncomfortable. This is not the way that our town is meant to do business. I have thought long and hard about it, and I think it's what we need to do this year. But it makes me feel kind of sick to adopt a budget that hasn't hit the representative floor. I have to be honest. It hasn't sat well with me. I also think there's enough inconsistency just in life right now where we don't need to be halting the services that the town provides. We need consistency. We need things to run smoothly. And as you said, Peter, we can offer a ratification option when we can finally meet. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this, but it definitely on a moral level doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it certainly is a disruption, not only a technical disruption, but sort of the spiritual disruption, if you will, of how we run things here. Daniel?
I'm in favor of adopting the budget that we spent all those months, reviewing and working on. I guess I have a question about what does town meeting look like after this, right? So the budget is only ever one article in the warning anyway, right? And in some ways, you spend more time talking about the other articles than you do about the budget. So town meeting will still have the authority to vote. Well, I guess we haven't decided on the warning, but were the warning exactly as it is right now, they would still be voting on all those things that are in there. And then the question would be ratifying this adopted budget as opposed to approving it. Something like that. Is that accurate?
I believe you described that well. At the appropriate time, we need to go through the warning for town meeting that you previously issued carefully, because there will be some changes in addition to just the daytime and place change, obviously up front, that needs to be changed. There'll be also some substantive changes to it based on just the passage of time. So one example, for instance, is town meeting ratifies the select board's appointment of a town treasurer. And at the time that we issued the warning, you had appointed at that point an interim town treasurer, Debbie DeRosiers. We now have Andre Yeager, so as the town's finance director and treasurer because of the passage of time. So it'll be appropriate to change that article so that you are asking town meeting to ratify the appointment of Andre as the town treasurer. There'll be a few other things like that. We'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you'll, in the end, decide what is the final warning to publish for the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Here, Liz?
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up about, I'm fully in favor of authorizing this budget. But there's one thing that I think we will miss in terms of town meeting. And, since our world has upside down from COVID, I'm concerned about the human resource budget. And, the representative town meeting committee for human resources reviews the charitable giving of our budget. And there's a benchmark that it's 1%. But I would think it would be a good idea for us to ask Lauren Crisp, the town moderator, to ask the Human Resource Committee to check in with those agencies to see if how they're doing under COVID, and have their responsibilities changed dramatically. And does there need to be some sort of a minor adjustments to those calculations? And, I know that the Human Resource Committee does a tremendous amount of work. And this year they had this great matrix model that they used. But if they could be asked to revisit that, if only just to report at town meeting that the assumptions that were made pre-COVID remain valid post-COVID, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
So a suggestion to representative town meeting committee, basically.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Let me bring in Wendy from the Commons, who has a question or a comment, perhaps. Are you with us? Are you on the line?
I am with you, but I'm not with the Commons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim, you got to read the news.
No, that was a brain,
That's okay. I'm not opposed to being affiliated with the newspaper. Anyway, I'm speaking as a voter and as a resident, and also as a town meeting rep from my district. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate Ian's cautious stance, and also the response to it, to him. I also appreciate Brandy's expression of hesitation and discomfort with the way that, this is kind of all turned out. As a town meeting rep, that's something that's really important to me, is this process for approving the budget. And I get why it's happening now. And I also understand that without a budget, it would be really disruptive to to running the town in the coming fiscal year. So I would caution that we never use this as a precedent, except for the most extraordinary circumstances, such as we're having now. And I think, to go back a couple months ago, well, I don't know what day it is. It's probably more than a couple months ago. The vote on whether Brattleboro should have a mayor, in my opinion, affirmed that voters in this town want to keep the form of government that we have. And so, again, just let's not use this as a precedent. And, from where I'm sitting now, I support kind of the consolation prize that you all have to do this. And I understand why the legislature approved it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
you.
Thank you.
Well put, and I'm sure well heard. Peter.
Yeah, just to the degree that it might provide some reassurance to Wendy and others, I think that we probably all hold that opinion of the importance of, recognizing that this is a deviation in our form of government only because of the circumstances. And so the reassurance to provide, regardless of whether that comment was accurate or not about how we all feel about it, it is in fact the law that it can only happen this one time. The act of the legislature was very specific to this COVID emergency, and it cannot ever happen again unless there is some other extreme circumstance that is dealt with on its own merits at that time. Otherwise, this happens one time, and forever after we go back to normal processes in representative town meeting.
Good.
Well said. And I'll remind representatives out there that usually select board members start out as representatives, and often they go back to being representatives. So the last thing I would want to do is give more power to a select board that someday I'll be on the other side at representative town meeting trying to hold them to task. So that's my attitude too. So I think we don't really have an action unless anyone has any final comments, or if we have a caller. What was that, Peter?
Oscar Heller has asked to be recognized.
Oh, he must have just done that. I missed it. Oscar, yeah, chime in if you can, or if
I'm trying to turn it on.
Perfect. We hear you.
Okay. Hello. So I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the idea of looking at the human services budget again, stuff like that. I feel like this all gets a lot weirder if anything happens besides passing the budget exactly as it sort of went around the last couple of months. Obviously, I think the intention is good and I agree with it, but I think the sort of democratic town meeting concerns get weirder if it's not the exact same budget. That's just my thought. And then my question is, if the board wants to leave as much power in the hands of RTM as possible, this is probably a question for Peter, or what options does it have to approve the budget in a way that makes it clear that it's temporary and conditional on eventual approval? Is there any mechanism for that, or once the budget passes, does a meeting vote on it just become a formality because it's happening anyway, et cetera?
Oh yeah, sorry, Peter.
So this is my advice rather than a requirement of law. My advice would be that the board adopt the budget and not attach to it any conditions. And the reason why is there has been so much that has happened this year that we would have said that'll never happen. And then it did. And so, you know, we are all very committed to having a representative town meeting. We're going to have a conversation here shortly about how to make that possible. But I don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't know when and how we're going to be able to hold a representative town meeting. And so I think making the adoption of the budget contingent upon an expectation that it'll flow a certain way with the representative town meeting is very risky. And we don't want to have to go back to the legislature to ask for more special permission. So I think that what the board should do is adopt the budget straight out. And then at the board's discretion, but I think the board is probably inclined to do it, and staff would certainly recommend it as the right thing to do. When the representative town meeting is able to be warned, you know, warn it in a way that gives representative town meeting an opportunity to address the budget. It's a statutory matter that the representative town meeting has the authority to make the decision about the human services allocations. So that isn't going to be the funding to support the recommendation that the committee has made is going to be in this budget, but the actual dispersing of the funds will have to happen after representative town meeting has authorized that the funds be dispersed. So that's kind of a nuance to this that is a particular part of the budget. But in terms of the overall budget, you know, the warning of town meeting, when we are able to warn a town meeting, would be where the board would say whatever it chooses to say about the question that is being posed, whether it's, you know, straight up ratification or something that offers an opportunity for more review or potential modification. And that we would want further advice from Bob Fisher about that at the time of preparing the warning.
Thanks, Peter. Brandy?
So during the ratification process, isn't there the ability, or is there not, for full discussion, modification, very similar? Like when you come to us and you ask us to ratify your actions,
Right.
we can tell you no, right?
Right.
Technically, or we can say only you can do this or only you can do that. So that still would exist, correct?
That is correct. And the implications of that, if it wasn't a straight up and down ratification question, if it was more of a, you know, do you approve the budget as it was approved, or do you choose to modify it question, or something more complicated like that, the implications of modifying it are that very likely, unless there's some other change in the revenue streams that we learn of between now and then, that we would have to issue modified tax bills. But that's a big deal. You know, we would issue the bills for the first quarter, and then depending on what happened at town meeting, if it was different from what the select board decides, you know, we would be collecting a different amount of property taxes, and we would issue modified tax bills for the final 3 quarters. That's a really normal process. It's not an annual process by any means, but it's a really normal thing that is provided for in the statutes already as just part of operating town government. So that could certainly, it could certainly unfold that way. I know this is a very serious topic, but a little bit of levity. When we were, I testified before both committees in the Senate and the House regarding the special legislation that made this possible for the select board to adopt this budget. And they were concerned, because it's so much more normal across the state and has often been normal in Brattleboro, that town meetings scrutinize a select board's recommended budget and chip away at it. They were concerned about what this would do to disrupt the democratic process, and mostly from the point in their debate in the legislature, mostly from the perspective of whether it would inhibit town meeting from reducing a recommended budget or an adopted budget by the select board. And I told them, you know, I related to them the facts of the most recent 2 years of Brattleboro town government, where the select board has recommended a budget and representative town meeting has increased that budget, has found ways in which they thought more should be done, and was willing to tax themselves, tax all of us a little higher in order to do more service and more good in the community. So I can tell you that brought more than a few chuckles from the members of the legislature, and I think actually probably put their mind at ease somewhat in terms of the process, at least as it would likely play out in Brattleboro.
Oscar?
Yeah, just to follow up, that all makes sense, and it might be the way I would do it if it were my decision, and I think it's totally responsible and reasonable line of thought. I would just, I'd love to, I'm going to get off the line and mute my video in a minute, but to hear some discussion on the board, if there's interest and concern in sort of making sure that town meeting gets to have its say, because the text of the bill is pretty straightforward. It gives the select board temporary authority to approve the budget. There's really, from what I've read, there isn't a ton of mechanism in there to make sure that town meeting has a say. So I don't know. I think it's a discussion that people would be interested to see the select board have. So that's all. But thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. And I'll assume you mean beyond what we've already had, with a lot of reassuring comments. But Daniel had his hand up.
Oh, I was just kind of pointing out that we get this ability to do this once and once only, right? This is not like we can do this for future years. You know, this is just a one-off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've already kind of said what I want to say about this budget. I feel like we worked really hard on it for a number of months. You know, I asked my question about what the warning will look like. Beyond that, I don't really have any additional comments.
And it's got pie charts for the first time.
It has pie charts. Some of those were in color briefly in the library for about 2 weeks, and then
Maybe we can bring that back.
They're in color in our packets.
Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
While Oscar is nearby, I just wanted to thank him for the mask tree in Plenty Park. It's so useful, so helpful, and so charming. And I want to thank him and all the sewers who made all the masks. It just turned kind of an onerous thing into a really sweet thing. And I thank him for his creativity and his hard work.
Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah. Brandy.
I just wanted to say that I definitely am going to be, as we're drafting the warning and making our plans and understanding how and if, which I don't even have a grasp on how we're going to do this, but we're a team and we'll figure it out. I'm definitely going to be making it clear that I want representative town meeting to have their say, to look at it, to scrutinize it, to talk it up and down. You know, we're doing this because we have to, but that doesn't mean I want to take away what we usually do. And so I'm definitely going to be vocal, and I think you're going to have support from this board, Oscar, and the reps are going to have support from this board to do what you do best.
Thank you. And I'll just point out that this is why we're talking about it first meeting in June and not the second meeting in June. Want to be able to kick it around a little bit before actual adoption. Liz?
I just, in summarizing everyone's comments, I would just say this is a time for more democracy, not less.
Absolutely. Always messy, but always the right way to go. Do folks want to move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you'd like to have this warned for 2 weeks from tonight as adoption 21, as you had previously recommended it.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, because we do have to move it in within June, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's got to be done before the end of June. So it's in effect by July 1st.
That is our unanimous consensus. Sorry, I'm losing my words. Must be getting a little late.
Yep.
So next, we have parking fund budget to discuss.
Yes.
That'll be our last bit of unfinished business, hopefully.
So the parking fund budget is really straightforward. The main issue related to the parking fund is the fact that it has had no operating revenue for the last few months. We talked about that a good bit last time. The budget itself is, a break-even budget, very, very similar to the budget of the utility fund, where there's a small decline in the revenues and an even smaller increase in the expenses, an increase of just 0.4% in the expenses. But where the major concern going forward in the parking fund, well, at first I should note for the record that we expressed to you a week ago tonight the intention of resuming parking enforcement operations by July 1st. And I feel as though while there wasn't an action of the board, and there didn't need to be an action of the board in that regard, but that we had a consensus among us about that. I'd like you to make clear to me if you have any different opinion, but otherwise we're moving in that direction. That's an important part of this particular piece of business, because if we waited any longer than July 1st, then we're going to have even a longer period without revenue, and this FY21 budget anticipates that there'll be 12 months of operation of the parking enforcement activity. So we're moving in the direction towards July 1st. We have presented you with a budget that is approximately break even, and that we believe going forward, based on what we've seen in the change of the revenue stream, because we're writing so many fewer tickets, which is a really great thing, that the more digital system that is more modern and more flexible is, as Patrick described last week, allowing users of the system to have more successful outcomes. So people are paying for their parking instead of struggling to pay for their parking and ending up with tickets. But as there's an impact of that on the revenue of the fund, where in our current rate structure, we no longer make more money than we spend. And so we no longer have some money that's accumulating to be able to reinvest in the infrastructure of the parking system. We certainly aren't recommending at this time a rate increase in parking, but it begs the question that Daniel brought up earlier and some of the rest of you spoke to of, given that the general fund is coming in so much better off for the closure of FY20 than what we had expected, and given that we know there are some substantial capital needs, one in particular that has an impact not just on the parking facility, but on the rented retail area below because of the leaking that happens from the transportation center down into the retail space. We have these significant capital needs, and we don't have the funds in the parking fund to address them. So if you decide that you'd like to move money from the general fund to the parking fund, then it's certainly within your authority to do that, and it might be best to postpone final action on the parking fund budget until the meeting on the 16th, so that we can bring you an item that would cause that transfer. We can do some research about what an appropriate amount of transfer would look like, bring you a regular good, a piece of staff work that would put the decision in context with a recommendation that you could either adopt or adjust, but would position you well so that you could make that transfer and so that that could be reflected in the parking fund budget that you would adopt for the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Absolutely. Liz.
I agree with Daniel's suggestion and Peter's words, because one of the reasons is that we ask other landlords to be responsible landlords and repair things on a timely basis, and we should be modeling that behavior for ourselves.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. Oh, sorry, my bad. Good.
No, I was making a bad joke. Daniel, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a question actually. Before we move out of parking, I was thinking about the parklets, and I was thinking about the upcoming fiscal year. So we're saying 12 parklets. Each parklet takes up 2 spaces. Those spaces are presumably the sort of higher rate spaces. Do we have a projection for like what kind of revenue we would lose from those spaces? And I'm kind of assuming, because now we have the card payments, that there must be a way to, like, say this meter brought in this much revenue from card payments over this period of time.
I believe that the system is that specific. Can be, the data can be looked at in that granular a form. We could bring Patrick on to take that dive right now if you'd like. What I could say generally in answer to that question is there will be some reduction in revenue, but I think it's going to be more marginal than just losing the revenue that would otherwise have been collected in those parklet spaces. Because given the capacity of parking downtown, I think what we should expect is people who would have parked in that higher cost space on street will go into the parking lot or into the transportation center and a little more cost effectively, but still pay into the system.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming as well. I was just wondering whether the difference between those 2 scenarios would have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, it's something that we could analyze and bring back as part of the information for next time, if that's helpful to you. I mean, you've already authorized the parklets, so the impact's going to happen, but you'd at least know what that cost estimate is when you're adopting the parking fund budget.
I think it's reasonable to see if we can get some of that info. Yeah, there'll certainly be some impact. Liz.
If that impact becomes significant, is that something that can be accounted for with program income to reimburse the parking fund?
That's a trickier proposition, since I'd be an interfund transfer rather than a purchase to support the economic development activity. But we can look into that as well.
Yeah, because we are offering up this lack of parking funds for the benefit of economic development.
Yep. We'll look at both. We'll look at quantifying the impact and then whether or not it can be covered by program income.
Great. So it seemed like we're all in favor of having staff come back next time with some proposals. I mean, I think just throwing it out there, we were talking about the roof repair. There was also some lot resurfacing that was pushed off. Am I correct in that?
You are correct at the Preston lot.
I mean, it
Would
may
you
be
like
something.
to include both. Why don't
Well,
why don't we itemize them?
a la carte, yeah.
Pick off
What
a
do you
menu.
think?
That'd be great.
Everybody
Great.
okay with? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So trying to move us along a little bit here. I trust that someone would have chimed in, but I haven't reminded folks in a while. But I think it'd be appropriate to move on to new business, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
And so our next item is the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget.
So that one you're seeing for the first time this evening, but it is both really straightforward and limited in scope and relatively fixed. There's not much in here that you can work with. We are asking that you consider adopting it this evening, even though it'll be on the first review of it. If you have any concerns about what's in front of you, or you have any questions you want us to bring back, then obviously we're happy to do that. If you think that it's just a better practice to discuss it tonight and not adopt it until 2 weeks from tonight so the public knows what you're going to adopt, we can also handle it that way. What we would say is it is a budget that continues to be strained by the success of the operation. So, it's really remarkable the amount of garbage that has been diverted into the recycling and compost waste streams in Brattleboro over the last several years. And as a result, because we raise the operating revenue, the one variable source of revenue for this operation has been the sale of bags, and the sale of bags has been far less than what we expected. And simultaneously, the cost per ton of processing recycling materials has gone, several times higher. It is several times higher than it was just 2 or 3 years ago. The combination of those two has put us in the red every year in recent history in this operation. And so, again, this year, we are asking you to make a transfer of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund. Solid waste fund is a bit of a misnomer for it because it doesn't stand alone as an enterprise fund the way the utility fund and the parking fund do. It has just had its own budget since the advent of pay-as-you-throw so that it could be shown what the solid waste revenue stream is compared to the solid waste expenditures. But it doesn't actually exist as a separate fund in town accounting. And increasingly, because it has been so dependent on this general fund transfer each year, it was over $100,000 a couple of years ago, and then it was $40,000 last year, $40,000 again this year. We have been coming to believe, staff has, and it is now an official recommendation of Representative Town Meeting's Finance Committee, that this just be reincorporated into the general fund budget. The solid waste expenditures and revenues used to be part of the general fund budget as you would adopt a general fund budget, as you would recommend it. Representative Town Meeting would adopt it. And it's been for the last 5 or 6 years that it's been separated out in this way. We don't think that serves a useful public purpose. The Finance Committee doesn't think that serves a useful public purpose. We actually think that town operations would be more transparent if it was embedded in the general fund budget so that it could be seen there as part of the overall operations of town government. Would be then again, it would be part of the budget that Representative Town Meeting would have authority over instead of being dealt with separately by the town, by the select board. And so for all those reasons, we would recommend to you that you authorize the necessary $40,000 transfer for this year, that you approve the budget as it's presented tonight for FY21, and that you direct staff in accordance with our recommendation and the Finance Committee's recommendation to not separately do a solid waste budget next year, but rather when we bring you, the select board, a proposed FY22 budget, in approximately the 1st of November, that it include these solid waste related revenues and expenditures.
Great. Thank you, Peter. I have strong feelings about all three ideas, but I'm going to let everybody else speak first. Anybody have an opinion? That was just a sigh, right, Brandy? Or
Yeah, I just always have just feelings about this budget. I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
did I say what I was thinking? I'm not seeing everybody else.
I think Ian wanted to chime in.
Ian, I think. Ian
Oh,
keeps
Ian,
waving
yeah,
his hand by.
Got to wave it higher up.
Yeah.
I'm too low. Yeah, I'm voicing my opinion only to see if maybe Tim and I will disagree. I feel like we should totally put it into the general fund. And I'm kind of feeling the same way about the parking fund. I don't know. I understand we talked a lot about that last week and about the parking fund.
Last year, we used to joke that budget brain doesn't kick in until October.
Yeah.
and it's really more appropriate to talk about budgets altogether, I think. No way I want to talk about parking fund budget since we just talked about it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's okay. I looked through it, and that's what we don't agree on is that I looked through it. I couldn't find anything that I thought needed to be talked out, and I think members of the public will want to just tell us that they don't like pay as you throw. That's what they'll tell us. So, but I'm totally happy to defer to waiting if that makes the other board members more comfortable. But I'm all for pushing forward with whatever everybody wants to do, because I don't see a problem with picking up all three. Daniel?
I'm good to go tonight. This is a big agenda. If we kick some things onto the next one, it's another big agenda. It is a fine budget. It makes sense. Put it in the general fund.
Kick it in there. Tired of looking at it.
Jim, did you just get steamrollered, or what happened?
I just got. I gracefully retract that.
I was bullied earlier, so it's just.
Oh my God, bullied.
He's fragile man.
Right.
Am I correct that
it's getting late? I think.
Have a huge group of people to.
All right. Well, I did earlier ask for comments for budget-related items, and I don't see any more chiming in, and I don't see a caller. I think whoever's moved to make some motions could do so, unless I'm forgetting something, Peter.
No, we're ready.
All together, or?
You could merge them, or you could deal with them separately. It sounds as though there's a consensus that you want to approve all three, so the maker of the motion could just say and include the other language.
Indeed.
I'll do it because I feel like I've been slacking because I didn't have stuff in front of me earlier. I'll do all three of them. So exciting.
Brave, thank you.
Here we go. I move to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund and solid waste budget as presented, and move to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in FY22. Hallelujah.
I know people in the community are just really interested in it, and it would be nice if they can provide an update to get that.
And they've been home throwing things out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Liz.
They've been home throwing things out.
Yeah, lots of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll ask for that information and circulate it when we get it. Certainly.
That's a good idea. I still think that this whole recycling thing, the problem with it costing us so much, is going to come back. But I'm not sure I base that on any kind of evidence other than hopeless optimism at this point. So our next on our agenda is a Wyndham Solid Waste Management District payment in lieu of taxes, otherwise known as pilot. This one sounds easy and fun, Peter.
I believe it is easy. We've received a pilot in the amount of 5.5% of the town's assessment. The actual value of this has gone down over the years because the amount of the assessment has gone down. That's actually a good thing in the overall operation of the solid waste program and the solid waste district. They have become more able to and more sustainable on the revenues from the compost operation and the solar array that's up there and a few other ventures that they have there on the property. So they now collect less money from the members of the district. So that's a good thing in the big picture. The rebate that we get as a result of the fact that we are the host community for the solid waste district has gone down because it is a factor of the 5.5%. The way the pilot is determined is it's 5.5% of whatever we pay in the assessment. And so with that acknowledgement, I would say that there have been some of the other member towns who wonder whether, as this payment becomes smaller and smaller, whether it's really necessary to make it at all, and whether there's really any special burden to the town to be the host community, especially because it is acknowledged, we have acknowledged publicly and are happy about the fact that we get a fair amount of property tax revenue now from that operation because of the solar array, where it used to be not a generator of property taxes. So in any event, the point is there's a balancing act here, and there's been some occasionally lively debate in that setting about whether the town ought to receive a pilot at all. And the board of the solid waste district has agreed to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years.
Great.
So we think from the town of Brattleboro's perspective, that's an easy yes to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years, and hopefully beyond that, but we'll see based on future consideration.
Terrific. Liz?
I wanted to congratulate town staff for those negotiations. That was really good.
And that's Patrick entirely. Patrick Moreland is both the staff person who deals the most of any other town staff person with the solid waste district staff, and he's your appointed representative to the solid waste district board. So in both capacities, he carried this ball really well.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. And Ian, in case you don't know, or anyone watching, it was for a while a member of the board that was served in that capacity, and then we got lazy, I don't know, last year or something, and asked Patrick to take up some slack. He's so good at it, basically.
I'd be happy to explain that to Ian offline.
So it depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go on that one there. But fascinating stories. And thank you also to the WSWMD board for that as well. So I shouldn't talk about it as if it's already done. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll do it. I move to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Use your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Yeah, now we're moving. Okay. Here's one. That's never happened. Item C. Yes, please. Tee us up there, Peter. Thank you.
So this is the discussion of options for representative town meeting. A couple of really broad points initially I'd like to make, and then I'll walk through the memorandum dated May 29th that I provided to you that's in the backup. The first really broad thing I want to say is this is very much a preliminary conversation. This is a fluid situation. It's a challenging situation. It's we at this time, given the constraints of how many people are allowed to gather in a single location in the state of Vermont, we don't think it is safe or prudent to warn a representative town meeting yet. We think it's going to be some time yet before it's possible to do that. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is to have that first bite at, looking at some options staff has considered based on things we've thought of ourselves and based on things we've heard in some cases from some of you and in some cases from people in the community, where we've tried to look at, the best way that a representative town meeting can be held that will be most like the way it happens when we all are in one large room together. That's the intent. You talked earlier about the importance of representative town meeting. I think we all acknowledge that. It's a really significant determining part of our democratic processes, right? There's the staff work that we do daily, and there's the leadership that you provide, every 2 weeks throughout the year, doing, major policy direction. But once a year, the people come together as elected representatives at town meeting to make the biggest decisions, to decide when we borrow money, to approve the annual budget in any normal circumstances, and the other, major appointments and other major decisions that get made. And so, so it's important for us to provide an opportunity for this year's process to be as close as possible to a normal year. But the sad truth is, I think we need to accept that it can't be the way it is in a normal year. We've been holding out for a while, hoping that we might be able to find a way to be in one room together. And unless somebody's got a really great idea, and I hope maybe that really great idea is out there somewhere, but we don't think there is a way forward to accomplish that. And so we think we have to look creatively at an array of alternatives and see which one feels like it's the most appropriate facsimile for this year of representative town meeting to accomplish the purposes for which representative town meeting exists. So there's that. It's a preliminary discussion. It's an assessment of sort of the broad array of options, and it's an invitation for people to throw things out that might add to this mix or might narrow it down as you have your discussion tonight. The other thing I would say about it is I have a sort of a caveat I need to, or an apology to reveal about the piece of backup. Our intention was to show the 6 different alternatives that we've presented to you for discussion in order. It was my, I should say, actually, my intention was in presenting this, that in my personal opinion, these are in descending order from most desirable to least desirable. And we'll talk about them substantively in a minute. But the most desirable being that we just do it like we normally do, but maybe in a different location, or maybe, just at a, if COVID had gone differently, maybe just by the benefit of a different time, that in July or August, perhaps we could go to the BUHS gym and hold our annual town meeting. So starting with that and going down to, for me, the bottom least desirable one on this list is where it's entirely in this format. I think that the likelihood is that there will be elected representatives who will be unable to participate in the meeting if we try to do 180 people participating in a GoToMeeting format or a Zoom format. I just think that's not possible. It's very possible to hold a webinar on a platform like this, where there's a few people presenting and a bunch of people watching and able to ask questions either in the chat box or otherwise. That works really well, but having evenly distributed opportunity to participate among just that sheer number of people, I think is going to be impossible. And even if that were possible, having to have a meeting that is intended to benefit from the interaction of humans in this format is going to leave some members of our community behind for just the lack of access to good equipment or the lack of ability to use the equipment that they have access to. There's just some people that are less comfortable with working with technology. So it is my opinion that we should not further pursue the idea of holding a representative town meeting entirely on this platform, which leaves 4 things in between. And in those 4 things, I intended to highlight one of them as being what staff believe and moderator Lauren Crisp believe is the preferred one of the 4. And I came to realize in going over this actually with a couple of you in the past few days that the highlighting I had intended to do of the 3rd option didn't really come in the publishing back. So I apologize for that. So I'll just note for the record before kind of working down through that list that the one that moderator Lauren Crisp and the town staff believe is the most workable solution that will be the best, our best foot forward collectively at replicating the democratic processes of representative town meeting is to have approximately this number of boxes in a GoToMeeting setting. So the platform on which the meeting would be held would be GoToMeeting, but instead of individuals having to connect to it, it would be somewhere between 5 and 8 venues in town, different locations around town. And in each one of those locations, BCTV would have a fully functional production setup. It might be 1 camera if we go to 8 locations. It might be simplified. Or if we're able to do 5, you know, maybe they've got a couple of cameras at each spot. But in any event, they would be responsible for the sound and the video for each of the locations. So they're able to bring their technical expertise and their professional equipment to the connectivity of the meeting. And then in the way the meeting would function, it has this very significant downside, but in a way that after looking at this thoroughly between staff and Lauren, we think can be addressed, which is Lauren's job as moderator, rather than scanning the room to make sure that each individual person is getting a fair opportunity to participate. His job as moderator for this 1 year would shift to making sure that each of the different locations was having a fair opportunity to participate. And we would have a secondary system that we'd need to rely upon that hopefully, ideally, would involve each separate district being in its own location. That will require, based on the number of members in a district and then a couple of staff people and some BCTV people in each of these spots, it'll require that there be, that we be permitted to have up to 60 people, 60 people in a room. We're hopeful that maybe we're getting there. We're up to 25. And if it goes to 50, but never goes higher than that, maybe for this purpose, for this important, you know, public business, this democratic process, maybe we can get some special dispensation from the state to allow us to be 60 people, but practicing social distancing together in each location. Because ideally for this to work in a way that is optimizing the opportunity under these difficult circumstances, each district would be together in a room, and therefore the district chair would be able to be the person who is helping to keep the process fair and balanced and everybody having an equal opportunity to participate within that room, and be the person that Lauren would rely upon to connect him and his moderating responsibilities into that room. If we can't do that, if we can't have up to 60 people in a room and we have to have smaller numbers, then what we envision, and that's why we talk about it in terms of 5 to 8, then what we would envision is each district being in 2 separate locations, and we'd have to come up with some other way. You know, there might have to just be 2 co-chairs elected this year by the districts or something. We could figure out how to do that. But in any event, there'd have to be a secondary moderator in each of those locations. But otherwise it would function about the same. So there'd be either 3 or 6 district locations, and then an additional one that would have the select board and Bob Fisher and myself, and an additional one that would have Lauren and Hillary as town clerk and possibly a couple of support folks. There'd be BCTV at every location. And likely, but we really hadn't decided once and for all about the public. That's just something we kind of need to talk through as one of the details that isn't resolved. we don't have an opinion at this point about, or a strong one at least, about whether the public is in the room with the select board and the town attorney and the town manager, or whether the public is in the room with Lauren and Hillary. I think that Lauren would tell you that he thinks that the public ought to be with us, because that preserves that sort of independence of the moderator in terms of him doing the best he can under these circumstances this year to keep it all fair, that only he and Hillary would be together with whatever support staff they need. But the acknowledgement of a member of the public getting the floor to speak, or a member of the select board or Bob or me, would be the same kinds of circumstances, presumably with Tim as the one who was in control of that room, that it'd be the same kind of circumstances as what the districts are experiencing. So that's what we see as the best way forward. There was also some consideration, we have given consideration to doing an outdoor location where it would be, sort of just like in the gym, but in some outdoor setting under a big tent or a few tents. We have come to think that's not workable for a number of different reasons. Accessibility and bathrooms are pretty significant challenges to that option. And even greater is we have no control over the weather, to state boldly the obvious. And at the time of year we're talking about holding this, we could have a very rainy day or we could have a beastly hot day. And either of those two outcomes would really interfere with holding an effective meeting. And so we don't think we should further pursue looking at an outdoor meeting. There's also an alternative presented here of doing a two-stage process, which is done in a lot of communities around Vermont, or at least in some other communities around Vermont, where they have a town meeting where the decisions are made on Australian balloting, but there's a discussion meeting that's held ahead of time. It's almost like our information meeting and then the town meeting, but it's not quite that, because the information meeting is meant more for questions, and the discussion meeting is intentionally an interactive process among the members. We don't think that that's nearly as good an option. The voting on Australian ballot, we think, diminishes the democratic process by not having the members of representative town meeting be able to amend the warned items, or I should say the motions that are made on the warned items, where they'd have to vote yes or no on each question that's on the warning. But at least it would have the advantage of a discussion that would happen in this kind of a format ahead of time. And then there's a fifth option here that is just going straight to Australian ballot. And frankly, personally, I think that's pretty well tied for last with the trying to do 180 people on GoToMeeting, because there's no interaction. We lose all that value of this being a group of people elected by the people of Brattleboro to discuss these things and work through them and find a way to reach as much consensus as possible. You lose all of that to just casting a ballot, vote on a piece of paper. So like I said, we're happy to explore other options that either you have a good idea about or a member of the public has a good idea about. We certainly need to refine the one that we're recommending, but for the fullness of, I've probably gone on too long, but of, what I've just described, we feel pretty strongly that the 5 to 8 venue GoToMeeting hybrid arrangement is the best way to go.
Thank you for the summary. I'm sure everyone's thought about this a lot already. Liz?
I just would hope, it sounds like it's the way to go. And of course, everyone is disappointed, but I would just hope that Lauren and Hillary have all the support they need, because it sounds complicated.
Yep.
Especially for them.
Daniel?
Sounds like a lot of testing would need to be done with BCTV if we're going to be in multiple locations. I guess I've never really known what the deal is with BCTV. Like, I know that they work so hard to bring people all these meetings, and that money comes from their funding through cable and so forth. And this seems like they would be going above and beyond for our town meeting.
Yep. We would pay for the services, and we might need to pay to buy some equipment. So that would all have to be part of what gets fleshed out in much more detail. If you agree that we should continue further down this path and put some better definition to the details of how this would work, part of that would be identifying costs related to relying on BCTV in this way.
Oh, this
so-
coronavirus.
Right. So we're talking like 180 people, and like currently 25 is the max that's allowed to be in one place. So that's 7.2 places. Sounds like, you know, a few school gyms, a few, the select board meeting room, I don't know, library.
Yeah,
Seems like it's not that far away.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
BCTV has an opinion about that. I don't actually know all the different venues in sort of their order of preference. I know the select board meeting room would be one of them. It's pretty likely we'd be there. But there are other locations where they're pre-wired, and it's just much more effective for them to go in and set up and run it from that spot. And then some other places, I don't think they're pre-wired for enough places to do the whole thing that way. And so there's probably going to be other places that are desirable just based on, you know, something about that location being easier for them. So for instance, you know, I could see that in what Lauren and Hillary and a small need maybe could be in BCTV's studio, right? Because that's as wired as anything that BCTV does. To do, you know, be very flexible for their needs. And then we're pre-wired down in the select board meeting room. So that certainly should be a location, and we're probably the next smallest group. So I think it would make sense for us to go there. Where the districts go is, you know, I think we need to really rely on BCTV to tell us what locations are going to make it the simplest, most reliable way for them to, you know, see the production of this meeting, try the production of this meeting.
Jesus Christ.
That's the dog.
Can you let her in? She's being cool.
Yeah. I will just say that I do have some experience with BCTV. I served on the board for 11 years, and I have video experience. So it's definitely doable. It's going to take a little planning and testing, absolutely. And probably a couple extra cameras, but they're not huge expenses, maybe a switcher or two. So, I mean, I'm sort of simultaneously fearful and excited about the possibility. It is the one, in my opinion, that preserves the most democracy out of all of these. Well, not the most, because the top two were obviously the best choices, but just not sure that can happen at all. They're sort of in a separate category of wishful thinking, I think. I have something that occurred to me while you were outlining things, but I think I could just, it's a technical issue. Well, it's not just technical. Let me just throw it out because I don't think we have to solve it. But I think the wonderfulness of this stops at the point where we're assuming every single town meeting member is going to be comfortable with a certain number of people in the same venue. And that's for a vulnerable person or an older person or any kind of immunocompromised, that's a large ask, possibly, especially within a couple months. So, and that's all a very personal decision that they would have to make for that. So figuring out, I mean, I hate to bring in the phone thing because I know how much I hate the phone thing. It's difficult. But if there was a phone option, and I don't know how that would work, but if there was a, you know, an option for, you know, someone to step forward, or 10 RTM members to say, no, I'm really not comfortable, despite all of, you're going to obviously go through all kinds of cautions and, you know, wiping surfaces down and spacing and all that stuff. But despite that, we might have some people who are not comfortable and really feel the need to be at home or I don't know, a group of 5 instead of a group of 27 or whatever it ends up being. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I don't think it's insurmountable, but it might be something that we have to expect. Ian?
Yeah, I think sort of to echo that a little, it's kind of just this feeling of like, we're gonna cram as many people into a space that we're allowed to have based on the governor's orders, and hopefully maintain the social distancing. If the whole point of why we're doing this is to be safe during COVID-19, that it doesn't really sit well with me either. I'm wondering would there be a way to do this same idea of multiple places, but do them outside? Because that has been something that's been shown to so greatly reduce the risk. Because I'm thinking so we put 60 people in a room, they all have to be wearing masks, they need to be all maintaining social distance if they can. It also starts to feel a little impractical. And if the whole idea is we're trying to stay safe, maybe that gets compromised.
Liz?
Instead of being outside, I would think that what we'd want to look for in the venue for these larger number of people is sufficient air handling, like windows that open and, air circulation that's doesn't recirculate or whatever.
Yeah.
Just kind of keep the air moving with the benefits of if it were outside, but still the shelter and, restrooms that are inside.
Yeah. Brandy?
The passing around of the microphone is creeping me out. I know we'll sanitize it. I just don't know if it'll get rid of my creeped out feeling.
I was imagining stepping up to the mic just at regular town meeting. But
Yeah.
But
that is what we're expecting too, although it is still going to be a shared mic. There's no way to
that's
get
what
around.
I meant to say, yeah.
But yeah, we anticipate it being on a stand like the regular town meeting.
No touching.
But spittle. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Would it be possible for
somebody that's trying to figure out how to reopen a radio station where all of our equipment is shared high touch equipment?
Mm.
It ain't no fun.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for people to, bring their own microphone?
We can explore that. I don't think it's going to be possible to do that, but there might be. We'll explore how to try to make the microphone thing safer. That's it. We definitely. It can't be passed, right? If it's passed from hand to hand, that's it can't be done that way. How can we make sure that it's as safe as possible when it's a mic on a stand being
and the speaking and the shouting and not the surfaces. That's the new data coming in.
Well, there's a lot of shouting at RTM.
That's what I was just going to say. They better keep that stuff down.
At least there's no singing. Singing's supposed to be terrible. Yeah.
Sometimes there is.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is. That's right.
That's true.
This kind of gets back to I don't really do it at meetings. I try to avoid it, but on a personal basis, talking to friends, I just talk about everyone's different level of comfort with risk. And I try to avoid the use of the term safe because there's no safe, obviously. So we're not keeping people safe, we're reducing risk, I think is a great way to talk about it. But yeah, I actually the only if you really are interested in reducing the most amount of risk is we're talking about our two other are two other, what we think is possible, not the full-on go-to-meeting logistical nightmare, but the Australian ballot choice of having a pre-Wild West go-to meeting first, and then Australian ballot. That's the safest, that's the most risk reduction, but
true.
You risk something when you cross the street as well. Daniel.
I just want to kind of like say that we do it all in exactly the same way on this kind of platform. Whilst it would be unwieldy, it's not impossible. It just needs really good facilitation, and everybody needs to be very kind and patient. And then there's the technological challenges, right? So like there's a person that is often on a video call with me and we can never hear him. But if we knew in advance that some people had limitations and needed certain equipment or, practice or training or support, we could provide that, given how much lead time we'd have. I don't want to like dismiss it out of hand. Like, I know it wouldn't be great, and I really hope we wouldn't have a 13-hour meeting if we were on that platform.
Jesus.
But it's not impossible. I think you make a good point, because if we have to go in that direction, we'd probably be making that decision in October, November, December, rather than, because we're hoping for this possible window of everyone feeling a little more comfortable with being together, right? If that window closes, and that becomes one of our only options, other than, I don't know what the other option would be. It's an interesting thought.
Do you see Elizabeth's question?
I think we need to explore and be comfortable with the public attending with the select board, because we don't know how many people that would be interested in attending. And, that's exposing the select board and the public to, that's, the same as the town meeting reps. That's a bunch of people in a room, and we just have to all be comfortable with that.
And if we do further explore that option and others, maybe we should be thinking of it as 5 to 9 instead of 5 to 8 for exactly that reason. Maybe there's a room where we are with Bob, in a separate room where the public is invited to come. The organization of that separate room would be trickier, because there's no sort of
moderating person.
Yeah, no given co-moderator for that room, right? So we probably just have to designate one. It'd probably be like a member of town staff. The town staff, the management team sits with the public at this meeting, and maybe one of them is responsible for that room. Would be a way to do that.
That would be helpful, I think.
Okay, so, yes, sorry, I just caught up. I guess I'm not looking at this as often as I thought. Elizabeth would like to comment on ASL interpretation first, and then Franz would like to comment.
Thank you. While you're having the discussion about all the considerations, and there are a lot of them, just one thing to remember too is ASL interpretation is typically provided for a representative town meeting. So far, this platform is working fantastic. Should it go to more than, let's say, 9 boxes, we get really minuscule, and so it kind of is moot to have us there. So if you want fully accessible meetings, it's possible. Just remember your limitations on how many boxes are shown on screen at once. So it might even be, if you're designating rooms, it might be not 5 to 8, but maybe 5 to 9, 10, if the interpreters had the separate rooms, so we still have our own camera like we have currently. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I'm always happy to talk to people about logistics and making sure that things are accessible. So tag me in. Thanks.
It's great. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Franz.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I will speak. So, for the benefit of all those other interested people out there, this is Franz Reichsman speaking. So a couple things. One is just to respond to Liz's idea about air circulation. Air circulation is bad in this setting. What you want is absolutely dead air so that any virus particles settle to the ground instead of being recirculated again and again, where they're much more likely to end up in somebody's body. So just a minor point, but you know, there's the importance of that is that there's a lot of details to think through here. The other thing is that I think as you're putting together any idea, you have to factor in that there's a significant lead time and that the conditions under which we're meeting could change at any time. If you talk to any epidemiologist anywhere, they'll tell you there's going to be a second peak of infection, and we don't know when that's going to be. So whatever plan you create, other than the 180 people on GoToMeeting or Australian ballot, anything else that you put in place may all of a sudden be completely upended again, depending on what's going on with the infection. So anyway, I would just really include that in your thinking, that something that may not be a desirable solution may turn out to be the only possible solution.
Thank you, Franz.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what do you want to do? It's getting a little late.
Move on. Cancel representative town meeting.
May I just summarize what I think I've heard so you know where we'll go from here?
Yes, please.
That work? So I hear that we feel pretty fatalistic about the first two. We'd love to hold one that way in one big room or in one space outside, and we don't really think that's going to be possible at all this summer. So we're not going to really spend much more time thinking about that. But of the other four, and I didn't hear really a different alternative come into play tonight either, which isn't to say that it can't in the future if somebody has a great idea. But at this point of the other four, what I think I'm hearing is we should further examine the everybody on GoToMeeting option to see if there's a way to make that work and put more energy into the details of the what has now become 5 to 10 venues option, with the two Australian ballot options being just the things we would fall back to if it seems impossible to do 5 to 10 venues and undesirable to do 180 people on GoToMeeting. Is that fair? So we won't really put extra energy at this point into the Australian ballot items. They're relatively simpler to implement if we have to fall back to them. But I'm hearing a consensus that those, we don't want to do those. So we need to be further exploring the other two that are in play to see if maybe we can make 180 people in this format feel more viable, and that we get more details for the other format, so that, or for this format with fewer venues, so that you, with public input, are able to make a more fully informed decision about what we're actually getting into. That sound right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I that's how I interpreted it.
Okay, so we'll keep doing that. I don't think we'll likely have something more for you 2 weeks from now, but we'll try to come to the first July meeting with better definition.
And I think we can kind of push the question out to RTM too.
Yes.
See what they think.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I add one thing I just thought of?
Yeah.
Just if someone is exhibiting symptoms and thinks maybe they have COVID-19 when the representative town meeting were to occur and still wanted to participate, or you had an individual who didn't feel comfortable being in any size group, if there would be a, for future discussion to implement them in the RTM with one of these other systems, like with the 9 rooms or whatever? How would we do that?
Yep. So Tim had addressed that earlier, and I had made a note. That was one of the things that we need to follow up on, is how do we accommodate people who don't feel safe coming into a room of any size, any number of people.
Okay, my bad.
No.
No, I mean, you made
reiterating the importance of the point.
Yeah.
The additional point of diagnosis is an important one. Okay, so I'm starting to lose it. I don't know.
Me too.
Who else? But we're going to move on for now to award a bid. This is
great. Yeah.
It been a big thing a while ago, and now it feels less of a big thing, but it's very important.
It is. The upper roof of the 2 roof sections at the police facility did not get replaced as part of the renovation of that building, because we wanted to make sure we ended up, we needed to know where we finished all of the essential parts of the job and how much money was left over at the end. A little over a year ago at representative town meeting, we were authorized to proceed with replacing this roof at an estimated cost of $100,000. And there were a few other final details that were authorized as part of that usage of the remaining funds from the bond for the police fire facilities projects. We have been out to bid for this work and received 2 bids. One was $120,500. The other was $98,860. And so we recommend that you award this project to Melanson of Keene, New Hampshire at $98,860.
Great.
Okay, well, any comments, questions? Personally, saying Steve Horton's name helps me feel better about
good.
Trusted Steve Horton.
Steve.
Would anybody like to
Welcome to the Guilford Select Board meeting of May 27th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone and video, with additional access offered through telephone and video. We are using, and this platform is called meet.google for this remote meeting. All members of the Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to the URL meet.google.com/NJE-CDSU.VWJ, or by telephoning 617-675-4444 and using the PIN number 157-087-779-4170 hashtag. B, providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. Can someone put on mute, because we're getting a lot of feedback. That's great. Providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using meet.google.com/NJE-CDSU-VWJ or telephoning 617-675-4445 44 using the PIN number 157-087-779-4170 #. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please telephone 802-254-4117. And D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. So let's get our meeting started. Nice to see you all, Select Board, and I'd like to recognize the public, of course, and the rules of procedure are available if you wish, and those rules govern how the public and the Select Board interact with each other in regard to asking questions and answering questions. I would ask, are there any additions to our agenda this evening? Okay. Are there changes to the agenda order?
Not for me.
Okay. I do understand, though, that we wanted to remove an item from the agenda. Is that possible, Peter?
Yes, it is. If you do it during the changes to the agenda order section, you are more than welcome to remove.
Well, I understand that Veranda did not meet, and so we want to strike that mutual aid report meeting from the agenda.
Okay.
Very good. I would ask for I'm sure that you've all read the minutes of the previous meeting, and I would ask, is there a motion to accept those minutes?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Rusty. Is there any discussion of those minutes? Then I shall take the roll call in regard to approving them. Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thank you very much. The minutes are approved. And now we're going on to new business. Joining Deerfield Valley CUD, the CUD. I put this in your hands, Zahn, and as I hope you've all read the proposal that Zahn is going to speak to.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So Michael and I have been talking, and there is a proposal in your packet. I don't know, did everybody see it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I can talk it through, but I don't know that it's necessary. The real point is that I think when we agreed as a select board a while back before the town meeting that we would kind of move along at the behest or in accordance with Wyndham Regional Commission. I see I wrote Wyndham Regional Council. That's wrong, but Wyndham Regional Commission. That made sense at the time, but a lot has changed since then, and it seems like now we would be able to get the kind of leadership and the kind of active engagement that I think we really want by joining the CUD now and being able to be part of the process as this thing is being investigated and built, rather than being a later player when it's handed to us to look at. So I think that if everyone agrees, the motion's there on the piece of paper. I don't know, Richard, if we can just move to get a second and then start if there are questions or anything.
I think that you should read the motion out loud.
Oh, okay. Let me, where did it go? Well, here it is. The motion is, on behalf of the town of Guilford, the Guilford Select Board approves joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, Michael seconds. Is there any discussion? I would just say that I think this is great. I'm so glad that you and Michael are on the ball here and have shown great initiative. And and also there's the an additional factor of Zahn knowing personally some of the folks involved in this, and I think that could be very helpful to us. So I'm very glad that we're getting in on this in a very early stage. So I'm very
Richard, may I just say one more thing?
Yes, please.
For us to be sure that we all understand, we want to make sure that in case there are questions of us individually, we want to be certain that everyone understands that this is not making a commitment on the behalf of the town for any kind of taxes or any kind of revenues. It can't do that. So we're not, this whole project has to move forward apart from tax revenues. So we're not binding the town in any way, especially at this very particular moment.
Right. And we know that the select board has the authority to make a motion and accept like this, because we've checked on that.
And I know that probably for each of us, a number of people have spoken to us about how overtaxed their internet capacity is and what kind of deficits there are. And I know that people who were watching this meeting have experienced that.
Is there any further discussion? Then I shall take the roll. Veranda, Porch.
Aye.
Zon Eastes.
Aye.
Rusty Marine. Michael Becker. Michael?
Aye.
Richard Wazansky, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Yippee! That's what I say. I think that that this could be very promising, and if you've read the feasibility study, South, but open here. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is to select a representative to the CUD and an alternative. Does someone want to make a motion to select a representative?
I'd like to nominate, can we do, sorry about the echo, I don't understand about that. Can we nominate a representative and an alternative at the same time? Or
yes. No, let's do it in one motion.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Zon and Michael as the rep and the alternative, and either one of them as rep and alternative, they could choose as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it should be clear in your motion, please.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I nominate Zon to be the representative and Michael to be the alternate.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I will second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Okay, are you saying something, Zon? You're muted.
Yes, I'd like to try. Thank you. Sorry. There is an actual form that I sent, I think, to Richard. I don't know if you have I don't know if I sent it to Peter or not. We have to actually complete this form once we get this done. That just can be forwarded then to the CUD. I'll let them know that we have to have evidence from our minutes and then this other document that will place our representative and alternative so they have information. And then we're essentially in, as far as I understand.
If you send that to me, I'll take care of that, Zon.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have the document?
I'm sorry, I did not receive it.
Okay, I'm not even sure if I sent it to you. Okay.
Okay.
I'll send it along.
Okay, so the paperwork will be completed, and we voted, and that motion has carried unanimously. Oh, we didn't vote yet?
You did not vote yet.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Veranda Porch, on the motion for the representative and alternative, what say you? You're muted. You're muted, Veranda.
Okay, am I not now?
Yes, you are. What say you? That's all you need to say. Aye. Thank you. Zon.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. So the motion is carried unanimous. Congratulations to our select board. I think that we've really done something super here. Thank you very much. Okay, on to the next item on our agenda is the grant list extension. Peter, do you want to speak to that, please?
Yes, I would be happy to. So I shared a document with all the select board members prior to the meeting. Lisa received a letter from the director of the Property Valuation and Review Division within the Department of Taxes, informing us that the state has offered an extension on the submission of the grand list to all towns across the state. There is really nothing for us to do. We already have this extension. It's just that the select board needs to have a motion acknowledging that we have received this extension, and then have the select board chair sign this document that I shared with you.
And what's the date? What's the date?
We need to return this to the on or before the 24th of June.
And when is the extension till then?
The extension, good question, Richard. So the extension is until the 15th of September. There's two different there's two different deadlines. One is the 15th of August and the second is the 15th of September. Lisa did inform me that it is her goal and intention to have the grand list submitted to the state by the original deadline, which is the end of June. But she basically wants the select board to approve this just in case there are any unique circumstances that arise due to COVID-19.
Okay, so do we put in the motion August 15th or September 15th?
You don't even need to put in a date. You just, in the motion, someone can move to accept the deadline extension by the Department of Property Valuation and Review.
Okay, do I have a motion to do that? I'll do that. I motion that we do that.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Veranda. Is there any discussion? Okay, I shall take the roll. Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On old business, oh yes, this is old business, the dog issues. Not the ordinance, but the dog issues. Peter and I had a conversation earlier this afternoon, or later this afternoon, and I asked Peter just to see if he could clarify for me and us where we are with the various complaints that we've had about dogs. I know that one of them is the letter that Miranda and Michael and Peter worked on, and we want to get that out to our correspondent, to that complainer, right?
Yep. So I did look through the previous information, and the short version is more or less everything has been followed up. The one outstanding thing was to send this letter to the dog owner from Lee Road from the incident involving the dog bite several weeks back. And then, as Richard and I discussed this afternoon, we were going to follow up with the one of the complainants from that situation with whom we've had previous conversation, just to let that individual know that a letter has been sent to the dog owner, and that the select board has followed up with the limited action that can be taken at this time.
Mm-hmm. But we do express a warning in that letter.
That is correct. So this is a letter that Veranda and I drafted, and then several of you gave additional input on. And it was my understanding, since various people had given input, just that we wanted general approval from the select board to send this to the dog owner.
And does anybody disapprove of that letter?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm really glad that you restored the paragraph about settling it amicably, because I think it's really important for everybody, the complainers and the dog owner, to try to be neighborly if they can.
Yep. So I think that's a palliative in that letter.
I guess it sounds like this conversation that been on the Lee Road incident, which I realize is the oldest and most serious one, but we've had other complaints. And is there any action needed on those other
so
complaints?
The other complaints, were situations, as I shared at the last select board meeting, the other complaints were not actually events that occurred. Certain people had been warned by specific dog owners that their dog was aggressive towards other animals and were warned to avoid the dog, which is somewhat out of, in violation of, in a roundabout way of the current ordinance. So I did respond to them, both people. One situation, the neighbors worked it out, and the owner of the dog did install a dog fence, and it has been working. And the complainant did respond to me that she felt that the situation was resolved amicably, so that's positive. And then the other people that I did hear from made it clear that they have not had an incident, but they are concerned as they see the dog roaming about quite regularly.
Can I suggest that, Peter, that you establish a dog complaint file?
I already have one, Richard.
Okay, good. And so, and is that accessible by the select board, or is that in your files?
That is accessible only on the server here in the town office, which if select board wishes to see it, you could come in and do so. The other option would be, I suppose I could create a folder on the Google Drive and put that information in there and share that with all of the select board members if you wish me to do that.
I don't need that, but I'm glad to hear that there's a file being kept.
Yep, there was a procedure in place prior to my employment with the town, and I have been following along with that previous.
Okay, and so does that file have, so if you have a letter, let's say from one of our citizens about a dog, does the file have where the status is in regard to that communication?
Not specifically, no. It has communications either from complainants or to people who are the dog owners of those situations.
So you might, I would suggest that you have an open and closed case file.
Okay.
So that we know what's open and we know what's closed. I'm just concerned that we are, as a select board, when we get a complaint, that we are very communicative and responsive to the citizens of our town, because obviously the dog issues are very important to some people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion. Good idea.
Yeah. Okay, now the dog ordinance, which is the next item, you all had the revised dog ordinance, which you should have seen was filled in. Michael and I spent quite a bit of time, and Peter too, in creating a revised dog ordinance. The main feature of the revision, I would say, was the penalties, which we wanted, Michael and I both agreed should be stricter. So we tried to do that, and there were no penalties for the so-called vicious dog. There were penalties for the potentially vicious dog, but there were no penalties for the vicious dog, and we added those. And I think that in your copy of the revision, you should see that. And that, to me, that's what the major change was in the document. Michael, do you want to add to that? Michael?
Yeah, I'm thinking. That was a pretty good summary, I thought.
You're muted, Veranda. Can you unmute?
Okay, yes. It's a little, and yes.
But you look marvelous.
Why, thank you. I dressed up. I'm looking at the penalties and the waiver of penalties, and I don't really understand the waiver of penalties part.
Do you want to speak to that, Peter?
I was just going to do so. So the way that VLCT put their draft document together, they gave Vermont towns the ability to implement a waiver fee. And the waiver fee is such that if a dog owner openly admits that there was an incident, that instead of pursuing legal action, which is what would have to happen in order for the fines to be implemented, that we could implement a waiver fee, which would be a reduction in the original fine by the owner admitting to the incident, and then it would not go through the Vermont judicial system.
So there's no contest, basically.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that explain it to you, Veranda? We took the waiver fee out. We took the waiver fee out of the vicious dog. However, there's no waivers for a vicious dog. Isn't that right, Peter, as I recall?
That is correct, Richard. Because we felt in the discussion that Richard shared with me from him and Michael, is the feeling was that if there is a vicious dog incident, that the town wants to make it clear that that is unacceptable, and so that those fines would be pursued in a legal manner.
And a vicious dog incident means that the dog has bit somebody and there's medical involvement.
Yeah, medical care is needed.
Yeah, Rusty, did you want to add something?
Yeah, you sort of answered it. I just wanted to know what the definition of vicious was.
Yeah.
You answered it for me.
So that's the difference.
So do we now have the ability to have a hearing after the first vicious incident if somebody is, requires medical attention? Is that one of the?
I thought that's the way that it reads. Yes.
That's kind of one of the fundamental changes that we didn't really have the ability to do that.
Yes, that's
before,
under Michael.
right?
That is under Section 9.
Yeah. Section 9.
Which I feel better about. I mean, that serious incident on Lee Road.
Section 9 outlines the sequence of the investigation.
And so now it is at the discretion of the select board to hold that hearing at any point. It is no longer after a third incident. It can now happen. So if the select board deems a vicious dog incident one time is sufficient to hold a hearing, then we have a hearing. And I think that's a good change.
Yes, it is.
I agree.
I think
yeah,
so.
I feel better about that.
Further discussion?
I just would like to add, just so the select board is aware, that per state statute, that should you adopt this new ordinance this evening, that it will not become effective for 60 days to enable residents opportunity to petition against it if they so wish. I don't suspect that will happen, but it is a legal requirement by the state.
So then is there a legal requirement that we have to put this out in a public way, let people know that this action was taken tonight, and sort of give a 60-day, grace period for people to respond?
Excellent questions on it. And the answer to that is yes. I have to make a posting on the town website with a full draft, or not draft, but a full copy of the new ordinance. And I also have to post it in our newspaper of record. Thankfully, the state several years ago changed the statute. The reason being is previously we had to publish the entirety of the new ordinance in the newspaper, and they now allow us to reference the new ordinance and tell people where they can find it so they can review it. Otherwise, we would have had to publish 8 pages in the newspaper, which would have been quite costly.
Do you think it would be useful to put a summary of the changes in the new ordinance on Front Porch Forum so that it would be widely disseminated? Because I'm sure that more people read Front Porch Forum than go to the town website.
I would make an alternate suggestion that you could put on Front Porch Forum that there has been a revision of the dog ordinance. I think if you how to summarize it and what to summarize is a little bit. I wouldn't be in favor of that myself.
I would say that's at the discretion of the select board to directly answer your question. So the rest, all of you would need to decide if that was something you wanted me to do. What I previously stated are the legal requirements of what I need to do.
It would be good to put a simple statement on Front Porch Forum with a link or something, or some way in which people
Yes.
can go and see it, but that we wouldn't spend time on Front Porch Forum trying to explain to people what was going
Yeah,
on.
that's what I was getting at.
And also importantly, wherever it is on the, well, it appears on our website, it needs to have contact information for select board members or you, Peter, so that people with questions can have ready access to.
Yep, that's part of the legal requirement is there has to be contact information, minimum of telephone number or mailing address or email for a select board representative. We don't need to put all of your information up there, but I will certainly have my name and contact information on there.
Yeah, I would like you to be the contact, Peter.
I'm gonna just ask if there's any support for the idea of posting all highway signs, new dog ordinance. These venues that we're talking about are going to reach.
I can't understand what you said.
Affected by I'm sorry, is my connection bad?
Ours just gone haywire.
No, you sound very clear.
So,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Keep it short, but I just think we should post it on the programmable highway sign just to reach as many people as possible that don't use Front Porch Forum or the newspaper or the town website. And, people drive their cars by these signs. That's universal.
I'm not sure I like that idea. What's the rest of the select board feel?
I don't think the newspaper is really a medium that, I subscribe to the Reformer, but, I think it's a bit of a dinosaur at this point.
I'm just concerned about the use of that sign, and are we going to use that sign for everything that the select board, every action the select board takes? I don't think that that's the purpose of the sign, but I'm happy to defer to.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Richard. I'm concerned about the safety of kids, and I really want to get the message out. And I don't want to abuse those signs either, and put out every little message that isn't necessary. But I don't know. I feel pretty strongly about trying to really put the word out that if you have a dog that's out of control, want to do whatever we can.
Well, let me take a consensus. I say no to that. And what do others say?
I don't care for the idea of putting a notice on that sign. And further, I think people are an issue of dogs is very emotionally volatile.
Yes,
both the dog owners who think Fido is misunderstood, and people who don't want anybody in their family to get bitten. And so being fair and clear and low key, I think is important.
I agree with that. John, do you have an opinion?
I agree. I agree with what you both said. Sorry, Michael. I think that it's just important that it's also important to me that we not sort of give the community the sense that we're trying every possible way we can to connect to you, and we're probably missing somehow. So please tell us how we can try harder. I think that we need to help the community understand that there are 2 or 3 ways that we speak to the community, and it's up to the community to sort of figure that part out as best they can.
Yeah. Thank you. Rusty, do you have an opinion?
I agree. You can't put every revision or everything we do for the select board on that sign. So I agree with you.
Sorry, Michael.
That's okay. Fair enough.
Good try.
Very nicely put. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would add that
I need a motion to accept the revised dog ordinance.
I just briefly want to just add one thing is that all legal notices and other forms of notices similar to that are also all published on the Brattleboro Reformer website, which anyone can access those notices without having to pay for a subscription.
Oh, I see.
So thank you, Peter. I'm looking for a motion to.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much. I think we've made a great deal of progress in that revision. And that's a good thing.
Thank you. I want to just say thank you for all that good work. It was very much easier to read this and kind of think about it in the fashion that it came this time. So I appreciate that very much.
You're very good. Okay, now Constable and Dog Officer Peter, would you like to speak to that issue?
Yes. So at the first meeting after town meeting, you folks did appoint a young man who's recently moved to Guilford as the constable. There was some discussion with him about him taking the role of dog officer at that same time. He was rather reluctant to do so. One of the things with that is he had family experience related to that, as well as it would be best if that individual took some training about being a dog officer. And with the surge of COVID-19, obviously all those types of trainings went out the window, at least temporarily. The additional thing, as I had shared previously with Richard, one of the things that the select board at that time felt was important was doing a background check on that individual, which we need to follow up with our insurance company about additional information related to that, or I need to follow up on that. So really, we don't have a dog officer at the moment because that individual really was uncertain about taking on that role. So that's kind of where the situation is.
So we need a dog officer.
We do need a dog officer. And just to also, sorry to interrupt, Richard, just to briefly add, this is a problem throughout the entire state of Vermont. This is not unique to Guilford. Many towns across the state have this issue where they struggle to fill this role. In other states, this is commonly filled at the county level, but because we don't have county government, we don't have that as an option.
Is there any select board member who would also like to be the dog officer?
No.
Just thought I'd ask.
Why don't we form a communications dog district? And a bunch of towns together to get one dog officer.
Well, you joke about that, but that's actually been a discussion amongst, at least about a year and a half ago. That was actually a discussion amongst several of the town administrators and town managers within the Windham County region to look at the potential of doing that. And if each town contributed a small amount of money, say several $1,000s, and that individual, had 10 different towns that they worked for, that person could potentially have part-time to a full-time job depending on the needs of each community.
Sure.
But
can I suggest that we have that advertised again on the Front Porch Forum and on our website that we're looking for a dog officer?
Sure. Would you like me to put an advertisement in the newspaper?
Sure.
Okay, I will do so.
Okay, on to the next.
I would just say if we get no response, well, no, let's wait and see if we get responses, because I'm in favor of the idea of towns and this alternative sounds good.
So, okay, maybe
see how it goes.
Before we move on, does it make sense to reach out to the select boards of adjacent towns and ask them if they want to pursue this actively?
I think that's good. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah.
Peter, can you do that? I mean,
of course, that's what my job is.
I would say towns in our vicinity,
Yes, well, the adjacent towns.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, on to the next item on the agenda, which is potential budget shortfall scenarios. This is where we were asking you to look at the fiscal budget that will go in effect on July 1st. And if you could identify hypothetically where you thought cuts could be made. Does anybody have any suggestions in that regard besides me?
Richard, we had the finance committee meeting today.
Yeah.
They came up with some ideas, some recommendations. They wanted to know if the select board would report out measures that have been enacted or have been contemplated to reduce the budget for this year. They recommended that we look over the overtime policy and how we do overtime. And they wanted to know what we're doing about, are you and going to be doing about the highway staffing levels and like part-time versus full-time work, analysis of aberrations, if any, between terms of personnel policy and employee practices that have financial applications.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't know if we can solve any of that ourselves tonight, but the Finance Advisory Committee is going to look into those items. That
they would like to know what we're doing about that. They want us to tell them so they can work on it themselves.
Uh-huh.
Rusty, could you please say what the second thing on your list was?
There's overtime and the overtime policy. Is that the one you were talking about?
No, the next one.
Okay, the highway staffing.
Thank you.
They were wondering, I guess we have, 5 people working now?
Yes. So I just want to point out that this, while in some ways it does relate to the budget shortfall scenarios, it is somewhat of a distinctly separate topic that was not previously warned on this, as well as Sheila and I are working, or will be working on drafting a memo to the select board touching on the topics a little bit more clearly and what questions the Finance Advisory Committee has on the topics that Rusty elucidated moments ago.
Great.
So I would say, Don, were you wanting to say something?
No, except that I noticed that these issues are strike me as personnel issues, and none of the other topics on the sheet that we were given. And we talked about the idea of separating personnel from everything else. So it sounds like we're walking into it now here, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the money is, really. You think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, and there are when I was looking at the budget, I one would hope that personnel cuts would be the last kinds of cuts that an organization has to make, because we're talking about human capital and human resources. But I mean, I looked at the overtime staff travel, for instance, and other aspects. The potential raises that we were giving for the next fiscal year are also something that we need to look at. So I don't know how does the select board want to handle it. I don't think that we are going to sit down and study these things tonight and make decisions about them. But shall we organize ourselves in a way? Should we wait for Peter and Sheila to give us those questions in an articulated form, and then form a study committee that will be looking thoroughly into the budget and answers to those questions?
I think personally, I think that's a wise decision, Richard. And I also think, as Zahn wisely noted, that this is kind of a middle area that partially falls into a personnel situation, and we have to be cautious how we discuss that publicly, as well as it's also a financial situation. But because those topics that Rusty spoke on relate to personnel, we have to be careful how that's discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has anybody talked to Danny about possible cuts on the highway crew?
I haven't.
No, I have not.
And the fifth person is not a permanent, right? That's just a supplemental addition.
A grant.
That's Alan. talking about, right?
Yes, so you folks previously informally agreed that it was okay for him to work on the grant project that needed to be finished on Carpenter Hill Road because his wages for that work will be reimbursed as part of the grant. But you did not really authorize any additional work by him at this time due to COVID-19. And then I believe that Danny and Richard were meant to have a follow-up conversation about that, and I don't know if that occurred.
No, it did not occur. So one thought I have is that I think that this should be, as we do with the budget, we have special meetings of the select board. And it seems to me that that this requires a special meeting. I wish we could sit down together in person and go over these things, but at the present time we can't. But I think my thinking just spontaneously is that we wait for Sheila and Peter, and if Rusty's adding to that the articulation of what the Finance Advisory Committee is suggesting that we look at, and we have that document, and we call us a one or two, or if it's more, special meetings to just talk about where we might make cuts in the budget, hypothetically, because we're not, this is all hypothetical because it all depends on what the tax revenue is going to produce. And we don't know for sure that we're going to have diminished tax revenues this year. It's a possibility, but we want to be ready for the possibility. So that's my suggestion, and I'm wondering what the select board thinks about that. One, to have this note from Peter and Sheila, and then to use that as a kind of study guide to call several, one or more special meetings to go over the budget. Just as we created the budget, now we have to review the budget.
I thank you, Richard. I think I love the idea. It's more meetings, but I love the idea of being able to talk this through in a careful way and consider things. The other piece that will help me make decisions is guidance from, I don't know whom, VLCT perhaps, about what level of cuts. I know that's been put out there. Peter did this worksheet about various levels of cuts, but are we honing into any reality here? Are other communities beginning to understand it's going to be a 10%, a 40%, cut that's going to be required?
Zon, that's really the big unknown that no one has an answer to. And yes, VLCT is working hard, but they have unfortunately no concrete advice at the moment, and they are working very heavily with our state legislature and with the governor to try and figure out some form of financial assistance for communities, since we really don't know what's going to happen. And some towns are making immediate cuts effective now. Some towns are making cuts effective July 1st with the new fiscal year, even though they don't really know what's going to happen because taxes aren't collected till October.
Well, and so are there examples of, or any talk anywhere about the notions of any softness around the dates for taxes being paid or fines? Or is everyone going to get, who can't pay because of COVID, are they going to get slapped with an interest payment that's binding? Isn't there? I hope there's some talk at the state level about that. So
the interest level for local, the interest payment for local taxes is up to, if I remember correctly from what Penny told me, that the interest payment only is up to the select board as to whether or not the select board wishes to waive the interest payment on delinquent taxes. As our delinquent tax collector, I would personally prefer to defer to her and have, whether she writes a memo to the select board or how she communicates or joins a select board meeting. She's the expert in this topic, and I think she would be able to better speak to it.
There is some state guidance. I sent it to Penny as the treasurer, and I'll send it to all of us. It came out from VLCT about where the state at the present time is thinking about interest rates and so forth on delinquent taxes. So I will, I'll send that out tomorrow morning. I found it very informative, and so much so that I thought that Penny should be looking at it. One thing that we could do is, I think maybe that could guide us, is that Peter did do that what was it, 4 percentages?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was 4 percentages, and maybe we could use that as a guide and look at the budget and see, and hypothetically come out with whether we're at 15%, okay, then we're going to go here and there to make that 15%, and then to the next one was 25%. And so for each of those percentages, we could identify in the budget where the cuts would come from and add them up. I think that might be a very practicable way of moving.
Yeah, like if we had to cut 10%, these are the places we would go for that. If we need to go 20, these are the places so we could prioritize our cuts.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Something like that?
But we won't know the cuts until October, correct?
Right, but we would
the
be doing
percentages
this.
we lost.
Yeah, that's correct. But we could start making decisions about where we're going to turn first when we have to make those cuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
And something that's very interesting is the unknown of how people are going to be moving to work. You know, I'm thinking about the highway budget and wear and tear on our roads and the need to get out to a job, school, you know, or other forms of work first thing in the morning. And I wonder whether there's going to be a difference in the way that our constituents, our people are going to be living, which might affect highway use, you know, road.
Yeah. So if I could summarize where I think we've got to here is that Peter and Sheila are meeting to come up with a series of questions, framing questions for from the Finance Advisory Committee to the Select Board. The Select Board will take those questions and study them, and then we will have at least one special meeting, it probably is going to be two, to come up with a hypothetical scenario where we would make those cuts using the 4 percentages that Peter established that might possibly happen in with the impact of COVID to our budget because of lost revenues. Does that sound like where we've been?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, Peter, we'll look forward to getting that kind of guiding document from you and Sheila.
Yes, indeed.
And perhaps
I would also, if you haven't already done so, what I did was I went to the budget and looked at each line item and said, oh, if it's necessary, we could cut there. And so I have a list in my notebook of where I think possible cuts could be made. And I urge you all to do that too, which will keep you informed. The budget is on our Google Docs, is in the Google Docs.
Okay.
Okay, did anybody want to further say something? Okay, then on to Peter's update.
Richard, I was just going to offer that perhaps a couple of us could safely meet at social distance and have individual, twosome study groups to just go through, let's say, your list and my list and try to come to our group meeting with fewer variables.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. I have a big lawn, so if people would like to do that, we can meet on my lawn and compare lists.
Remember,
I'll put out an invitation.
just remember, if more than two of you,
Oh, wait a minute, though, but we have to be careful of the meeting laws.
open meeting law, yes. So if more than two of you meet at Richard's house, it has to be a meeting that is open to the public.
Oh, well, maybe just two of us. I'll meet with you at my house veranda.
Okay.
Okay?
And maybe,
and I'm happy to go to anybody's house who invites me.
Likewise.
You're muted, Zon. Zon, you're muted.
Maybe Richard, Veranda should meet with Richard, then somebody should meet with Veranda, then somebody should meet with that person. Just chainmail it and then reduce it that way.
Yeah, right.
Be careful
think
because that has been viewed as a violation of open meeting law previously in other towns.
Oy vey.
Oh, you mean the chain?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, on to Peter, your update on COVID-19.
Yep, I'll try and make this brief as I have been doing. So, sounds like we're getting feedback from somebody, possibly Michael. Thank you. So as everyone now knows, just over a week ago, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of June. On a positive note, Vermont currently no longer has anyone in the ICU with a case of COVID-19. And at the moment, Vermont has the lowest total case numbers in the country. So it's very positive for us, particularly in light of the fact that several of our neighboring states are seeing increases in their caseloads. Governor Scott has also been pushing for a minimum of 1,000 new tests per day. And for the past several days, the state has been exceeding 1,000 tests per day. And with this increased level of testing, people residents of Vermont that are symptom-free can go and get tested. Obviously, you have to go through your primary care provider, but you can get tested. Last week, Governor Scott also allowed the opening of parks, beaches, and other similar outdoor type recreation areas as long as people follow social distancing guidelines. There is also some very limited reopening of municipal buildings with quite a number of caveats, which I shared with the select board and town staff. Towns are also permitted to pass emergency measures which require the use of face masks in all buildings and businesses in town. Burlington and Brattleboro have already passed such emergency measures. And many other towns are in the process of passing similar regulations. And last but not least, on one of my EMD calls, conference calls last week, Senator Leahy joined us and he spoke briefly about work that he has been doing in the Senate to craft a financial care package, as he worded it, to assist municipalities and counties across the United States. And so it has passed one of the houses in the legislature and is currently before the Senate, in which there are some heated discussions happening. But he's very proud of the work that's been done on that, and as he noted, it's been across the aisle, and he's hoping that there are enough people that can support it to help municipalities across the country work through this pandemic at a financial level.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any comments or questions for Peter? It was a good summary. Okay, on to the warrants.
Okay, so I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week 5/17/20 for $6,647.63. Payroll week 5/24/20 for $6,131.42. Expense warrant 2022 for the sum of $19,790.77, and expense warrant FW22 for the sum of $131.50, for a total of $32,701.32. The greatest expenses being once again gravel and insurance.
Do I have a second? Zahn seconds that. Is there any discussion? I'll take the roll then. Veranda?
Aye.
Aye.
Zahn? Rusty?
Aye.
Aye.
Michael? Richard? Aye. So the warrants will be paid. Thank you very much. Any communications this week, Peter?
None. Oh, sorry, none.
Okay. Actions taken. Do you want to handle that?
Yep, actions taken during this meeting was the select board approved joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. The select board appointed Zahn as the CUD representative and Michael as the alternative. The select board approved the deadline extension on the grand list. The select board adopted the amended dog ordinance, and actions to be taken is Peter to advertise the role of dog officer on various sources, the website, etc. And Peter to contact adjacent communities about the possibility of a joint dog officer role across communities.
Good. I'd like to insert different actions taken for every one of our meetings, which is to look at the minutes of the previous meeting and what those actions were that we had said should be taken, to see whether those actions have been taken.
And Richard, that's already on this list and I have them in front of me.
Okay, so I have Peter to speak with Dan about Alan's extra hours.
Which I did, and that's why Dan was going to speak with Richard about that topic, as you are his direct supervisor.
Right. And then the second one is Peter to draft a letter of support for BGCC and share it with Richard prior to sending it.
And that was also done.
Okay, Michael, Richard, and Peter to review final details of amended dog ordinance.
Also done.
Yep. Peter to share a draft letter to dog owner with select board.
Also done.
RFP for Tater Lane Covered Project.
Also done.
And Richard to discuss potential budget cuts with Penny, which I did do.
And all those items
one question. Sorry, go ahead.
So I just wanted you to clarify what I was doing there, because I was.
My question? Sorry. The joining the CUD form for that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Form we need to process through, I think, and submit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Michael.
Can we add that as an action item?
Oh,
yes, I'm doing so.
Yes. So, Peter, we need to forward a copy of our minutes.
Yes.
To the CUD and fill out this other form.
Yep.
Those two things.
Okay, well, I just wanted to go back where I was at when I was giving that list. Those were the actions that we wanted to be taken in our previous meeting, and I'm just wanting to go over those at every meeting so that we know that, so we can check them off.
Which we have been doing, Richard. I've been reading those out at the end of each meeting.
Okay, good, excellent. So now I think our next is, if I'm not mistaken, is there a motion to adjourn? Rusty, thank you. Do I have a second?
Aye.
I have Michael as a second.
Okay, is there any discussion? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
You might want to take a vote, Richard.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Yeah. All those in favor, Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty? And Michael?
Aye.
And Richard? Aye. So that we move that unanimously. Thank you very much. We're so adjourned.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Peter.
Great. I wanted to welcome folks out in YouTube world who are watching the House Energy and Technology Committee this morning. We've got 3 segments to our discussion this morning. The first part of our segment, we're going to start out in the education world. Then we're going to move into some discussion on telehealth. And then we have another representative joining us this morning from the Government Operations Committee that's going to give us an overview of a bill that they're working on that to some extent intersects with our world. But our first topic is with regard to remote learning and connectivity challenges that are going on around the state. We have 2 witnesses and a third guest as well. I want to acknowledge Representative Webb, who's the chair of the House Education Committee, who's going to listen in and is welcome to participate as well. Kate, if you have a question or want to chime in, please do. We also have from the Agency of Education, Jess, and I apologize, I don't want to butcher your last name, but so I'll let you introduce yourself, but thank you for joining us, and I'm going to ask you to speak first. And then we also have Jay Nichols, who's the Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association. And just to give 30 seconds of introduction as to why we're digging into this topic this morning. As we talked about in a hearing we had on Friday, the state of Vermont has a significant amount of federal dollars at our disposal to deal with the various crises that have developed in our state as a result of the COVID-19 emergency. One of them is issues around connectivity. And what we're finding is that you know, the connectivity crisis, which existed long before COVID-19 found its way to Vermont, you know, those issues have been exacerbated in terms of remote learning, in terms of vulnerable populations who need access to telehealth, in terms of state workers and other workers trying to work from home, trying to work remotely. And one of the goals of this committee is to try and identify with some specificity where those people are, where those students are, where those patients are, where those workers are, to use some of this federal money as directly as possible to overcome some of those connectivity issues so that students can learn remotely, so that workers can work from home, so that people can access telehealth at home. So again, Jess and Jay, I wanted to welcome you and Kate as well. Thanks for joining us this morning. And Jess, I'm going to hand it over to you. So thank you for being here and welcome.
Sure, thank you. My name is Jess DeCarolis. I'm a Division Director of Student Pathways at the Agency of Education, which as a name probably doesn't mean a whole lot, but I oversee 6 programs that oversee proficiency-based learning, personalized learning, flexible pathways, career technical education, education technology, summer and after school programs, and adult education. And we were also tapped to lead the continuity of learning efforts at the agency. So I'm currently overseeing 4 sprint teams that are cross-agency teams that are working on the remote learning efforts and the pivot to preparing and planning for a healthy, strong start next year. So if I'm a little bit intimidated because I probably sort of trend to magical thinking when it comes to technology. I like to brainstorm and think big and then hope that other people have the expertise to make it happen. But if I'm understanding correctly, I think that there were some specific questions or concerns about, what was the coordinated effort, I believe, between PSD and the Agency of Education. Do I have that correct? That there's a desire to hear a little bit more about that effort to map the 911.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I think at a high level, there's very, very strong interest in as granular a data as we can get on where specific households are, where students are impaired from remote learning. And I know that the Agency of Education has looked at that issue in 2 forms, and maybe it's more than that. One is maybe a student lives in a household that household could have access to the internet, but because of financial challenges, that family doesn't have the hardware or doesn't have the ability to subscribe to an internet service. And then there's another type of situation, which I would say this committee is probably more focused on, which is a household that, regardless of financial resources, is not able to sufficiently connect to the internet in a way that would allow them to remote learn without the family getting into the car and driving down to town and sitting outside the library in the evening to try and access lessons plans or whatnot. So we're really after trying to connect with or collect individual addresses, and I know the Department of Public Service also is interested in that. We're interested in hearing how that data collection is going, what the plan is, what the process is, what the challenges are there, but we can't get that data soon enough from where I sit.
Absolutely. And I think the challenge with how we're having to respond to COVID-19 is that we've had some intractable problems for a long time that we've never really solved. And now there's a sense of urgency. And so how do we, sort of resolve that conflict of the right now, understanding that the solutions probably take a little bit of time. I will say that starting probably April 3rd, we were working with the Department of Public Service to take our annual tech survey data, in which we collect information every year from schools to get a sense about the devices that they have, whether they're one-to-one schools, various platforms that they use, et cetera. And that raw data was really helpful in trying to help the Department of Public Service fill in some gaps, particularly because we were having trouble getting up-to-date information about tech coordinators, about that Wi-Fi at the schools, whether it reached the parking lot, et cetera. That was a sort of initial effort, which was, I think, a right now, how can we cobble together a solution that is not the ideal solution, it's not the permanent solution, but could support families and students in the right now. We then released their broadband access survey on April 6th, and then we released it again on April 9th and again on May 1st. I will say to date, we've only had 10 SUs complete that survey. So I think what we're doing now, and my colleague, Wendy Geller, who is the division director of our data and assessment division, has been working with them to sort of figure out a deployment method that would be that matching of the 911 addresses, which they have been able to identify, I think about 30,000 families or homes in the state. And then how best to solve the problem right now. And what I think has been determined is, because we don't collect street address level information for students for various reasons that would be important. We collect town information, which we did provide earlier in April, where we could organize the number of students per town code. And we shared that with the Department of Public Service to see if that might also assist in sort of narrowing down where we might want to be strategic and narrow our focus. I think what we're working on right now, and there was just a communication between Wendy and her colleagues over at the Department of Public Service, is to get some copy and to have another release in which we are trying to drive people back to that survey. It's the fastest way to get up-to-date current information. I mean, I think when we think about collecting information from schools at the student level, one, it would be really slow to try to match through the student information systems and the SLDS. We just wouldn't get the information as quickly as we'd want to. I think the other piece is that people move. So it's much better to have student information at the town level versus that street address level, because you would just put a load on a data collection system that would be unnecessary. So I think that the current state is we've got some updates that they've worked on together, both Wendy's data division and public service. We're waiting to get copy, which will go to our communications team to send that back out to superintendents, et cetera, to try to get that information and drive people back to that survey.
And I'm just curious, Jess, what is the format of that survey? Is it as simple as kind of paper form that is going from superintendents down to schools and ultimately teachers, looking for a list of their students who are being challenged in this remote learning environment for connectivity reasons.
Yeah.
I just want to understand precisely what is being asked for.
Yeah, and I'll just have the caveat that I might need to return to you to get specific because I haven't been developing this survey, but my understanding is that there's multiple routes to get the information because obviously you don't want to have just an online survey for people who can't get online.
Exactly.
But I think that they are trying to encourage schools assisting with families completing the information so that families are sharing that level of information. I think they're trying to get at both, you know, the no connectivity, the low connectivity, but also some of the issues that you've addressed, which is it's not just a matter of like, do you or don't you? It's not binary, that there's a level of information that they need to know so that they could prioritize and make sure that they're targeting the resources the way that they need to be targeted. So I think we're really trying to get the families directly to complete the information and use the schools. And it's great to see my colleague Jay, you know, on the call because, you know, partnerships and organizations like VPA are really instrumental in helping to facilitate that. And we do know that at the building level, they tend to have a better understanding about those families. We've seen that even in our continuity of learning plan reviews. Schools have been really responsive in both immediately deploying their one-to-one devices to home, setting up support systems, so call centers, so that tech coordinators can solve technology problems for the home, so families can call immediately, as well as we've used our annual tech survey data to deploy devices that have been donated by IBM or Global Foundry. So I know VPA and VSA have been instrumental in helping us to make those connections, but I think we really do want the families to complete this information.
Yeah. So I've got a small handful of hands up in the queue. So I'm going to invite some members of the committee to chime in with questions in just a second. I just want to be clear on, because it sounds like there has been, I'll call it a crescendo of work that has kind of taken place over the last month or so, where you started out with, you know, kind of your tech survey in early April, but that moved to more of a collection of broadband survey data through April and early May. Right now, it looks like you're going to launch another survey to superintendents at kind of the SU level to take another shot at collecting data from SUs. The original survey, you'd only gotten data from 5 SUs, was it?
10 SUs.
10 SUs, excuse me. And so I just want to get a sense for the survey that is in the process of going out now. Is one intended to collect specific address information? And it would ultimately be filled out by families, not teachers or principals. It would be filled out by families.
But they're also encouraging teachers to fill out, because we know that teachers also are struggling with, you know, if teachers can't teach online, that breaks down the system as well. Yeah.
Right. And that was, I just wanted to make sure that got into the discussion, that this isn't only about students. There are teachers out there who are being challenged in terms of their ability to teach because of their connectivity challenges.
I experienced it myself.
Yeah. So, and then I guess the final question before I turn it over to some members in the committee is, what is your expectation in terms of timing? We're getting pretty close to the end of the school year, and I just want to get a sense as to when that, you know, when that expectation is that survey will be returned to you.
So the expectation of return is not, the survey exists. So we're just waiting on the copy so we can send out another blast. And I think, you know, coordinating with folks like Jay or Jeff at the VSA to help encourage folks to get that out to their teachers, get that out to their families is going to be instrumental. I will just say, you know, when this first went out, we understand that people were really pivoting, right? So it was early on, and there's so much to contend with. It was getting food to kids, making sure that special ed services were continuing, then having to stand up continuity of learning plans in time. Right now they're, I'm sure, focused on graduation ceremonies, planning for summer, thinking about standing up your summer programs, the complexities of childcare and the fact that people want to leverage schools for that, and you've got all these cleaning regimens. So in the universe of things, I don't think it's a matter of people don't think this is important. I think that this is one of probably the biggest, human and social justice issues that we need to remediate permanently, including infrastructure as well as devices. But I think it's one of those things in which, where do people have the capacity to focus in a world of 1,000 urgent priorities, what rises to the top? So I think now people might be in a space in which they might have that bandwidth to sort of focus on this, knowing that we really want to prepare for a healthy, strong start next year in whatever permutation it takes. And it is not just going to be everybody goes back to school. We know that there's just all these contingencies to plan for. So I think now is the time to say, how can we really do this work so that we're positioned well for the coming year?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that was a real good encapsulation of the challenge that everyone has tried to work through. And I'm going to call on 3 members of our committee right now who've got their hands up. First, Representative Campbell, then Representative Chestnut Tangerman, and let's go from there. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you. Yes, hi. Just thank you for this. I was wondering also what the nature of the survey is that you're talking about. We had the Public Service Department at our last hearing or last meeting, and they described a survey on an interactive map on the Public Service Department website that the individuals have to go and find their house on the map, and then click on their house, and up pops a window that asks a few questions, and so that has to be done house by house, and that's that's kind of tedious for a list of addresses, and also it requires the individuals living in the house to do that, or call the Public Service Department, whatever they call it, the hotline, to give them that data sort of in person, over the phone. So I guess I'm wondering how your survey aligns with that, or maybe you're talking about the same survey.
Yeah, I would clarify. We're talking about the same survey because Public Service has constructed, and it's a survey that we've deployed 3 times already. Okay. But I think you're right. I mean, I don't know how to resolve that tension of it takes time and effort.
Yeah. So I mean, it's house by house.
Right. I mean, if we want to have house by house granular data, we kind of have to go house by house. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that part.
Great.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. Jess, thank you for coming in today, zooming in today. I want to go, you said that the data is aggregated by town rather than by address, specific address?
At the agency, the lowest sort of level, the most granular level when it comes to students is at the town level. We don't collect student addresses. It's just not something we've needed to collect. That's maintained at the local level, but we can organize data as to number of students within a town boundary.
And I guess my question there is, so my town, which has school choice, has students who go to, I think, 7 different schools. Is that information at the agency aggregated, collected by town, or is that each belong to, aggregated to its district? Or is it by zip code? I mean, there are so many ways to do it. One of my towns it's 600 people. They have 3 zip codes.
Mm-hmm. So this is where you would probably really be wishing that Wendy Geller was sitting in front of you, who is sort of responsible for this. But and I might have to stand corrected, so I'm just putting that caveat out there, is I believe that what they're trying to do is organize, they sent information that was number of students organized under town, organized under SU, SD. But there are different org codes, and to the degree in which we map to where someone's living versus where someone's going to school. I think that if someone is in a choice town, right, if they're in a tuitioning town, there would still be the responsibility of the SU to be thinking about, well, this is where they live. So of course we want to go to the home address wherever someone is going to school, which is also the beauty of remote learning, which is I'm here, but I could be meeting with someone somewhere else, and I would want the service to come to my home, not to, where I meet, work, or go to school.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And I guess my other thing, it's a comment for the committee to think about. And I'm just wondering about the most efficient means of collecting data. I mean, we have the DPS website, the E911 service to presumably every address in Vermont. So we know theoretically the speeds to each address. In Middletown Springs, which has VTEL fiber to 99.9% of the households. If somebody doesn't have connectivity, it's not a connectivity issue, it's a cost issue. And if we can somehow utilize that data that we already know, rather than starting at scratch with surveys, it just seems like we could leapfrog somewhat. Don't know who or how does that, but just thinking about what resources we already have collected. And now I'll mute myself again. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Robin. Laura, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly. So the agency could give us information about how many students are in every town in the state. How many students live in every town in the state?
Yeah, my understanding is that based on information that comes up through the SLDS and from the schools, that we maintain town counts. But again, I would defer to Wendy Geller for the sort of complexity of how they collect that information and organize it. But that was information that we did share with public service.
You shared that information with public service?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know if it was pre-K through 12th grade, if it was, do you know if we have that information for college students?
I don't believe we would have that information for college students, but I do believe it was pre-K to 12.
Okay, and so is that information that you could provide to us as well as DPS?
I would refer that question to Wendy and whatever protocols they go through.
And so is that something you can follow up with Wendy on?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying I'll refer that to Wendy. Yeah. And you might want to speak with her,
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jess. I want to bring Jay into the conversation now. And Jess, hope you can stick around because we may come back to you. But Jay, I want to thank you for joining us, representing the Vermont Principals Association. And you and I had talked maybe a week ago about kind of the perspective from folks a little closer to the student level, and how this how principals around the state are seeing this affect student learning, but also from this committee's perspective, what might be the most efficient way to kind of collect this data and get at this information. So, but anyway, thank you for joining us.
Thanks. Glad to be here. For the record, Jay Nichols, Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association. I would like to start, Tim, by saying that you did not tell me that Kate was going to be here. So the last few times I've been in front of her committee, I've been wearing like VPA logo clothes. I didn't dress up or anything. So now she's going to think that I value you more than her. So I got damage control to do. So just want to start with that. Thanks. Putting me on the spot. So I'll just make a few points and then take any questions. I don't disagree with anything that Jess said. I think you probably heard most of this, but I'll take 5 minutes just to share. I think we're at the point now, in my opinion, in the state of Vermont, where broadband and cell service both need to become a fundamental Vermont right. The pandemic has shined a light on inequities in our system that have always been there, and it actually has also increased inequities. So students that heretofore could rely on the school in person to give them extra support they need now no longer have that. And they may have the connectivity issues at home that makes it even harder for them. Having reliable high-speed broadband everywhere in Vermont, I think would be great for everybody. It'd be an economic investment for our state. I think many people would move here. In case you don't realize it, we have a student numbers problem as well. We're, if not the oldest state, I think the next census we maybe come out to be the oldest state. Maybe Maine will still be older than us. We went from 125,000 kids to 88,000 kids in school. And I'm counting the preschool in our favor. If we didn't count the preschool kids, then we're probably around 81,000. So we've lost a lot of kids since 1997. I think that having broadband would allow more people to come here to work. And I know you and I talked about that some. Students without broadband are at a distinct disadvantage regardless of whether school's in session or not. That's another point I want to make. Just having broadband, having the ability to go online and interact with other students, to check for resources, to follow through on something that your teacher said or demonstrated in class, that's something that a child without good access to broadband doesn't have the opportunity to do. I actually think the problem is probably bigger than we think it is. I know there are plenty of people that will say they have internet, but the reliability of the internet is not very good. I'm in my office in Montpelier right now because my internet at home, which is supposedly the best I can get where I live, is not great. And my grandson's doing schoolwork. If he's doing schoolwork the same time that I am, one of us is probably going to get bumped off. So that's an issue I think many families have, especially as we look at more and more people working remotely, if they have jobs that allow for that. I also think I want to mention, and I know you've talked about this, I think using the CARES COVID-19 federal relief funds towards broadband project, the way that you've talked about, I think that's absolutely the way to go. I think that would be a great investment, using funds in a way that would have pay dividends over the future for the state of Vermont. I think it'd be an investment for students, families, and ultimately all Vermonters. And I did want to mention, Jess talked about this, many teachers and staff had connectivity problems of their own. I mentioned me driving to the office. Jeff Fannin, the executive director of the Vermont NEA, he's driving to Montpelier in his office because he's got 2 college kids that are doing stuff online. He can't get online. So it's a problem for him in Calais, Vermont, problem for me in Berkshire, Vermont. And I think in most of our rural communities, there are plenty of people, we talk about the last mile. I think it's a lot more than the last mile. I think if we say people have internet, therefore they're all set, that's not really the issue. It's having reliable, high-speed internet so they can actually work remotely in a way that they can work and learn remotely in a way that's effective. In terms of getting the information, Jess talked about the survey. I'm fine with that. I do think it needs to be directed. I think it needs to be, you must do this. Here's a deadline. Here's why we need to do this. And the last thing I'll say is, somebody mentioned, I can't remember, I think it was Bratt Campbell mentioned the idea of some people having internet, but availability, but not being able to pay for it. I think we need to try to find a way to bridge that gap too. If it's children, if it's people that are very low income, I still think they need it and should have access to it. It improves their quality of life. It certainly improves their children's learning. It gives them more opportunity for jobs and stuff working remotely. Maybe it's tied to people's property taxes, as crazy as that might sound, or their rent, where you own this land and you're paying $40 a month for rent connectivity. That's part of your property tax. That's just a thought. Something like that, so we understand that everybody's got to have this and we find a way to do it. And that's all I wanted to share with you, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. We do have 2 questions in the queue right now, 2 hands up. First, Representative Sibilia, and then Representative Higley.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying this morning. And I appreciate your enthusiasm for getting this done and definitely share that. My question for you is just in terms of specifically figuring out kids, where are the kids that that we want to that we need to prioritize in this situation. So do you have any specific suggestions about how we should go about quickly getting some sense of where these kids are living?
again, I think Jess touched on this. I think you have to direct superintendents that this data needs to be done by such and such a time. Be very clear what the data is you're looking for. I know as a principal, even when I was in South Burlington as a principal, the biggest middle school in the state, we had access to where students lived. And if we talked to our teachers, obviously we weren't going through a pandemic like this. But if I talked to a 7th grade teacher and to the secretary, and 7th grade teacher could say, hey, Joey and Freddie and Susie and Barbara in my class are not able to access stuff online. They're really having a tough time. The secretary could see those addresses and put it into a spreadsheet, and it could be sent out. Schools can do this. It may be harder now, especially if you don't have an admin assistant that's in the building and many of your records might be kept in paper files. Most people now have, I'm forgetting the name, PowerSchool. And so they should have a student data management system that would allow them to look at the emails, put it right into a survey or into some type of document created by the state so that could be easily shared. And it may not be perfect as students do move around, but I think we could come pretty close to giving you some really good ideas on where some of the bad spots are.
So if I might follow up, Mr. Chair. So specifically, what do you think are the biggest challenges a school district would face in getting that data? And so I've heard you talk about potentially a human resource issue. I am starting to really believe that we can't count on families to do this, particularly if they're not connected. And so what do you think the district itself, their challenges, top 2 or 3 challenges to getting this information to us quickly would be?
Number 1 would be human resources. If you have a system where you're in a small elementary school and maybe you don't have a secretary that's able to come in, maybe he or she's working from home and they don't have the access to the data management system, or maybe the only person who really has access to it is the principal, and principals are swamped right now. They're making sure that food is going out. They're planning for next year. They're assigning students to classes for next year. They're meeting with their faculty. I think it's the human resource question. I think like everything else in Vermont school districts, each system's in a different place. Some will be able to get this information quite quickly. Others it will be a struggle for. And some places, central offices will be a great help. They'll have all the data and they can just see from the teachers, okay, it's these 3 kids in 1st grade at the Brighton school. It's these 4 kids in 2nd grade at, this school. So I don't have a set answer, but I think the human resource issue will be the biggest thing.
And do you think that there is anything that we could do that could help alleviate that? So, when I'm thinking about not being able to get into the buildings, or, you don't have I have a number of very small schools, you don't have an admin assistant or something like that. Do you think that there's anything specifically that the state could do to help with that human resources issue?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I think that schools could do this. They just might need a little bit of time, and they need to realize why it's a priority, that the whole goal behind this is to make sure that all kids, and hopefully by extension, most of the state of Vermont, will have the broadband capacity that we need going forward. If principals realize that, it's got to start with the superintendents. They're the boss, they're the leaders of the institutions. If the superintendents say this needs to get done, principals and staff will get it done as long as there's a mechanism that allows them to get it done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Representative Higley and then Representative Chestnut Tangerman after that.
I want to thank you, Jay, for coming in this morning and speaking. You had talked about how you believe that this CARES Act money is good for this broadband build out. I'm sure we all agree as well, but we've asked that question of June Tierney and other folks, and that's one of the big problems in my mind is we don't really know how much money we're going to be allowed to use out of that first round anyway. Maybe combining it with telemedicine as well as education would be helpful, but that's part of our problem as well. How much money is available? So that's a conundrum for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a magic answer for that. I know my understanding of the original package, which we've asked for flexibility on in several ways and been denied in several ways, is that if we can tie it to specifically the COVID-19 pandemic, then we can use it. That's my understanding. So I would hypothesize that on the West Berkshire Road, for example, where I live next to the Canadian border, if there was a family on the end of that road that needed, fiber, I mean, I am no tech expert, by the way, but needed some type of access, and it had to be provided to that family, and it benefited other families on the way through, I think that's the way to try to approach this from my perspective.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
Robin, go ahead.
Thank you. Jay, I want to go back to what you said about teachers know which students of theirs don't have broadband. That's those who consistently have not been able to complete assignments, find resources, whatever. And I guess I'm going back to the questioning our efficiency of a survey and how it's implemented. And I'm not trying to be critical. I'm saying that I think we have a lot of the information either already or in easy to get ways, like teachers, rather than having trying to get each household in a school district to complete a survey. We know generally underserved areas of the state, teachers will know specifically which students of theirs are consistently demonstrating this problem. And those, I mean, that's basically what we're looking for right there. And so I think we have much of the information we need, or can get it quickly without trying to get every household with students to complete a survey before we determine where and how to go forward. And Jess, I see you have a response to that.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I just wanted to add that I think that is the strategy. I think what I've just seen some copy about what will be released, and so with the underserved areas, they've broken it out under SUSD to make it easier for schools to organize this information, communicate to those families into separate spreadsheets. So I think there is an effort to try to target based on those 4 tiers of concern about, speed, no, low broadband access. So I think there is an effort to really target to those 30,000 homes and try to do that crosswalk, as opposed to sort of a census collection where we're knocking on every door trying to get them to complete that information. And I don't know if that answers your question, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
But to be clear, Jess, what I heard Representative Chestnut Tangerman kind of getting at, and I've got a similar interest, which is this data most effectively gathered from teachers ultimately, as opposed to, as you know, in your parlance, kind of knocking on every door? And I would think it is best collected from teachers.
I would only say that I think if we were not in the situation that we're in, I think that would be true. I think that there could be a means. I think there's also, schools, and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I am at a further distance, I think, from the day-to-day operations of school. But when I was teaching and working in schools, at the start of the school year, you send a lot of communications home, and you get a lot of permissions around, being able to use images, field trips, you get health information. Families and guardians are expected to complete that information. And there could be an easy way in which you could ask a set of questions about internet and broadband access, in which that could be completed as part of that introductory package. But I think right now, we as a state, I think have probably gone through a collective trauma. You've got a lot of folks who have been in a sustained sprint for a very long time, contending with issues that they normally, job loss, illness. I've a few occasions joked about Operation Stayed Married when both my husband and I are working in the same space. And I think that to put this on top of teachers who have pivoted in many respects in their practice, to address the social emotional needs of students, to have to quickly adjust, engage in new professional learning, all sorts of things. I'm not sure if it would be faster, but I agree that in a different time, it would be the most immediate collection. But I do think that we can scramble to try to crosswalk this information and get this information as quickly as possible. And I think to Jay's point, by identifying deadlines, cold calling, which we were doing actually in the beginning of April when we were trying to get updated information from tech directors and superintendents. So I think that the strategy that's been outlined is a good strategy for us to proceed on with that sense of urgency without necessarily pushing it down onto teachers. I mean, that would just be my assessment from the perspective I've been sitting in.
No, that's helpful. You ask legislators for an opinion, and you'll get you get 180 different ways of doing something, and kind of firm conviction that that way is the best way to do it. So I really appreciate that perspective. That's helpful. And I will also acknowledge that whatever committee in the legislature you go before, the urgency and the crisis that committee is dealing with is the most important thing. And where we are, we're dealing with one slice of our school system probably reflects everything that's going on in our society today, from job insecurity to food insecurity to mental health challenges to physical health challenges. So I appreciate your perspective on that. Two more hands up, and I think these questions are for Jay, but Representative Campbell and then Representative Yantachka.
Tim, can I make one quick comment?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Rob.
Following up on that, I appreciate that perspective, Jess. I'm just wondering if it is, and certainly, Tim, what you said about whatever issue we're discussing is the most important one facing the state right now, always. But I'm just thinking, so right now, I would think front and center on teachers' plates as they are trying to work remotely with all of their students is who does and doesn't have this. This is what they are facing every day, trying to connect with students who don't have this. And it's not, in that way, it's not an extra burden. It's what they are confronted with every day, and it's a step towards resolving that problem. That's all. Thank you.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay. So here's my solution to the problem. First of all, is email addresses something that the schools would collect also if people have email addresses? The parents? I guess I'm asking that of Jess and Jay.
Yeah, almost, excuse me, almost every school would have email addresses in today's world.
Yeah.
All my schools do when I left the superintendent 3 years ago. There may be parts of the state that don't collect it, but typically they would. But remember, a parent could opt out of that.
Right, sure. So what I'm wondering is the way to do this survey. So the Public Service Department has set up the survey. They need granular data, house by house. And they need two things. They need not only is it available, but is it affordable? Can the household afford it? So, I mean, that's the other issue with what Robin was suggesting about using data that we already have. We don't know whether people who have access to broadband are still accessing it because they can't afford it. So what I'm wondering is why don't we send this survey, which only has a few questions, I put it in the chat, to everybody by email, and people who don't have email, we call them. Somebody's got to call them. That's a human resources problem, I understand, but that's going to be the most efficient way to collect this information. And actually, we also need it of teachers, not only of students, right? So anyway, I've just solved the problem for you.
Thanks, Scott. Representative Yantachka, Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah, actually, more of a comment. I know it's going to take a long time to solve this problem, and whether I'm pretty sure we aren't going to be able to do it by the end of the summer and be ready for the fall semester. But in the near term, I'm sure we've got summer schools, summer programs for kids who need remedial help. And the question is, what do we do in the near term to get them access? And I'm wondering if the agency, the Department of Education or superintendents or whatever could partner with libraries or other places that do have access to maybe set up outdoor, indoor, sheltered workspaces that students can come to during the summer in order to get access that they may not have at home.
So we do actually, in the state, we have a pretty robust summer and after school programs. Housed at the Agency of Education are what are called 21st Century Community Learning Centers. Now I think it's the Nita M. Lowry Centers. This is a federal program. So we serve about 14,000 students in that through that federal program. Many of those programs are also dually licensed with CDD. We know that all centers are going to have to contend with the issue of following and adhering to the safety and health standards that have been put out by the Vermont Department of Health, and there's a level of complexity about that. Early on, we identified that just even, March 18th, we identified that we were going to be contending with an issue about online and blended learning, not only because of internet access issues, but just what's developmentally appropriate, which is why we partnered with PBS, and we went from 1 to 3 channels. We, through assistance with our partners at Public Service Department, we actually negotiated with Dish Network to carry those channels, 2 of the channels, which they historically had not. And we've had an internal sprint team at the Agency of Education that every week publishes in advance the week schedule of programming for students and to teachers, and then provides supplemental information to design lessons around that programming, which is actually aligned to national and state standards. So we've been pushing for both families and teachers, and we've had a huge uptick in creating accounts on their learning management system, so that literally we figured if you don't have predictable, reliable, or any internet access, you likely might have a TV, and that through TV we could deliver learning through those media. We then have subsequently partnered with VPR. So every Friday, the But Why podcast, again, we're creating supplemental information. And currently we're meeting with PBS to develop a sustainability plan where we're going to target programming directed to families and parents and students to provide at least some summer programming in case students cannot go to physical spaces because we can't assure that we would meet those safety requirements around social distancing, hygiene, cleaning and sanitation protocols. Additionally, we have already been working with the libraries. So we know that libraries have expanded their Wi-Fi access. You'll drive by and you'll see the sandwich board that says, this is free, you can drive up. And we know that early on, in April 3rd, that first initiative was about mapping and expanding the Wi-Fi access the public Wi-Fi access at schools to extend beyond into the parking lot and beyond so that families could be accessing programming. So that's in flight, but again, there's a calculus here in which you want to ensure that you can serve the needs of students while also making sure that we don't exacerbate a health crisis.
Very well, thank you.
So thank you for that. As we've gone through this discussion, a great irony has occurred to me, which is, one of the things I think this committee is focused on is how can we get the best data to help make the best decisions to direct some of this federal stimulus money to solve a big inequity that we see in our society and our education system, and doing that in concert with the Agency of Education and the Department of Public Service. And almost the tertiary inequity that we would see as part of this is the best data that we're going to get is going to allow us to make the best decisions that we can, but it's going to be incomplete data, which is why I want to really encourage people who are out there listening who might be interested in collecting this data, as well as Jess, you and Jay, and I really want to thank you for joining us today, that the more data that we can gather, and the better that data is, the better shot we're going to have of directing this money, if we can in fact do that, to have the best effect in terms of overcoming this equity. So appreciate the work that you're doing on this, and thanks for joining us today. We're going to turn to a different vulnerable population now, and I don't have the folks on my screen right now, but I know that Catherine and Hillary and David, I think, are joining us. So good to see you. And Jess and Jay, you're welcome to stick around or not, but thank you for joining us.
No, I really appreciate it. And I guess I just wanted to put a pitch out there too, which is—
Oh, sure, please.
You're absolutely correct. And I would say that another maybe consideration is, to what degree are we investing in the data infrastructure in our government agencies so that we can get the best data? I think there's an assumption that these things are all in place. And I think to understand that it takes manpower and it takes high quality tools and being able to attract talent in order to collect that data. So I think it's not so much of people haven't been collecting the data, but have we invested in the infrastructure so that we can have this good data to inform our decision making? So that would just be my pitch as part of that calculus and where we're investing. And I really appreciate being here and meeting you all. And anytime you have a question, would love to join you again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I wanted to introduce, and actually I'll let you introduce yourself, but we have with us today Catherine Fulton and Hillary Wolfley and David Healy, who are involved with the FPQHC telehealth work group, which in a former life, when I was on the healthcare committee, this was an area that's been very interesting to me. And I'm probably a couple of years out of date on some of the work that you're doing. So I really appreciate you joining us to, speak to some of the things that you're working on. And, you've listened into some of the conversation we've been having this morning, that this committee is very interested in data and where are people unserved or underserved in terms of their ability to access telehealth, which my sense is, has really skyrocketed in terms of use and importance in the last 2 months. So we look forward to hearing about that, and want to thank the three of you for joining us. Catherine, did you want to start? Should I hand it over to you? Okay, you might be muted.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, okay, there you are. You're good to go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, well, I can. So welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Brigland, for this opportunity to present to the full committee. And it's nice to meet you all via the screen. I think for the record, I'm Catherine Fulton, Executive Director of the Vermont Program for Quality in Healthcare. I'm joined this morning by our Associate Director, Hillary Wolfley, and one of our board members, the former principal of Stone Environmental, David Healy. So we're very happy, and I really appreciated the segue from the discussion about data. As a very data-driven organization, we're happy to be joining you. And what I'd like to do this morning is give you an overview of VPQHC, the current status of the statewide telehealth work group, and then ask Hillary to give you some more detailed information on our current response. And then we'll ask David to share his expertise and knowledge surrounding very specific data related to broadband. So just as a quick overview, and Chair Brigland, we can entertain questions throughout or have question and answer at the end, but if anyone has questions, just please sing out. And we can also have another opportunity to give you a little more detail about VPQHC, because this morning's discussion will focus strictly on the statewide telehealth work group. But the telehealth, the intent is to level set the background and development of the statewide telehealth work group, go over the details of our COVID response, and then David will talk about the broadband access map. and that we were just so excited that under our 9416 Build Back contract that was established by the state legislature back in 1994, that Build Back contract is currently supporting in our current contract the initiation of the statewide telehealth work group that early planning started just about this time last year. We had several meetings with the full work group that were conducted through the fall and early winter. Then, of course, March happened. Gasoline was poured all over the project, and we were off to the races to really provide the initial activities that were planned just kind of picked up pace. So we were focusing on the intent to support providers with an expansion and adoption of telehealth technology as an option for care delivery, to increase competency and comfort levels with the use of technology. We were focusing on what we always called kind of telehealth 101, the very basic information about learning the technology implementation, how to choose the right platform, mastering patient engagement through a screen, preparing their patients for a telehealth session, and then understanding billing, coding, and reimbursement, and all the barriers to that adoption and uptake. And then even within the practice, what workflow integration and how do you measure your success? So we started that work at a very, what I would call sane pace. And then, as I said, March happened. And what was so essential here in Vermont, that this statewide telehealth work group was actually a structure in place at the time that the COVID crisis really hit. And we were able to then take the original intent and focus on, our focus on clinical best practice, and then understanding the scope of the need, and then accelerating the learning opportunities and webinars that were provided. So what I'd like to do is maybe ask Hillary to step in, and Hillary, can you share your screen with the graphic, or I may be able to?
No, okay. I can do that.
So because this structure was already in place, we could mount an immediate response, populate our web page with resources and information. And then let me ask Hillary to go through some of the details of all the webinars that have been presented. And this graphic provides you with a snapshot in time of these current activities.
Sure. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Hillary Wolfley, Associate Director at the Vermont Program for Quality in Healthcare. So based on the discussion this morning, I kind of shifted what I'm going to highlight because you want to hear about data. And I'm happy to go over this infographic in detail should anyone have questions. It gives you a general overview of the activities that we've carried out over the past couple of months. But very quickly and most relevant to this group, I will note that through the numerous platforms that we've been engaging with providers, they have identified that the lack of connectivity and access to equipment have posed barriers to patients' engagement in telehealth services. This past month, we partnered on a survey with the Vermont Medical Society, which it distributed to all of its members. The Vermont Medical Society, for those of you that don't know, is the member organization for physicians, physician assistants, residents, and medical students across Vermont. And one of the questions that was asked was, what specific barriers do your patients experience in accessing health services? Of those that responded, 86.8% identified that the patient didn't have a smartphone or a tablet with video capability. 58.3% stated that their patients did not have reliable internet connection. 88.6% stated that the patients didn't have the ability to operate the equipment that they did have. Also 73% or 73 that responded identified wanting to opt into a program we are trying to establish in partnership with other organizations, which would get equipment in the hands of physicians that they could then give to their patients, so they could engage in telemedicine services. And you'll hear about that more from Kathy later on. But especially with the onset of the pandemic, we have seen the importance of telehealth and maintaining access to care for patients and the quality of care. And we do view telehealth as being an essential tool, not necessarily the only tool, but an essential tool for healthcare delivery system. And any efforts to address barriers associated with being able to provide telehealth services appropriately, we support those being addressed. And that includes connectivity. So again, if you have any questions about any of the specific educational opportunities we've offered to providers over the past couple of months, please feel free to reach out. But that's those are just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight about what we're hearing. So thank you. I'll pass it back to Kathy.
Okay. Thank you, Hillary. We really appreciate that great summary. And again, with the committee's focus, what might be advantageous at this time for David to discuss the broadband map that we have submitted along with other documents. There it is. Perfect. Thank you. And there actually, it will be a second page that has the supporting detail to this graphic. I'll need to combine the two pages in one single file, and then I'll resend both to you, Representative Brigland, and to Julie, so that you'll have the two-page document. But for now, I think for the purposes of the discussion, David, if you could walk us through your process and your findings and this information.
Very good. My name is David Healy, and I'm on the Board of Directors of Vermont Program for Quality in Healthcare. I'm also a GIS nut and member of the CV Fiber Communications Union District, and I spent a lot of time looking at broadband and in the state as well as in the region. And this map is just a summary of all, and I want to thank Representative Brigand for inviting us to this meeting and opportunity to talk more about the issue. And this data came from the Department of Public Service, and it just summarizes underserved and underserved. I look at the 4.1/1 megabit per second rates as underserved, in my opinion, based on using telehealth or two-way communication. So I've summarized the data by both categories, and you can see that the disparity is in, the Northeast Kingdom and some places in East Central Vermont, Franklin County. And given the pandemic and everything related to that, and trying to do something in the short term, which I think is where most of your focus is right now, and the only, fixed, fiber to the home is going to take years to roll out in all of Vermont, and it is the goal. In the meantime, there are certain things, and in talking to one fixed wireless provider, they feel that if they upgraded their technology over the next 2 or 3 months, they could reach thousands of more people who currently don't have adequate service for using or accessing telehealth services. So there's six fixed wireless providers in the state of Vermont, all of them just putting out signals that are using old technology right now and could reach a lot more people pretty quickly. And it would not cover everybody, but it would certainly cover a lot more than it covered now. So my presentation is really on making a pitch to, if there's only a limited amount of money available in a very short time, that probably in terms of bang for the buck would help quite a few people. The longer term of getting broadband to everybody using fiber to the home is a noble goal, and it can be done. I mean, there's some places in the state right now where you could probably extend fiber to the home in those unserved communities that have fiber already. I know in EC Fiber's territory, they can expand in a few places right now, and they're planning on doing it. Accelerating that with some funding would also help. So the long term is really there. I mean, short term, Wi-Fi, fixed Wi-Fi is a technology that's there and could be done pretty quickly to expand things. We know in the CV fiber territory that we know that we're going to have to put fixed wireless to a lot of places in the short term just to get people service. And it's going to take, years to build out the system as we currently have it. It's a lot of work. The other potential that if there's short-term CARES money available is actually paying for the engineering study for the whole state of Vermont. Engineering studies don't take years to do, but doing a statewide engineering study for broadband is probably it's a reasonable investment to make, but it's not millions of dollars. And the same thing applies to looking at where cell coverage is inadequate by doing a complete propagation studies of the whole state of Vermont just to see where there isn't cell phone coverage. Those are the kinds of things I think that can be done in the short term that would help both in telehealth and education to home and that kind of things. And at that point, I'll entertain questions or leave it back to Kathy.
So what's been foundational, I think, for the statewide telehealth work group is to have this realization of looking at the data and understanding in our process of defining the scope of the problem, to realize that there are many barriers to access. They can be financial, geographic, and to access telehealth fully and robustly, broadband. So the telehealth statewide telehealth work group seeks to build the foundation, build the house from the ground up with a very strong foundation that supports equitable access. And there has to be a lot of layover with the educational needs as well.
So Kathy and Hillary and David, we've got 2 hands up in our queue. If you don't mind me going to questions now, I'm going to call on first Representative Campbell, then Representative Sibilia, then Representative Pat. So Scott, you want to go ahead?
Sure. I'm wondering whether you have thought about doing a survey of the granular type, like the education people were doing, and Department of Public Service set up for that purpose. In other words, address by address, people who are lacking access. And I think this is a little bit different from that problem in that there's another dimension to it, which is people who are needing to access health services might not have the sort of technical ability to navigate with the devices and the software and all of that stuff, whereas kids take naturally to that. But I was talking with my wife, who's a physician, earlier today, and she was adamant about the inability of telehealth to provide good service to the majority of her patients. She sees people in the hospice and palliative care, but certainly even in regular outpatient clinic services, there are a lot of people who just who need to be seen in order to provide them with good medical care. But I guess the question really is, as I started, do you have any granular data that would help with understanding where money could be invested? I don't know who to direct that question to, though. maybe
so,
Dave, or whoever.
Yeah.
Can we take the graphic off the screen, by the way, so we can see people? Oh, and I'll also mention, David, I read your proposal that you sent to the committee several weeks ago, and I've been meaning to comment on it. I actually have it up. I've had it up on my screen for weeks to respond to you. I think it's a great idea that we have something like that, some sort of telecommunications, I don't know, commission or whatever you want to call it, to look at this problem, you know, statewide and long term. But anyway, back to that question.
So Representative Campbell, probably all three of us can speak to it, probably David in the most detail, but I'll, you know, just quickly summarize and say the survey that was shared with the Vermont Medical Society was very similar to the approach that the education representatives took, where we surveyed the membership of the medical society. You know, again, those physicians, those practicing physicians, knowing who and how many of their patients may have these challenges to connect and use telehealth. So we took that path, and we had a very, I would think, robust response to the survey and have some good direction. I think we're also, as the statewide telehealth work group, we're kind of fixing it while we're flying it and while we're designing it all at the same time. And we just continue to reach out and find more data and information to inform, you know, a strong foundation and path forward. But David, let me ask you to give some more detail.
Well, I think one of the questions Representative Campbell suggested that I'm not an expert on is, I think you're probably absolutely right. This technology is not for every, you know, patient who's got, you know, doesn't know how to use the technology, and the amount of time to do the education is probably something that the telehealth group can work on. To how do you deal with, you know, the various levels of capacity, which is certainly not, you know, my area of expertise. But in terms of getting more access is probably as important, because you require you need symmetric broadband to do video conferencing. And right now, you know, many addresses in Vermont, you're pretty tough to do that. Other than that, I don't have a good answer for the medical practices and how they can effectively reach their patients.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, in the case of education connectivity, we have accessibility. Do people have access to the physical infrastructure? We have affordability. Can people afford the connection? And in the case of telehealth, we also have ability, just people's sort of technical ability to be able to navigate the devices and the software and all of that. So all of those things have an influence on whether this address should be prioritized for you know, expanding fixed wireless or whatever the most immediate technology is.
So from my perspective, every address needs to be reached. So it's not even a question of whether you're a student or not. It's pretty much getting universal access.
No, we're just trying to triage here. That's the,
yeah.
Okay, Representative Sibilia, then Representative Pat, then Representative Yantachka.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your time today coming to testify. I have a question about the map and the numbers that were on the map. What are the numbers that were on the map? And also, I would love it if we could, Julie, if we could get that out to all the committee.
I think it's on the website.
Is it on the website already? I haven't even looked. Yeah. Okay.
So the numbers on the map are just a summary of the data points, the E91 addresses that the Department of Public Service is coded by whether they were underserved or had service of up to 4/1 service. So the number is just a combination of those two data points summarized by town.
What's
so
the
I took the eSites data.
Yeah.
Pardon?
What's the data, like the specific data? Is it address level?
It's address level data from the Department of Public Service.
And where did they get that data? Like, where is their source?
They, my understanding in talking to Corey Chase is that they surveyed each of the providers as to whether, you know, so as volunteered data to the department, and the department then created this E91 sites database showing every house in the state of Vermont with what its capability was.
Okay, great. That's helpful. And so, so when I see, I'm just looking at this here. I'm trying to discern. So if we have a darker color and a higher number.
Yeah.
I,
So those towns have the largest number of underserved addresses. So even if you're, I mean, if you look in the, I can't see the name of the towns, but I think it's over by
really
St. Johnsbury. There's a couple of towns that have more unserved
Lunenburg.
addresses than anywhere else in the state. So I mean, in terms of a town-wide basis. So you can look at, I mean, they're just looking at raw numbers. So it's not percents of households, but it's the raw number of people that are underserved. So in terms of where you want to reach, those are the places that you probably want to invest in trying to reach, because they're the largest number.
So I can't actually, I'm even with my glasses on and zoomed in, I can't actually see the numbers, but it seems to me, okay, so.
It's kind of in the 700 to 800 range.
Okay, so, but the color coordinates numerically.
Correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. And then the other, I heard you talk about fixed wireless, and, you know, I just want to, as I always do, you know, I definitely think that fixed wireless has an emergency role here, a fill in the gaps role here, but we have seen that a wholesale fixed wireless solution does not work well here because of the line of sight issues, and we don't have, so.
That's the reason for propagation maps.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And if you could take that down again, that would be great, unless somebody else wants it up.
Representative Pat Avram, did you have a question?
Yes, this gets back to the question that Representative Campbell was talking about in terms of individual people's ability to use telehealth, even if from an infrastructure point of view, they have connectivity. And I'm wondering if, and maybe this is, I would like to see some more information, not necessarily now, about the types of healthcare services that work and don't work with telehealth. In our household, we've had only limited experience recently with a regularly scheduled check-in with a primary care provider that couldn't happen in person during this time. But for other people, I'm thinking of, are there ways where if somebody is really not able to be online themselves, not just because they just don't have the tech savvy, but they're physically or mentally not able to do it, but there is a significant distance issue in meeting with a specialist somewhere, as one example. Are there ways to provide a home visitor that can help with that, so that we can overcome some of the issues that we were people were trying to deal with telehealth before this crisis happened? Access in rural areas to specialists that are 100 miles away, as one example.
Yep. Exactly. That's a great question. And Representative Pat, actually back in January, the Rural Health Services Task Force that the legislature tasked the Green Mountain Care Board with covered a lot of that information and how to make e-consults more robust and reliable as an alternative. And then, of course, the COVID emergency pushed everyone outside of the office setting to continue, chronic care treatments, mental health, and substance continuing treatment via technology. So there is, and we are monitoring and gathering in the emerging best practice for exactly what you've described, or what are the best services to be done in person, and others that can be done remotely or via technology, and what's the right combination of that mix? A hybrid model of maybe an initial in-person visit to establish the relationship, and then an ongoing telehealth experience to continue the support. And we also want to make sure that there's significant uptake as the COVID emergency could be not really short term, could continue to come back in waves. And we want everyone to feel comfortable and have the competency to be able to deliver this and you really use this technology as another tool in the toolbox as all this emerging best practice comes forward. I also wanted to mention it's a very nascent concept that we're putting together for what we're terming connectivity care packages that would be a combination of a screen, Wi-Fi or minutes, an ISP relationship, including 2 how-to sessions, how to plug all your connectivity together and use the equipment, but then also how to, as a patient, engage with your provider and how to come to a telescreen interaction and make it most productive for both you and the provider. The concept is scratched out on paper and starting to, again, as we get more information on the scope of the problem and the need, how to further refine that. We've also had some interest in including what would be like transcription services or, to support deaf and hearing impaired, especially with an aging population, to have some kind of vendor service associated with those connectivity care packages, and then they could potentially be, prescription based between the provider and the patient or checked out of the local library. There's several different options, and we're still doing some of the initial research to find out what's working in other regions and where is there some good success with these approaches.
And if I can just add to that quickly, Representative Campbell and Pat, we don't have a lot of this data right now, but I know there are a lot of organizations that are sending out surveys, various surveys. A focus of our next work group meeting will be to pull everybody together to see what they have to try to put together a coordinated output of what data we have currently. And I'm writing everything that you're saying down. So if there are additional surveys that are going out, we can incorporate your thoughts into that.
Thank you.
Robin, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. And it's, first of all, I just, again, thank you all for being here. Interestingly, I have a good friend who works for Ingenium Digital Health, and precisely this kind of thing, implementing telehealth. And so we've had numerous discussions about both the quality end of the provider end of it and the technical end of it. For our purposes, I just want to talk about the technology end of it. David, I would love to talk more with you about fixed wireless as the most immediate solution, and also to kind of reiterate, as during the education discussion, the granular data is important, but we do know roughly the unserved areas, and people in those areas will have health needs, will have education needs, will have work needs, and I really want to be sure that we don't sit and wait for granular data when I feel like we have enough large scale data to be moving in policy directions that we need to move on quickly. So I guess, and I don't want to take time to do it now, but David, I would love to talk further with you about fixed wireless and the pros, cons, the drawbacks, the benefits, all of that.
I mean, clearly it's a short-term solution, but it can be done pretty quickly. So that's the trade-off. And it's probably not a bad investment in the short term, given what the numbers I've gotten for, the WISP kind of service providers is about $250,000 to $300,000 to put the newest technology on their existing towers. And they can probably display, put a few more, what are called small sticks up to put some other places in. So, I mean, and it's going to be there for a while. I mean, and we need something in the short term that helps more people. So, and in Cloud Alliance's area, I was told probably an extra 1,000 people can be reached by improving the technology that Cloud Alliance is using. So it's something that can be done in the next couple of months, provided there was funding. I mean, that's the key word, I guess. Anyway, we can talk later, Representative.
And the funding, probably CARES COVID-19 funding is probably tied directly to having enough data about health and education to qualify for that funding. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question that is about as technical as I get, but I'm curious as to how important it is in the kind of telehealth world, which is how important symmetrical service is. The kind of technical definition from a federal standpoint for broadband service is 25.3, so that the user can only upload at 3 megabytes per second speed, but can download information much more quickly. But in a relationship where you're having a discussion or sharing data with a doctor, I'm presuming that the symmetrical orientation of your connection is more important. Not that you can't have a conversation with asymmetrical service, but I would think if you're sharing, pictures or data, or there's a doctor is following what your heart rhythm is, or things like that symmetrical service is important. So I'm not trying to lead the witness here, but I do want to understand, as you look at this, how important that symmetrical service is.
Thank you, Representative Briglin. I would say it's essential exactly for every aspect that you described. It really depends on the activity that's happening in the exchange. Right now, audio only, which would just be a telephonic connection, is being supported and kind of accepted because of the emergency situation. But that option will disappear with the emergency. So it's the quality and the exchange of information that it needs that balance. And that's the extent of my technical knowledge. So I may turn to David. I know that 100 is a Ferrari, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, the two-way communication needs to be symmetrical, and 25.3 may work on occasion, but it's not going to work all the time.
Yeah. Okay. And just one other, I guess, suggestion or recommendation I want to make, if it's helpful, and I'm sure you get these all the time, but as you are reaching out to communities and figuring out how to reach patients, there is I wouldn't even call it an organization, but for the purpose of this conversation, I'll call it an organization. 3 of the 4 towns that I represent in the Upper Valley have something called a community nurse. And it's not terribly prevalent around Vermont, but it's been extraordinarily successful in my area, that each town has a nurse. They're not full-time. They work 10 to 15 hours a week, but they work primarily with elderly patients in town that just need help. And it's not always strictly medical, but this is the kind of resource that I think would be gold for you folks to reach out to help as an interface to people who could really benefit from telehealth services. And so I'd be happy to connect you with the community nurses in the towns that I work in, but it's a resource that's extraordinary and also really old school. It's kind of interesting that we're talking about this, much more new way of connecting with patients. Community nurses, it's kind of a 19th century concept, but just that human local touch has been extraordinarily successful in towns that I represent. So I'll just throw that out there as an invitation. We've got a couple of more hands up, and I will just let the committee know that we have a hard stop at 11 today. We have one more witness, Representative Gannon, who's going to take us through a bill that the GovOps committee is working on. That'll probably take 15 or 20 minutes. So I'd say we probably got not more than another 10 minutes. I'm going to call on Representative Campbell and then Representative Chase.
All right, mine's really quick. I'm just wondering, I guess this is for Hillary. Are you working with the Public Service Department as far as getting this data together? Okay, I just want to be sure that that's so. All right, good enough, thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button, but yes, we are. They're a part of the work group, so we'll be a part of those discussions.
And kind of
Seth?
to address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Nope.
Go ahead, Catherine.
I was going to say, and in each of our meetings, we really start the meeting by saying, who else needs to be here? Who's missing? And the meetings are open to all comers, and I would say the more the merrier. And thank you for that great recommendation, Representative Briglin.
So Representative Chase, Seth, did you have a question?
Question, comment, nerdiness, as you guys have grown to expect from me. With telehealth, so there's two different types of technologies. There's TCP and UDP. One is a broadcast. It doesn't care if it's received. The other checks and makes sure. So if you're doing a file transfer, download speed is key. It will check and make sure that it received the file or the information. If you're doing something like this, like a video conference, it doesn't care if it's received or not. So that's where that symmetrical service comes in. But at the same time, 100/10 is not symmetrical, but is going to be far better than 1/1, even though that 1/1 is symmetrical. The difference is you're going to want to make sure that for telehealth that you've got a decent quality of connection, that latency that I've mentioned before, to make sure that people can actually have a real-time conversation with each other.
Could you repeat that, please? No, just kidding. Just kidding.
I'll do a video for you, Mark.
Well, you can watch it on YouTube later today.
And just so the full committee can be rest assured, we defer all the really technical information to the Northeast Telehealth Resource Center, who just have excellent expertise in all of those details. But thank you so much, Representative Chase. Thank you.
So I think we're going to shift gears again. Before David and Hillary and Kathy, we let you go, I wanted to thank you again for joining us. It was really interesting and really helpful to hear this information. And I would also, encourage you to stay in touch with us. Again, in the near term, we're really interested in data and where we can identify those pockets of patients, of Vermonters who most need telehealth services and can benefit from them, because that will help us in our work and our coordination with the Department of Public Service. And so that's an open invitation. And again, thank you for joining us today. You're welcome to stick around for Representative Gannon's presentation or drop off. But again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Bye.
Yep. Take care. Good morning, John. Thanks for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me, Tim.
Did you just cut the cornfield? Because it looks like a different time of year where I'm living. But okay. So your committee has been working on a bill that would enable, I believe, communication union districts that are just getting stood up in business to be approved by local votes of select boards, I believe. Traditionally, they have been put in business by votes, I think more generally of a town meeting. But I'll let you take it away. And obviously this has overlap with our committee to some extent, in that we're very interested in how communication union districts are being put in business. And I know that there's a number of places in the state right now that are pursuing putting a CUD up and running, including, I think, in the Cambridge area, I think in Addison County, I think in the Rutland area. So this is very timely, and thanks to your committee for working on this. So take it away.
So for the record, Representative John Gannon, representing Halifax, Whitingham, and Wilmington. This bill came about based on a discussion with your vice chair about exactly the fact that there were 3 study areas across the state, Memorial, Rutland, and Addison, that were attempting to form CUDs, but we're having trouble doing that because of the COVID-19 crisis and the inability to hold a special town meeting to do that. So, based on a request, we drafted some legislation, which hopefully you'll have on your committee page. I just communicated with Julie about that. And so there's basically 3 sections to the bill. The first section is directly tied to the COVID-19 emergency and would allow select boards to form a CUD without having to have a vote at town meeting or special meeting of the voters. So that would be a modification that would just be tied to the emergency we're currently in. And then there are 2 other sections to the bill. Well, 4, but there's 4 sections, but 2 other key sections. One, which just modify when members to the CUD can be appointed. The whole chapter seemed to be really tied around March town meeting dates. And so it was just, our committee just modified it so that if, a select board was to go, 2 select boards were to go ahead and form a CUD right now, there would be a process for quickly getting people appointed to a CUD, and then in section 3, having the board have an organizational meeting. So those are really the 2 other changes. And in section 4, it's just that this bill would take effect on passage. So that's the total of the bill. We heard from Leah, I'm going to mispronounce her last name, Likakanova, who's with the Lamoille Regional Planning Commission. We heard from VLCT, and we heard from Rob Fish, who I think you're probably very familiar with, all who testified in support of this legislation.
And just to be clear, John, I'm kind of I've been reading this as you've been going through it. The first change allowing CUDs to be formed through a vote of the legislative body of a municipality, in my case, a select board.
Right.
That is only in place during the COVID public health emergency, whereas the other 2 sections are essentially permanent changes in terms of how appointments are made and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Got a few questions for you. Laura, Mark, and then Robin.
Thank you. And thank you, John, for picking this up and your committee's work on this. Just for those that are viewing, just to explain a little bit the difference. So a CUD, as you've noted, currently has to form with 2 towns having a town meeting, and then other towns are able to join by vote of the select board, and in fact do. We've seen a number of towns join CUDs in that way. So this is just allowing all towns to take that action by vote of the select board temporarily. So the formation piece as well. Just wanted to, it's not, many towns are joining these already with an act of their select board. That's the point that I wanted to make. Not a question. Again, thank you for your work on this.
Right. And That's one reason. If I think the version you have has a slight clarification for me, which just makes it clear in section 1 that the purpose of the select board's voting is for the formation of a CUD versus joining a CUD.
Got it. Okay. Mark?
John, thank you. What's the new timeline for appointing the CUD members?
The new timeline is that initial appointment must be made within 60 days of the vote to form a district.
Okay, thank you.
Robin and then Scott. Robin, you're muted.
Thank you. Did you read my lips, or should I report?
No, you're good. Go ahead, John.
You need to repeat yourself. I wish I could read lips.
The ability of to form a CUD by vote of select board, does that need to be later after the state of emergency voted by the town, upheld by the town, or is it replaces the town-wide vote?
It replaces the town-wide vote during the COVID-19 emergency.
Okay.
Because of the trouble of having a special meeting of voters in order to pass it. I mean, you'd have to have 2 towns hold special meetings in order to form a CUD.
Yep. I was just wondering if it needed to then be ratified by the towns or not. And I guess my other question is, does it require a town-wide vote to drop out, to unjoin?
No, I believe the select board, if it chooses, can decide to remove itself from a CUD.
Okay, and I realize that's not part of this bill. That's
no, it's not
existing. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead, Scott.
John, and I guess this just affects the method of voting, whether it's by the town or by the select board. It would still require 2 towns or 2 select boards in effect to vote to join or form a CUD. That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. That doesn't change. You still have to have 2 towns voting to form a CUD.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Great. I don't see any other hands up, so that might be all we have for you, John. Again, appreciate you working on this. I want to echo Representative Sevilla's sentiments, and actually thank you, Laura, as well for pushing on this. John, do you have a sense as to what the timing is on this, kind of moving out of your committee? And
yes, you know, I anticipate that at our meeting tomorrow, we will take this up and vote it out of committee.
Okay, so we'll probably see it next week then.
Yes,
I'm presuming.
I would assume so.
Yep, good. Go ahead, Laura.
Do we want to take any kind of informal vote on this?
I'm happy to. I don't know what would be helpful to you, John, if you want to, you know, go ahead with a straw poll.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, this obviously this legislation impacts the work of, you know, an area that your committee is more familiar with than ours. And so I think having your support on the floor would be helpful. Given these Zoom floor meetings, there tends to be a lot of questions.
Sure. Yep. So I'm going to actually ask for a voice vote, yays and nays. Just, you know, kind of general support for this bill as Representative Gannon has presented it today. All those in favor, if you could say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Robin, you missed it, buddy.
I had muted myself, so
You're on mute.
So I think you can express the unanimous support of folks who are here. I think we're missing one member today, but so I'll let you report that as you see fit. But I think there's certainly support for this in our committee.
And thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have one question. How do we miss this business about appointing the first round of the legislative body of the CUD a year after it was formed. I don't, how do we miss that?
It's a big bill.
All right.
All right, I got to go put a tie on for the floor. Oh, geez, Higley, that's why your screen went dark. You had to hit the dressing room. All right. Okay, we'll see y'all in a few minutes. Oh, before we go, I'm sorry. Before we go, I'm planning that we are going to meet on Friday afternoon. We do not yet have witnesses lined up, which I'm going to be doing in the next day. We are going to be continuing this topic. Today, we talked about data gathering, which I want to continue to push upon. Friday, we're going to turn more to if we have the data, and by we, I mean, the Department of Public Service, working with them, are we, what kind of work are we going to be able to do? If we have the justification for using coronavirus relief funds to support connectivity shortcomings we have in our communities related to education, related to vulnerable populations, do we have literally the infrastructure capability between our telecommunications providers, between our CUDs, between utilities who might play a supportive role? What can we get done? And that is a question I want to get at on Friday. And so again, I just wanted you to mark your calendars for Friday afternoon. I believe we have 1 to 3 as our time. So just to give you a heads up in advance. I'll see you all on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
this started, we're talking about the homework gap, and I'm going to start, then go to the Commissioner Rosenworcel, and then we're going to go to Superintendent Batsojorns, and then to the teacher on this call, Sophie Branson-Gill, and then to the parent who has to deal with the lack of the lack of access, and that's Lori Mawhinney, I think. So that's going to be the order, and then for folks who want to ask questions, and we've got some press on this call, we'll do that. Let me start out with the obvious that we knew in Vermont, but has become much more existential with the COVID crisis. We knew that we needed to have high-speed internet at urban standards, not second-rate 25.3 internet. And those, we knew it because we're living with the downside of not being able to have access that our kids need for school, that our businesses need, that we need just to be modern. And the position that we've taken in our office, and I think more and more are acknowledging this, the decision we have to make in this country is it's very similar to the decision that our country had to make in the 1930s about electrification. There was no economic model that could justify getting electricity to that farm on the dirt road in Kirby, Vermont. But there was a social decision that we made as a country that all of us had to be connected, that electricity at that point was a necessity, and we did it. And it was a decision that was made collectively, and then it was implemented over time, and we achieved the goal of rural electrification. The internet is very much the same. It is not a luxury. It's not optional. It's existential. And this COVID crisis is establishing that beyond any possible dispute. You know, so much of our medicine has been done through telemedicine now. It makes a huge difference, and the telemedicine is showing that in many cases, doctors say they have more intimate interactions with their patients. All of our businesses, everybody who's got a job has to work at home. You can't do that without high-speed internet. And of course, sorry, I just got interrupted. And a huge issue is how do we educate our kids? And it's one thing when it's homework. And Jessica, you've been the champion of that. But now it's schoolwork. It's all day. It's not the homework. It's the daily instruction that parents are having to do. So the COVID crisis has just made this argument that we've been making that we have to have rural high-speed internet. It's not optional. It's essential. And the purpose of our call is to discuss that and focus attention on it. And I can tell you in Washington, there's much more focus on it. And one of the things that I find very, very reassuring and gives me some confidence that ultimately we're going to be successful is the conversation we're having here with folks from the Kingdom East Supervisory Union. That's a conversation that my Republican colleagues are having in so many of their districts. The challenges that we're going to hear about you facing are identical to the challenges that parents, that superintendents, and educators face in all of those communities. So that's by way of introduction, my comments. And now we are so fortunate to have on this call with us one of the most effective and widely respected public servants in Washington, and that's Commissioner Jessica Rosenworcel. And aside from the fact that she's really smart, really experienced, really effective, speaks English, direct, She gives you a straight answer and is always thinking, looking a little bit over the horizon to where we need to be. She has been the fierce and consistent advocate for addressing the homework gap. And she's made trips to Vermont before to discuss the homework gap. And she's here with us again via this call. She also has some roots in Vermont, does a lot of skiing up here. And Jessica, we really appreciate that. But I just want to say to you how much a pleasure it is for us to have you as an FCC commissioner with your enormous experience, and you're so grounded. You've got children of your own, you know it as a parent. You're somebody who knows communications policy and law inside and out, and we really need that. But your orientation on the policy that we can't leave rural America behind is so essential to have that voice in the Federal Communications Commission, and then you as a commissioner, we have that voice. So Jessica, thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Congressman Welch, for such kind remarks. I also want to associate myself with everything you just said. I believe it all from front to back, and I appreciate what a smart and graceful advocate you've been for these matters, and also for Vermont, because I'm a New Englander. I grew up in Hartford. My family has for 3 decades had a little place in a speck of a town near Manchester. And that's where I go spend my holidays and summers. And so Vermont is near and dear to my heart. And it's also always been apparent to me that the state is not fully connected. And while there's some occasional joy when I go up there on vacation of having my office not totally be able to track me down, the reality is there's no place in this country that is going to be able to thrive in the 21st century without having widespread internet access. We got to fix it. And we got to do something just as audacious as we did last century with rural electrification. And for people who aren't too wonky, the way I always try to talk about it is something simple. I talk about homework. Because when I was growing up, you just needed paper, a pencil, and my brother leaving me alone. You didn't need the internet. But today, you can't go to school without the internet. Homework requires the internet. But now, all of class requires the internet. We got 50 million kids in this country out of school. We're telling them to go to school online, but so many of them, especially in rural areas, can't get there and can't make it happen. Now, schools and communities, especially in rural America, are doing some amazing things, trying to put out maps of Wi-Fi hotspots. I know the government in Vermont's done that. They're sending out school buses with Wi-Fi on them to communities that are least likely to be connected. But I just want to submit to you right now that we should be able to fix this. We should be able to solve this problem just like we did with electricity in the last century. And I definitely want to make it happen, and I want to make it happen in my New England backyard. So thank you for bringing folks together today to talk about it and how we're going to solve this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. And now, Superintendent Batso Jorns, your brother is Bill. Are you there?
Bill is my cousin. He's my first cousin.
Your cousin. Well, yeah. Wonderful person. But thank you so much for being here. And you're on the front line, Superintendent Kingdom East. You've got to contend with the enormous limitations that result from really poor coverage and what that means to your ability to educate the kids in your district. And we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Representative Welch and Commissioner Rosenworcel. I appreciate you letting us speak today. And I want to start by when I was getting my doctorate degree prior to becoming a superintendent, I did a research study in Finland. And after visiting Helsinki, my daughter and I went up to above the Arctic Circle to the international reindeer races. And I wanted to buy some reindeer pelts. And we didn't have enough cash. And the guy there whips out his internet unit from his breast pocket and says, oh, here in Finland, it's a constitutional right to have internet access.
Wow.
And the FCC defines broadband as a service, not a utility. And until we change it to being a utility, places like Kingdom East, and this is our district right here,
we're going to have over 2,000 people who don't have good accessibility. And we had, for instance, VTEL said that they looked at the map and they said, okay, we can do 60 hotspots with families, but it ended up we could only do 2 because we didn't have the cell towers to transmit in the hollows. And our children need to do their homework. They need to be able to be actively engaged in school, just as everybody else is. And right now, Velco has the ability, the utilities and the transmission poles and the fiber assets to do this. But our big companies like Charter and Consolidated, it's not economically viable. So smaller companies like New England Wireless and the Cloud Alliance, they have less barriers and they can deploy. So our children who are at home doing their schoolwork can get access, and we don't have to rely, or they don't have to be stuck not able to use the internet. And we have between 40 to 90% of our children on free and reduced lunch. And my husband is a teacher, and I will see him playing Yahtzee with young children. And what will happen is one moment he'll have a child there and then they'll disappear and he won't hear from them for a few days. And I right now am not at home because I don't have reliable wireless. I was worried that I wouldn't have reliable wireless. So as we consider what needs to happen, we need the finances to run the towers so we can get these access points so that all of our children, it's really an equity issue. And in times of crisis, those who are hurt the most are the people who live in poverty. And that's why we're struggling. And we know that the education is the foundation of our democracy. And if we want to launch our children into this next generation of being leaders, we really need to be able to have them have equal access to schools. So those are my general comments, and I'll turn it over to Sophie Branson-Gill and Lori Mawhinney, who are amazing parents, teachers, community members, and can give more firsthand experience. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Sophie?
There we go. Everybody hear me okay?
We do, and just for the other people, I understand you teach 7th grade.
Yeah, so I have prepared, I've written something because otherwise it will all fly out of my mind as I'm talking. Even when I was on the phone with Megan yesterday, I was like, oh wait, I wanted to say this and this. So I've written it down, so please excuse me if I read while we're chatting, but I just wanted to start by saying thank you for including me. I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation and also really honored to be a part of it, and to know that there's somebody looking out for our little corner of this country. And it's a pretty amazing little corner to be in. And it's finally sunny and warm, so we're happy. But I am a middle school humanities teacher. I'm also the president of our local union. I'm a mother, a wife, and a community member here in the Northeast Kingdom. And I've seen the impact of inconsistent or unavailable broadband in every part of my life. Even driving here to the grocery store, 15 minutes, cell service drops twice. So, hotspots, not the solution for us. But today I really want to talk specifically about teaching and how the lack of access to reliable and affordable broadband is impacting our school community. So what I love about our schools in Kingdom East is the fact that they create the opportunity to level the playing field for our students, for our families and kids. They walk through the doors of our buildings and they have opportunities. They don't just come to class, they have access to books, technology, art, music, athletics, after-school programs, counseling, nursing, healthy food, and adults who care. They might say a little too much sometimes, but we do. Our school is not just a place they go to learn and take tests to show how good they are at taking tests. It's where they go to create connections, to try new things, to get pushed by their teachers, to reach higher, and then turn around and push us right back to do the same thing. It doesn't matter what's going on outside of those doors for those 8 hours. We offer opportunities, which in turn creates equity. But it's more than just equity for us. It's really about 4 things for me personally. It's, yes, creating access to opportunities to advance equity, but also creating engaging and authentic learning for our students to tackle hard topics and face hard history. It's about building a community within our school, our town, our state, and our nation. And finally, it's about progress in all its varied forms. And this is where the technology comes in, especially now when our doors are shut and our buildings are closed to our kids. Our school is progressive, Burketown School, where I teach, as we are moving towards project-based learning, creating opportunities for kids to dive into a topic of high interest, direct their own learning, research, create connections with mentors, and present their final products to meaningful audiences. Teachers act as guides in this process. We ask questions, provide resources, point kids in the right direction, and give timely and relevant feedback when they need it most. But how can we do this now without face-to-face interactions? Simply put, we can't if even a fraction of our students can't access broadband internet. In a classroom, I wouldn't say 15% of the kids don't get to participate today. But that's essentially what we're saying to kids and families right now. So in a district where, like Jen said, we range from 40 to 80 higher % of low-income families, how can we accept a parent paying any amount in data overage fees because they have to use their cell phones to access learning materials? Or how can we accept families? I had a family say this to me: we've run out of internet and our child won't be available for a week until it re-ups. We can't accept that. How do we even get materials to students who don't have access at all? So if education is about creating access to opportunities, engaging in authentic learning, community, and progress, we're falling short. And just to end, we never know what or who a child can become until they are given the opportunity to show us. And how can we offer those opportunities if our students can't access them? How do we engage them in their learning if we can't reach them? And how do we create connections without a connection? We can't do any of that. And I know in Vermont, we want to be at the forefront of progressive education. I see it every day in our teachers. But we simply can't do that without the infrastructure in place. So that's my spiel from the teacher point of view.
Well, that's reality.
Yeah.
That's very well put. And I'm really quite touched by that term, running out of internet. It's just gotta be accessible and affordable. But that, you just can imagine what it's like for a parent to have to say that.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but thank you. And our last speaker is a parent who has 2 children in school. I understand you've got, Lori, you've got 2 teenagers. So you're coping with this, and we really look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Okay. Well, I am one of those parents who has run out of internet.
So describe when that happens.
So we live here, obviously in the Northeast Kingdom. Our internet is technically billed as unlimited, but once we use the data that we paid for, it bottles.
Can I interrupt for just a second? My understanding is that you're in your car outside of school because it's the only place you could get coverage.
I am.
All right. I think that's important.
Yep, outside the school or in town.
Go ahead.
Places that but at home, the video check, it is way too slow. So I actually work at the school, which is partly why I end up here. It's a comfortable place for me. I know where it is, and I've actually a little bit here and there delivery that we've been doing about meals a day, right? And I've been helping coordinating that in the bus to lift stuff. Here, thankfully, I have big kids that I can leave at home to work on their schoolwork. Though after about the first 2 weeks, it became clear to me that they weren't actually accessing all of the schoolwork. They were sending their teachers emails saying, oops, I couldn't connect. So we had to fix that real fast because I have, they're both usually honor students, and getting the progress report saying that they weren't really reaching honors status, or that will wake up. I'm having my meetings, and we, get them connected that way. So normally in a given day, we do have internet, and I know there's a lot of people in our area who don't even have that. We do. We choose to pay for it, but it does have a data cap, or it slows down to pretty much speeds. You guys remember the modem with the ding ding and like the and of data in any way that is that uses a lot of data. We actually, as I said, we were out of data. The first 3 days of the school closure, we had run our, thankfully our provider is prioritizing right now activities that it deems as business, so I'm able to get a little bit usually. Before the school closures, we, my husband works, I work, my kids are both at school, so we had pretty good access to fast internet when we needed it for most things. And we were able to download things at those locations and then bring them home with us. But that was when we could go in the building and we could sit and be comfortable at the library, or we could go to the local coffee shop. When it was still snowing and cold and the only place to be was if you could sit in your car outside of some place, that was not great. And now it's actually kind of toasty. So I'm ready for buildings to be open again. I'll say that. We did recently some of our cell phone plans, but we do not have hotspot availability. We'd have to pay more to do that. As Megan found out when she tried to contact me yesterday, I was at home and the call did not stay connected the entire time. We had, are you there? Oh, wait, I'm back. Hi. We just don't have great service. It's not good coverage. So I would love to see some better connectivity. The fact that like 2 miles from my house, we've asked them several times if they could just, run it up. We would love it. That's what we had when we first moved here, or the other house we lived in, and it was fantastic. Like actually being in the 21st century. But now we do not have that accessibility.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. And we got a little display of the quality of the connectivity that you have. It was a little sketchy in and out, but you were terrific. I want to go back to
well, and this is good connection.
What? Well, thank you.
This is the good connection.
Well, it's remarkable, and we're here now because we've got to fix that. I want to go back to Commissioner Rosenworcel. You've been on the forefront of this for so long. One issue obviously is money, but there's policies that we've got to pursue. And what are some of the things you see that would allow us to implement the build out of that high-speed internet? And I know you and I have talked about the fact that we want to future-proof anything that we do, so that we don't settle for something that's better than what Lori has now, but is still way less than what she needs and what her kids are going to need. So could you just talk a bit about some of the things you've been wrestling with as a commissioner?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much. Hearing from a superintendent, the kind of teacher I want my kids to have, and a parent who's wrestling with this in a parking lot. It brings it so close to home, and it reminds us we just have so much work to do. Now, when it comes to the FCC, I think we really have to start with something very simple, and that's we've got to improve our broadband maps. Right now, the FCC collects information about where broadband service is and is not all across the country. And it makes this assumption that if you have a single subscriber in a census block, Service is available throughout. So if you've got the subscriber on a historic downtown Vermont Main Street, we assume that in the hills nearby, there's service too. So we systematically overstate service in ways that are especially cruel to a state like Vermont. And the bottom line is you cannot manage what you do not measure. And if we don't measure where service is and is not accurately, then we can't figure out where to direct federal funds to help solve this problem. And all of our official maps say Vermont has a whole lot more service than my own lived experience in the state. So we've got to fix that. I mean, the good news is Congressman Welch worked with his colleagues in a totally bipartisan way to develop a new mapping structure in a bill called the Broadband Data Act. The president signed it into law in March. The not so good news is the FCC is not yet at work on how to fix it. And I really think that's the first job, because you've got to show where the gaps and holes are so that we make sure that federal funds are directed to the right places. And right now, I think our official data suggests a whole lot more service in Vermont than most Vermonters would recognize.
You know, you're totally right on that. Our public service department, I talked about this at a couple of hearings, you may remember, but they sent a person out in a car to actually do real world measurements and compare it to what the map said. And we were living in Washington in this la-la land because all the maps said everything was great. We had 5G. And as I mentioned, in a lot of these places where we supposedly had that, we had no G. So my hope is that you're successful in the commission. There's politics on the commission just like everywhere else. But again, this is so urgent that we've seen this with what's happened with COVID. So my hope is we'll be able to accelerate this. I want to go back to Superintendent Batsojorns. Do you have, just on the basis of what you've been hearing, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to make?
I do. I'm curious about the intersection between a utility and a business, because my understanding is Velco has all the utility transmission poles, fiber assets that can be used, but Charter and Consolidated in our region, they won't hook up because it's not profitable for them. So I'm just curious about the business aspect of it versus making it a right, just like Sophie was saying about our education is a right and everyone has access to it.
Right. You know, Commissioner, could you address that? I mean, I've heard that question a lot. There's lines and poles and things. So you've got a smaller local company like I'm on, where I live, we're on this entity called EC Fiber, which is a nonprofit. And they have been extremely successful wiring these very rural communities. I'm on an 8-mile dirt road and everybody has really good internet here. And it's a model, and this is what the superintendent, I think, is talking about, is community-based. And they don't have the same shareholder obligations that a big provider has. Are there impediments that we could address in Washington that would make us get to that model that the superintendent is talking about?
Yeah, you know, there's a few things here. First, we've got to lower the cost to access to poles because that's infrastructure that's already in the ground, and making sure more entities can access it is important. But there's something very fundamental that you said just now and at the outset. We've got places in this country, and rural Vermont's one of them, where the business case for deployment is simply not as strong as more urban communities. And you know, in the last few years of this administration, so much of the focus on extending the reach of broadband has been on, well, if we deregulate things a little more, we'll make it go further. If we roll back the rules a little bit more, we'll extend the reach of the networks. But I think we've got to start recognizing there are some communities in this country where making it profitable from the start is very difficult. So again, let's figure out where they are, and let's borrow that model we used in the 1930s with rural electrification, where we figured out how to have cooperatives and public and private partnerships to come together to bring electricity to the parts of our country where the economics were hard. We've got to borrow that model and use it again. Now, in about half of our states, there are prohibitions on municipal broadband efforts and those kind of public-private partnerships I'm talking about. State legislatures have prevented them from taking place. It's my hope that if there's a subsequent bill with broadband build-out funds, that we prioritize the states that are willing to take a try and test out that proposition once again in the broadband age. Because I think it will yield more quickly for rural areas. And all it's doing is borrowing a model that's really American. You know, when our forebears couldn't get a bridge or a road or a barn built, they came together as a community to make it happen. To me, this is no different. And there's something fundamentally American about communities trying to come together and do it themselves. And I want to make sure that fewer states prohibit that going forward, because I think it's holding back rural America.
Wow, I totally agree with that. And you know, that's what I think the superintendent is talking about. She just sees that if it's a right, are we going to have models that allow us to deliver that service that is a necessity? And I have nightmares thinking about so many of those hearings that you and I were in, where it was this magic that if you just deregulated everything, it would be wonderful.
Like fairy dust, you know?
Yeah, but the economics are different for Boston and New York City than they are for Kirby and Concord and Kingdom East. Who else would like to make a comment or ask a question? Sophie or Lori, do you want to add anything?
I just wanted to add one thing that we haven't really touched on yet, which is the impact on mental health and social emotional connections and stability with a lot of our kids who, you know, on a daily basis in a classroom or in school, I can see their face, I can interact, I can read them and see how they're doing and say, how are you today? Do you need someone? Do you need to talk? Do you need to check in? And those are some of our kids who don't have access. And that kind of emotional well-being, that ability to check in and touch base with a kid or a family, that's one of the things that actually keeps me up at night, is worrying about those kids and how we reach them. And, you know, even just less than a mile up the road from me, there's no internet. And I know there's a kid there who I need to talk to and I want to talk to, but I can't get them.
So you're saying that really tends to reinforce a sense of isolation and separation?
In a way, Congressman, that I can't even express. Kids checking in who now are just lonely or worried or unsure or stressed, anxious, and their usual support systems are gone.
Wow, amazing.
And it's just, I think that's really important. You know, the academics are very important, the opportunities are very important, but that social emotional well-being is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all kids need some confidence, right? I mean, in order to then be able to learn. I mean, that's pretty powerful what you're saying. Lori, you still there in your car outside school? You want to add anything?
I know I'm here technically as the parent, but also as the person who works at the school, jumping on that. One of the big concerns that we've had going through this is that connectivity for students who have special needs educationally, that are receiving services through the school. And some of those kids, we do not have either good contact or sometimes any contact with in this. I'm fortunate that I have bigger kids. I know many of my colleagues who are teaching or working at school and also have their kiddos at home are trying to juggle a lot of that. I know that we have students at home who have multiple students and one computer. So even if they do have some internet, having connectivity to that and making a schedule for accessing is very difficult. So there's a lot of hurdles to this, but getting that main connectivity is kind of the first one, I think.
Thank you very much for that. We do have some reporters that are on the call, and if any of you would like to have a question, go ahead. We've got a few more minutes.
Hi,
Can you guys hear me?
Peter. It's Amy.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Amy. John Dillon, Vermont Public Radio. Just a question for Jessica. What is, in the current climate, the current makeup of the FCC, what's the likelihood of really universal broadband taking hold as a national policy? You know, not even on the scale of Finland as a constitutional right, but just putting it front and center.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I'm going to tell you why I'm cautiously optimistic. Because before this crisis, I think a lot of people in Washington thought broadband was nice to have. But now, in this pandemic, it's become apparent it's need to have. School has migrated online. Work has migrated online. Healthcare has migrated online. Business opportunities now require you're online. There is no one in Congress who's returning to their community right now and isn't aware of that fact. And that makes me both impatient and optimistic that we have to do something. We have to seize this moment where people recognize the scope of the digital divide and the homework gap and how we're going to solve these things, because we're going to have a national crisis if we don't assign high priority to this and make sure every community is connected. You need this to thrive in the 21st century. So let's learn from this moment right now and work together to make it happen.
What about the cost? I mean, estimates are in Vermont, it's $600 million just to, you know, do broadband in the state of Vermont.
Yeah, it's big. But I think that we have to recognize there's an even greater cost to consigning people in the state permanently to the wrong side of the digital divide. The state's economy, healthcare, and education won't recover unless we figure out a way to connect every community. It's that simple.
Other, thank you, Jessica. Other questions? Anybody like to just say a few parting words? Superintendent?
I think Amy Nixon from the Caledonian had a question. Do you, Amy? Oh. Hello? Jen? Jen? Yes?
Yes, hi. Can you tell me how many students in Kingdom East really don't have access? How many kids? You showed the map with over 2,000 households. How many of your students are struggling?
So to put an exact number on that is challenging, because I know that we recently gave out 6 phones or phone cards so people could just have phone access and talk to teachers on the phone. We're not even talking about internet. And then I know we have at least 65 families who aren't able to get on a regular basis. And then beyond that, we have people who have really bad connections who it's herky-jerky. So, you know, so I would say we have at least 20% who do not regularly have the ability to access their education through technology. Those are rough numbers. And I
understand. I'll make sure this.
I do have something else I want to say is, you know, in the summer, and I don't know if Sophie can attest to this, she lives in Burke, Kingdom Trails, people come mountain biking. In the summer, people who cannot get online because so many visitors are here taking up the bandwidth. And not only is it for education, it's for the economic vitality. We know we will have people move here. And then what can we do? Is there something that we, the community, can do? Letter writing, contacting people to help you in these efforts?
Well, you're doing it with your advocacy. You really are. And I have, what Commissioner Rosenworcel said, I have some optimism, and your other word was impatience. It's the same. But it's interesting. I'll just give an example. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, I'm on the Telecom Subcommittee. There's a couple of Republicans on there that are on a bill with us that would take spectrum and allow it to be sold to raise billions of dollars. And they're fiercely committed to having that money go into broadband build out, as opposed to have it go to these satellite companies that are wanting to take it. So there's an aggression about getting that funding that would be deployed to get broadband out on the Republican side, not just on the Democratic side. And that's in the relevant committee, the Communications and Technology Committee. But I also do think, it's been, for me, talking to so many folks that are doctors, a lot of the hospital providers, they are visiting nurses. They are so thrilled finally that they can get reimbursed for telehealth. That was something that we did on an emergency basis. And they're talking about how much it helps their patients and helps them. And then, of course, everybody's working from home. You can't do it. I mean, I'm working from home. I couldn't do it if we didn't have EC Fiber with this high-speed internet. And of course, you guys are teaching, parents are all teaching from home. So all those things that each of you has experienced and we've all mentioned, that's a powerful force. What we have to make certain of is that we just don't get left behind, and the unity of rural America can include red and blue states on this issue. So Commissioner Rosenworcel, you're the farthest away, but no farther than any of us in the ether. And I again just want to allow you an opportunity to sum up your thoughts. You're going to be continue to be a major player in our country on this issue, and it's just so reassuring to us to know how committed you are and how longstanding that commitment has been. And I'd like to give you the opportunity to make some parting comments.
Sure. Well, thank you. And I've been a standing crank on this issue, but I think that this crisis is really demonstrating how important it is. I do want to respond just to what the superintendent said, because there is some near-term effort right now. There's a program called E-Rate. It's been around since 1996. And in 1996, I had an AOL account and I was proud of it. It was a long time ago, right? We called the internet the information superhighway. But in 1996, Congress saw that it was important to support our nation's schools and libraries with internet access. It was key for education. And now, of course, education is no longer happening in the classroom. So there is a movement that was included in the HEROES Act that the House voted on last week, and there's a comparable bill in the Senate side, to make sure that that E-Rate program, which has supported internet connections to schools since the 90s, can now help support more internet connections to students at home. Now, in locations where you don't have the infrastructure, I'm going to acknowledge that's hard. But what I see in that legislation is a recognition that every student needs to be connected to have a fair shot at digital age success. And I'm hopeful that that kind of legislation that updates the E-Rate program is the start of a bigger effort to make sure that no child's left offline and that we connect every community everywhere.
Well, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. Commissioner Rosenworcel, Superintendent, thank you. And Sophie and Lori, really, really appreciate it. This is very helpful. There's work to be done, and Jessica and I will be in Washington doing everything we can, and each of you will be here in Vermont. And by the way, in Vermont, we got about over $1 billion in the CARES Act, and we're hoping for more, and there's some flexibility. So this debate is also going to occur in Montpelier about how and whether some of that money should be used to help extend broadband. So I want to thank each and every one of you and wish you a beautiful rest of the day here in sunny Vermont. And I don't know what it's like in DC, but we're pretty happy with our weather here today, Jessica. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
board meeting. And we have lots of interesting business tonight. A lot of good discussions. I'm going to have to make a couple of adjustments to the agenda. We have we have to approve an Act 250 permit, so that's an addition. And I'm going to move the number 2, 3, and 4 and the Act 250 permit down to the bottom so that we can bring some other information that we want to deal with closer to the beginning of the meeting. We have so far, well, 3 of our 8 legislators had said that they could attend. So hopefully we'll have more than that. So I'm going to move the conversation about voting on our budget and the conversation about what our unapproved budget update and the update from the legislature up to the 4th item. So we'll go from call to order and a little introduction, and then we'll go to our discussion, which will take maybe 10 minutes, and then we'll launch into the 2 legislature-related topics. Any questions or anything I forgot, Lyle? Am I off to a decent start? Okay. Let me just make sure nobody is waiting right now. Okay. So but I want to remind people, you probably all know by now that on if you click on participants, you get a panel on the right-hand side, and at the bottom there's a thing that says raise your hand, and you can click on that and raise your hand, and then I will see that. Hopefully, it pops up to the top, I've learned. So if I just watch the top, I can tell if somebody wants to talk. Generally, I'd like to hear from board members first, and sometimes I forget to ask if there are other people who wish to comment. So please take full advantage of the little blue hand. And then take it down to when you're done if it doesn't go automatically. Also, everyone comes in muted, but what I'd like you to do is when you raise your hand, I'll call on you if you unmute yourself, and then remember to remute. I can do it if I hear your papers rustling or your dog barking or something. I can look up and see that you're not muted, and I can mute you again at that point, but then I'm not paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing. So I'd appreciate if you could manage the mute button yourself. We're all getting pretty good at this, so hopefully it'll become take no attention whatsoever. So the first thing is our discussion, and this is part of one of our policies is educating the board, and my responsibility and the superintendent's responsibility is to manage a lot of that. So what we've been doing is just going through some documents that are pretty generic, like the legislation around our powers and the characteristics of effective school boards. So I'm going to pop that back up, and then we're just going to look at a few policies that represent our goals and our values, and how those are. That's the policy part, and then the governance part, which is included in many of the policies, which is the direction to the administration or to the board for actions. So let's start with just a reminder of the 8 characteristics of school boards. And I'm not going to go through all of them because mostly I want to look at the first one again. The committing to a vision of high expectations for student achievement, quality instruction, and defining clear goals toward that vision. And so the first policy, whoops, I've got to screen it again or share it again. The first policy is this is D for education, educator supervision and evaluation, probationary teachers, and all teachers. This is the policy for supervision. And basically, all of these policies are the same. They lay out the value and what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then there's in this case, there's a direction that the principal will collaborate with the superintendent to prepare and deliver at least annually to the school board a progress report and recommendations about the effectiveness of the supervision and evaluation system. It doesn't say that the principal will report to us what the evaluations were of all of the employees, or the superintendent will necessarily report to us on the principals. It's just that they have a system, they're using it, and they're talking about the effectiveness of it and evaluating it and bringing us some evidence that that's working and is in place. And so now I have to go back and get another one. Maybe I can just click on this. Down on the bottom of this, or on the other side of this policy, it talks about the principal collaborating with the superintendent to prepare and deliver at least annually to the school board a progress report on recommendations on the effectiveness of the supervision and evaluation system and practices. So this is something that's supposed to happen every year, and I think because we were all individual school boards, a lot of these things didn't happen every year. They were much more informal, but now that we are more formal and are overseeing so many schools, we're going to have to really pay attention to these policies and the systems that they've created. So I'm going to go out and then come back again with another one. And this is the board relation with administrators. Is that filling your screen? Do you have a lot of things on the screen, or just this one document? Paul, would you tell me?
Document.
Just the document, great, okay. So this one is board C7, board relation with administrators. The policy of the school district to encourage school board interactions with school administration while respecting appropriate reporting relationships. And here again, the action, the value is that we want to have positive reactions or positive relationships, appropriate relationships with the administration. So and the superintendent in this case will conduct an annual performance review of each administrator. And prior to that review, we'll seek input from the board. So we will talk with the superintendent about what we're looking for, what concerns we have, or what anything that's on our mind about it. And then the superintendent evaluates and reports back to us. And again, this is something that we haven't made use of a lot, but it's something that we are going to have to follow a little more closely. I'm going to stop and let a few people in, and then go back to the screen. And this policy is curriculum development and coordination. I'm going to turn off my answering machine. The school district curriculum shall be coordinated to allow students to meet or exceed standards established by the Vermont Board of Education. That would be, if we redrafted that now, we would talk about proficiency, we talk about standards and assessment, we talk about the framework. It would, other than just directly to the board, it would be more specific. But the purpose is that it's coordinated to allow students to meet or exceed the standards, and that in this case, the superintendent shall conduct systematic evaluations of all programs with the curriculum and report the results to the school board at least annually. So again, another annual report that we will be expecting in the future. We haven't necessarily gotten these in every school board in the past, in every school board every year. But again, that's something that we're going to need to start doing. So I'm going to change again. And this one is, these last two actually have to do with some of the things we're going to be talking about later in the meeting, community involvement and parent involvement. So I wanted to bring those up and have those be the ones that we finished up with, so it's going to freshen our minds. Obviously, our policy, our value is to encourage the support the involvement of parents in their children's education. That has never meant as much as it means right now, because we are in a position, and we probably likely remain in the position for a long time, of helping parents create more effective learning environments in the home, and working with them to help deliver education. I think we may be near the end of every kid being in school every day for 12 or 13 years. But at any rate, our goal is to support parents. And new initiatives mandate and encourage the strengthening of parent, school, and community relationships. This has been true for any number of initiatives, particularly grant programs. There have come along in the past, and certainly the CARES Act, which for Vermont is $1.25 billion, and the Emergency Relief Fund also. Both of those require that community be involved in developing the proposals and in implementing whatever things we want to do, that we want to get the grant money for. So it's something that we have to do if we want to perform in the wider world, but it's also really important to us. And there are a couple of specific things about that. It's our responsibility to provide the parents with opportunities to become informed about program design, operation, evaluation, and to communicate with educators on these subjects. And this is, we've done this in a number of ways. But again, because of the situation we're in now, it's going to be greatly expanded. And the same with number 4, parents should be provided with information and opportunities intended to improve their abilities to work with their children at home and in school, and to build partnerships between home and schools. And I wanted to show you this one because it's so timely, despite the fact that we re-adopted it when we formed the new board in 2019, but this has been on the books for a long time. And it anticipated all of the things that we're having to deal with in a much more immediate and much more visceral way right now. So one more policy. And this one is the school community relations. And again, our value and the policy that we built around it is to encourage the involvement of the community in the schools. And again, implementation requires us to reach out to the community to create planned, systematic, two-way communication processes between the board and the school community. And the board delegates to the principal, superintendent, or community relations officer, in our case, the superintendent, responsibility for developing a community relations program which conforms to the above principles. So those are the, let me get rid of this and stop sharing the screen and let a few more people in. So those are the some of the values that have been put into policy and that are implemented, that we've been implementing over the years, and particularly the one with parents and community that we're going to be expanding. It's going to be taking on an additional meaning now in this current setting. So any questions from anybody, or any comments or thoughts? Or I guess if you want to stop me, if you want me to stop doing these things, tell me that privately and we'll find another way to go about it. But any comments on any of those policies or any thoughts? Okay, I don't see any hands up. So next thing is to talk about the unapproved budget, our unapproved budget update, and the situation that we are in right now. And Frank, I don't know if you have any additional new information. I can kind of tell you, talk about where the House Education Committee left it last week after they met on Friday and discussed it. But basically, it's not any different than when we last met. But Frank, do you have any information fresh today or anything to?
Nothing new. We were hoping that we would have something different, but no, nothing new. And my understanding, Dan French has indicated that he's also waiting for clarification on how, when the funds do become available, how we might apply for it and the timeline. But yep, nothing definitive since our last meeting.
So the situation then currently is that the Senate Education Committee believes that the best solution, given all the circumstances at this moment, are for the 19 districts that don't have budgets approved for various reasons. Some were defeated, some had their meetings canceled, their votes canceled like we did. And their view is that approving our FY20 spending, this year's spending, and for next year, approving the same rate for next year would be the best solution, because at least that's been voted on, and that would allow us to operate. And that also, their perspective also is that we can vote, we can add our proposed budget to a vote at any time and get more, and make up the difference. But the best way to proceed right now is to go ahead and just use the FY20 until it's safe or healthy to vote. And the House Ed Committee has talked in a lot more detail and really looked at the individual districts and looked at several different options. And their perspective, I think, starts from, it's just not fair for us, for these 19 districts, to start this pandemic, this new world behind, without the full budgets that they need for this year, since all the other districts in the state have passed them. And then there obviously are the implications of the reductions or the other things that would have to happen. But they have not been able to come to an agreement about how to proceed. And they adjourned last Friday after at least a 2-hour conversation, deciding that they would just take the weekend to think about it. But as of a few hours ago, they had not scheduled, they had not put it on an agenda, and it may be that it'll go on the end of their agenda this coming Friday. The situation that leaves us in is that, and again, if the legislature, if they don't agree on something and agree with the Senate and get something through the 2 houses and signed by the governor, we will be in a position on July 1st of having to operate with what we know we will have, which is the default budget. If our budget does, if we get voted down, if our budget is voted down, we will be on the 30th. We will have a default budget, which is 87% of this year's spending, and it's actually a little bit less than that because we have to spend all of our reserves first. But it's I think just the ballpark figure. It's somewhere in the vicinity of $5 million that we're going to have to offer contracts based on, rather than on what we proposed for a budget, because we don't have an approved budget. So we can't go ahead with money that we don't know we have. So that's a pretty tough spot to be in. And I see that Frank has his hand up, and Emily. Oh, Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, just yeah, good context, David. I just wanted to clarify that the 3 points around budget authority. So the Senate version did not refer to the prior year budget. It was the prior year education spending figure.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and so the difference is our prior year budget is 900,000 more than the current year. Our current year is that we're projecting FY21 that we are at. We had proposed to the budget to the voters. That's up 900,000, and then the education spending is up 2 million because we were not a merged district when we were formed in the context of the FY20 budget plan. So
right.
just wanted to clarify that. And then the 87%, yeah, it would be a severe sort of constraint to operate, obviously, July, August, September. But that 87% is only a placeholder for the point at which the board and the community have an opportunity to reconsider a budget. So it seems unlikely that we would stay at the 87%, but it is theoretically possible. The intent is that we just get to borrow money of 87% of our prior year until the voters approve a budget proposed by the board.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Emily?
Thanks. I'd love to give an update from the perspective of inside the State House, if that's helpful on this debate. So the Senate is, as it's been said, concerned about not following the exact will of the voters. It's struck me and struck the House that leaving a decision up to the school board is as close to the will of the voters as you can get, because they're closer to the voters than, say, a senator is covering an entire county. The dynamics of operating virtually means that we seek more agreement between the House and the Senate than we might ordinarily do, because things like conference committees don't really work in this environment particularly well. One piece of context that might be helpful for this conversation is that the House passed unanimously last week a piece of legislation that allows the Brattleboro Select Board to pass a temporary budget based on what was warned for town meeting, which is essentially exactly what we're asking for school boards. And that bill passed the Senate today because it went through different committees. And so for some context, a lot of the theory around this is not as sticky as it might seem. And so that gives me some hope that we can all get to the same page, because they are identical theoretical constructs. They just have some slightly different feelings and personalities around them. I appreciate the point about the 87% being what's available to be borrowed, and that you could hypothetically spend more in your first quarter in anticipation of a vote. I convened a meeting of all the legislators who represent communities that have not passed a budget yet, both folks with failed budgets and folks who, like us, have not had a chance to vote yet, to try to see if we could find more similarities and move the House conversation along a little bit. Many of those communities are moving forward with a vote, as I'm sure you're aware, and just hoping to have at least a first round of voting before July 1st. And that what's the two options that seem to be on the House table right now are trying to push forward this bill and seeking compromise with the Senate from there, or coming back in August if there are still communities like ours who have not had a chance to vote, which I realize is after many of the deadlines that anyone would want anything to happen, but is a little bit better than never.
Just a couple clarifications. The Brattleboro, the vote for on the Brattleboro town budget, to approve the town budget, was Brattleboro is the only town that has a representative town meeting. So they're the only town that's in the situation. So it's a little bit easier to deal with.
Yes,
the other,
I could say just that funny town, Brattleboro, we're gonna let them do this funny thing, that funny town that does all those weird things.
Yep, the one and only Brattleboro.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing though is that on June 1st, we have to operate based on what we know for sure. And that means that we will have to send RIF notices to a significant number of employees. And it may be that we'll get a budget passed at the end of the month, and then we can send those contracts out. But that's just an incredible amount of stress and anxiety, and possibly people moving on to other jobs. And they're the tech savvy, energetic young people that we really looked hard, found and hired and have been working with, and are really great people. And it seems, well, I'm not going to editorialize too much, but it seems unnecessary.
I find the amount of frustration, pain, and confusion that we're leaving to communities to deal with right now to be unconscionable, and I'm sorry about it, and really encourage folks who have colleagues in other parts of the state to make sure that other parts of the state are having as dynamic a conversation with their legislators about this as you all have had with us, because that has not been my experience when I've talked to my colleagues. And so we are doing our very best to raise this alarm bell inside our body. And I should say now that Molly Burke, Representative Burke, really wanted to get on this call today and just couldn't get the buttons to work. And I see Representative Coffey here. We're doing our very best to sort of raise alarm bells with our colleagues, but it's much more meaningful when it comes directly from someone's community. And so I know all of you have colleagues throughout the state and friends throughout the state, and know parents and teachers and everyone throughout the state. And that's a really important way we can push this conversation a little bit further in the House, because the House committee is on board. We just need to help them find the political courage.
Okay, Representative Coffey. Oh, just before you do, for people that have come in since after the beginning of the meeting, at the bottom, if you click on participants at the bottom of your screen, you'll get a little panel on the side, and at the bottom there's a raise hand icon you can click on if you wish to speak. Generally, we like to hear from the board members first, but I sometimes forget to ask the general public if they have something to say. So if you click that, I see the little blue hand, and then I can make sure you get a chance to speak. And also, everyone is muted, and so if you wish to speak and you put your hand up and I call on you, please unmute yourself, and then mute yourself on the way back. And I noticed that Peter Gould just came in, so that may be Molly.
No, it's
So,
actually Molly.
Right. Hi, Molly. Sarah Coffey is about to speak, and
Okay.
so welcome to the
I got
meeting.
locked out and I had to use Peter's computer.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Hi, Molly. Hi, everyone. Thank you, David, for including us in the conversation. And I just wanted to echo and some of the things that Representative Kornheiser said. You know,
I'm afraid you've frozen, Sarah.
We really are working on broadband too. We know that's a huge educational equity issue as well as a political problem.
So are we.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think my connection is back. Anyway, I just want to quickly say, just to reiterate, we're in the House, we're pretty empathetic as a lower, I think as a lower house, we're closer to the people, and I think we're empathetic to the challenge that our community and the 18 other communities are facing with this vote. And I have been in active conversation with the Guilford Leadership Council and the Guilford members of the school district board, as well as our town clerk in Guilford. And you know, I have a question for you all. Are you going to be making the decision? My understanding is that you had to make a decision to warn a vote pretty soon if you're going to do that. And that, because I don't think that a decision is going to be made quickly, or a resolution will be made quickly within the State House. So I heard in your opening remarks, David, that you were considering, and with Frank's comments, that you're considering adopting the default budget and then doing a vote later?
No, we decided 2 weeks ago to warn a vote, and tonight we have to decide how we want to carry out the balloting, the actual voting.
So your decision is tonight, really, about how to move forward with the voter approval?
How we're going to run the process is we set the June 30th as a date, and we decided that we would wait until June 1st to decide what we would do with the ballot and whether we would go through with it. But we have to have a ballot ready to go so that absentee voters, and it's a 40-day window. So we have to decide what's going to be on the ballot today.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, and it's really frustrating that the legislative process is not in tune with your timeline. However, I was really concerned about the capacity in some of our town clerks' offices, you know, being able to do such a vote. But earlier today, I spoke with our town clerk in Guilford, and she has a really good perspective on it, and she feels pretty confident. And it already sounds as if things have been, there's been some good communication across towns on how this might happen. So, which I'm really glad to see, because I do think that this body, this school district body should feel empowered as best it can, because we know that the situation that we have with our newly merged district, how this year's budget compared with last year's budget is quite different. So I wish that we had better news from the legislature, frankly. I'm very, very frustrated that that the Senate position is so hard. So if there is advocacy that folks know from, you know, with members of that committee try to do that, but I'm encouraged to hear that you're thinking that you're going to move forward with a vote.
Yeah, we are definitely going to move forward with what we have to, and if it's passed, then we're fine. I think I would just, and we'll talk in a few, and I hope you'll stay around for the conversation, because I know that the town clerks have been concerned about the election, and that's why we're doing both of these items right now in the beginning of the meeting, so you can be around to hear about the difficulty with the election as well. But I want to make sure that you understand, if our vote passes, and that's, there's a range of opinion about how likely that is given the current circumstances. Although tax receipts were pretty good, at least in Brattleboro. I think it was about 98% of people paid their taxes on time. So it's not as bad as we were fearing. But if it doesn't pass, well, whether it passes or not, on June 1st, if the legislature does not do anything, we have to lay off somewhere around the vicinity of $5 million worth of people. And we can find some, a little bit of money here and there, but that's a lot of people. And we have to send them those RIF notices. If the Senate bill passed, then it would be 2 million that we would have to reduce. It's fewer people, but it's still, I think, 11 part-time or full-time positions. And but if neither of those happens, but if the Senate doesn't, then we have to do the 5 million. And if the budget passes later on, we can get them back. But the difference between the Senate or the legislature acting and not acting is how many RIF notices we have to send out on the 1st. I just want to make it really clear that's the situation.
Unless you pass the budget.
Well, no, the budget is on, the budget vote is June 30th. We have to RIF on June 1st. We have to notify people on June 1st. It's actually May 1st, but we don't have a budget in place, so it got extended to June 1st. So that's the circumstance we're in. So Emily, I see you have a comment again, and I wanted to hear from board members if they had any comments, and then from the public, and then we'll go over to talk about the election or the vote.
I'm curious if it's the position of the board that you would prefer the Senate proposal to waiting a little bit longer and figuring out if we could get the House proposal to clear.
Well, we haven't decided on a position on that question. The first time we talked about it was a month ago, and we decided we would love to have our regular budget. If not, the FY20 with an inflation adjustment would be fine. Those two things would be fine. Basically, it would be harmless. Great. Any board members, any comments or any questions? Okay, Jody Normando, I see your hand up.
I am unmuted now.
Yes.
Hi there. I wanted to ask the two legislators, representatives, especially Emily talked about some people not maybe dragging their feet and not being for the proposal. I wrote to almost everybody I could think of, but if there's particular people that you think need to be written to, could you get back to me and let me know their names and their districts? And because of the Act 46, most of us know a lot of people in all the districts in the state. And I think we could write to them and try to get them to back something that's good for us. Thank you, and I'll unmute.
Okay, well, let's move to the discussion about the vote.
David,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think Sean's been trying to get your attention.
Sean, use the blue hand on the bottom, please.
I am.
It's there now. Good. Yep. Go ahead.
I've had it on right along.
It didn't show up.
Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's a very interesting discussion, and I was sort of under the assumption, since we said on the 6th that we would have a vote on the 30th, and so I was sort of proceeding that would be definitely the way that we, what's going to happen. I'm a little surprised about the RIFs, but I would hope that the RIFs could be, maybe people could be made aware of the RIFs, but then the actual RIF wouldn't take place until July 1, And by that time, maybe we would have a passed budget. So it's my understanding that the budget has to be rewarned, which means that we have to do it this week. So we have to put a budget in a warning this week and get it posted if we're going to be voting on it on the 30th of June. So I would hope that that transpired tonight. So thank you.
That's gonna happen. That's the next item on the agenda. But the contract says that if we're not going to give someone a contract, we have to notify them by June 1st. And our vote isn't until June 30th. So it's just a question of how many of those people we're going to have to notify on June 1st, unfortunately. Lyle?
Thanks, David. I just wanted to clear that up. When we notify people that there is a potential for a RIF, they get the RIF letter saying that this would not happen if if a budget is voted and it contains the amount that we have currently posted in the budget, then the RIF would not happen. So our letters are worded so the teachers know that receive the RIF letters that there is the potential, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to be RIFed.
Great, thank you. And Thomas?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm understanding it correctly. We spoke, I think, in the last meeting where if we did get to that 87% figure and we had to borrow, isn't there a finance fee or an interest fee that we would be just losing money towards that would add to what we're losing, basically? Don't we have to, do we have to borrow for like a month, 3 months, the whole year? And then how does that work?
I'm going to let Frank answer that because he'll do it a lot more concisely than I will.
Yeah, the answer is, Thomas, we would borrow until a public vote is passed. And once a public vote is passed and/or the legislature does what maybe Emily Kornhauser had outlined, so one or the other, ultimately we need to borrow until either the electorate passes the budget or the legislature does it on behalf of the budget. And yes, there is quite a cost to doing that. It would not be a matter of borrowing all of the annual budget up front. What we would do is we would evaluate our cash receipts and then of course our expenditures and borrow that amount as each payroll and as each accounts payable check run, the warrants are scheduled to be dispersed. So I'm in fact right now working on a cash flow forecast, and we'll be providing that to a bank to begin developing a resolution for the board to consider. I hope to have that for the June 17 board meeting. But the bottom line is that as soon as the voters approve the budget, a school tax rate is sent to the tax department through the Agency of Education. They set a tax rate, and that goes to the town offices, and then the normal process goes into effect, where the town offices will pay us the school property taxes that they appropriate, and the education fund will also make their usual payments based on an approved budget.
Great. That answer your question, Thomas?
I mean, there are a lot of unknowns. For instance, say it was September 1st. I know hopefully this won't happen. Say it was September 1st and everyone's in school and we still don't have anything passed somehow. Would we borrow for the next week at the least, or would it be the next month? Because I guess with our budget, it tends to be about $1 million a week. So
right.
If we do, say we have to borrow for an entire month at a time, just so we don't run too close. Say that's $4.5 million. how much would that come to hypothetically with something like that? If we had to borrow a month's worth ahead of time, what do you think the loss would be? What do you think?
That could be in a range of say 60 to 80,000, depending on the interest rate.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, that's terrible. Okay, on top of the cuts. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
And that is why it's so urgent, as David has stressed, that either the legislature takes action or we do, because it's not a good scenario.
Other questions? Okay, we'll move to the vote then. Lyle, you got some information from the Secretary of State today, I hope?
I did not. I contacted him and have not heard back, either by phone, and I left my phone message, or by email. So what we need to do, I think, is we know that in the past, the board has had the authority to accept grants and to do the borrowing. So I don't think that needs to be on a ballot. Frank, is that your understanding as well, that in the past, it seems like boards have done that? And it would just be the regular budget, the language that I sent you, David.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so generally, if a provision in statute is specific about the powers of the school board, then it does not need to also be warned. We've had in warnings across our own districts over the years. Some districts have the article on the warning to authorize the board to borrow in anticipation of taxes. Others have not done that, and I have never seen that challenged by a citizen or by the agency of ed. So in my experience, as long as it's authorized in statute, which it is, board's ability to do a tax anticipation borrowing, it is not required to also be voted.
And we can receive grants and things like that, the other things that we tend to. Oh, great. So, because the only thing in our statute is that the language for the vote of the budget. It doesn't give us any other models that we have to follow or anything else. So, good. That would make it simple.
Do we? I'm just thinking about our traditions, and always good to make sure we check in with Barb. She's our best institutional knowledge. But do we know about the compensation for school boards? I just recall that being somewhat routine on a warning. I don't know what the requirement there is, if it's an annual requirement or not.
I'm sorry, I don't know either. I can ask Barb, and she could put that. Barb put together a draft ballot, which is just the warning, taken from the original warnings that give the exact numbers and percentages for the school budget. If we need to do the school district, the school board salaries, that would be an easy thing to add.
Good. So, so last meeting we had, I believe we had said that we wanted to try to mail a ballot to everyone. And I had some conversations with the Brattleboro clerk, and Sean, I think, has said today that he's talked to all of the town clerks. And I don't know if Barb has contacted any of them about how we might carry out this vote. But so basically, I'm asking for information. But how do we go about this?
Sean, you want to go, and then I can fill in what if I think you've missed anything.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was able to contact all of the town clerks, and I got a tremendous amount of really relevant information on how to do it in light of the pandemic, and also how to do it, as all these different methodologies. So I sort of have written down some of the things that some of the clerks put out there, and they all had good ideas, and they were all, kind of just using all of the ideas and really come up with something that that I think is very workable. So the first item was the fact that there would be a postcard sent to all the registered voters. Actually, I was talking with Barb today, and she said just send it to everybody in the district. So either way, it would be a postcard that would notify people of the importance of the vote, and then also very much the importance of doing it with absentee ballot because of the pandemic, and reducing the number of individuals who would actually come to vote on the 30th of June, because the polls have to be open. Penny was pretty sure on this and told me that the polls, and actually everybody said this, the polls have to be open on the 30th from 10 in the morning is what Guilford does till 7 at night. But I talked with all the clerks about the possibility of doing that in the safest possible way. Jonathan in Putney said that they could have tents. Brattleboro would use the BOHS gym. I didn't specifically find out from Lori in Nuverston, but I think she has an idea. And Penny was going to use the gym in the Guilford school. But I think the point is that we could get maybe 95% of the voting done by absentee ballot. So it would be the postcard. And then Jonathan mentioned something about my voter page, and I looked that up today on the Secretary of State website. So you can request a ballot as soon as the ballots are available directly from the state. Then the state notifies the town clerks. And then Vermont election management, Jonathan also cited. So there are these really good tools that can be used in order to pull a vote like this off. So the warning would have to be done next week, and then in the timeline, the vote would need. Let's see. Let me see. Just looking at my notes here. The absentee ballots have to be available 20 days before the vote. So that would be June 10th. So all the ballots would have to be printed and available to anybody that wanted them absentee by June 10th, 2020. And what I can do is I actually I asked every one of the clerks except Penny, and I had a verbal conversation with her, but every one of the clerks sent me a little email timeline list of important details, and I could share that with you, David, and then you could send it to everybody, because it had a tremendous amount of really relevant information within it. So,
yeah, great.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll add to that is that Barb and I were talking, and the reason for sending a postcard to everyone is that we were thinking we could have information on the postcard and how people would register to vote if they had not. And then that postcard would give them the information of how to get an absentee ballot, and as I just said, how to register to vote.
Great. Yeah, that sounds great. Did Sean, did any of them, particularly Hillary and Brattleboro, talk about ballots that could be run through a tabulator so that the Board of Civil Authorities didn't have to handle them?
Yes, Hillary was very keen on that, and I can't remember the specific answer on that from Jonathan or Lori, but I think Penny would use it in Guilford, but we don't have an easily tabulated. In other words, it's not easily programmed, so it would be a little more difficult in Guilford, but it certainly would be something that would be doable. And also, if 90%, 95% of the votes, let's say, or 80% came in as absentee, then that takes that problem off the table. In addition to which, the postcard would have to have specific information for every town member to make sure that all the ballots have to originate from the towns, from one of the 4 towns, and then they'd have to be mailed back to the town clerks in each of the 4 towns. So if the postcard goes out, it would have to be very specific that it, to the members of the town. So it would almost be 4 postcards for Dummerston, Guilford, Brattleboro, and Putney. And each one of those postcards would be specific return information to those voters in those towns to go back to their own town clerks.
Thank you. Ann Beekman, I saw your hand for a minute.
Sorry, Dave. I have here a communication. It would appear that John from Putney and Herb have been in touch, and John is clear on a touchless system somehow in the parking lot of Putney Central. So that was planned for ahead of time.
Any other, Sarah Coffey's hand was up for a second too. Maybe we covered your concerns. So Lyle, what happens now? Does Barb basically communicate with the, I think we agree. I don't know that we have to vote on it or not, but I think we agree that we want to mail out a notice and then have people request absentee ballots rather than mail ballots to every registered voter, or every current voter. So will Barb work that out with the town clerks?
Generally, she does, yes. It might be good, David, for you and me to see if we can set up a conference call with Barb.
Yeah.
And then, yes, Barb has a really great relationship with all the town clerks, and she generally works with them to make sure that it's easiest for town clerks.
Great. Great. So, yep. Sean, go ahead. It's easier if you put the blue hand up than the little one. You happen to be on my screen right now, but that's not always the case. And you'll have to unmute.
I did talk with Will Senning, and as far as mailing the ballots to everybody, he strongly discouraged that, just as a piece of information directly from Will.
Thanks. So any other thoughts or comments? It sounds like we've got a plan to go forward. So Lyle, we need to warn it within 40 days, but we don't have to have the ballots until 2 weeks ahead?
There are specific dates, so and Barb will know those. I think Sean said maybe we would have to have ballots available at least 2 weeks ahead. If we're going to want to have postcards, I got to pull my calendar out here. We are probably going to want to have postcards ready to mail out so that people have time to get the postcard and then get in touch with their town clerk. So I would guess that first week of June, it will be the latest that we could determine that. And I'm sure Barb will want to send to the people that do our mailings next week, if possible, any information we have.
Yeah, that would be great. That would give us, we'd have a little bit of breathing space then. Anything else on this topic? Sarah, go ahead.
Sure. In conversation with community members that I've had about this is that if there can be a link to the full budget. I know that the budget packet was made available before town meeting, but I think that feels like so long ago for many people. So if there's I believe that there's a link to the budget, and just so that voters can also see more detail, if there's a way to add that onto that postcard. That was something that I heard in conversations with a couple of people in Guilford.
Great, thank you. Sean?
Yeah, sorry. I still am under the impression that we have to do a warning no less than 30, no more than 40 days, which means that the warning has to be completed this week. So, because in 30 days, we're starting June 1st and then we're voting on the 30th. So I think the warning is probably the of utmost importance to get the warning out.
Well, let's see what Lyle has to say.
So we'd have the draft warning done. Yep, we have the draft warning
And,
done, and I think it's ready to go, as long as you all approve it tonight. And as I said, I gotta pull it up in front of me. It's the same as what we had in this newsprint. The warning came right from here. So shall the voters of the school district authorize the school board to expend $51,171,300, which is the amount of the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,932 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 4.1% higher than the spending for the current year. So that is what Barb put together as a draft warning.
Great. Great. Thank you. Other questions? Emily?
Thank you. That reminded me of one thing I wanted to add before I have to leave, and I'm sorry to leave before the meeting ends. I know there's been a lot of confusion and nervousness around the solvency of the Ed Fund, and that was not helped along by the administration's proposal to ask districts to revote last week. And so want to say to all of you and anyone else that's watching that there was absolutely no interest in the House in that proposal of, blanket cuts. And that with regards to property taxes and the Ed Fund, we are in agreement on ways and means that we are going to be setting the yield at exactly what we plan to set the yield at much earlier in the year, pre-COVID, pre the hole in the Ed Fund, and that we will not be filling it via an increase in property taxes, and that we will find another way to solve that challenge. And so just really want to be clear that we're not anticipating cuts and we're not anticipating skyrocketing property taxes. And so as people are making decisions around voting on this budget, that they're aware of that we're really looking to sustain and maintain that stability in our communities.
Great, thank you. Frank?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Emily, we had an update from Brad James that he had heard Ways and Means was considering $10,998 for the yield figure. And you may or may not have those numbers top of your head, but the tax commissioner's letter that the school boards used to develop the budget was $10,883. So just curious if you know which one of those numbers we may be heading toward. And just for the board's point of view, the $10,998 that was shared at our business manager meeting, the statewide business manager meeting, that reflects about a 1% reduction in our tax rate. So that would be favorable, but if we're back to the December 2019 number of 10,883, that's what we published in our annual report, and that's what Lyle just referred to in the warning.
Well, I'm gonna, thanks. We're getting a little bit into the weeds here, and we've got a pretty full agenda, so I'm gonna leave that as it is, and we'll see what happens with the yield. But it's good to know that the governor's trial balloon got punctured by the legislature pretty much immediately. Sean, is it pressing? Because I'd really like to move along.
I was just wondering if you need a motion.
No, I don't think so. I mean, well, it wouldn't hurt. Go ahead, make a motion.
Okay. I would make a motion that the WSESD school board authorize a warning to be produced that Lyle just referenced. And so it would be exactly the same as Article 3 in the warning that was for the meeting on March 17th, 2020, which is the amount of money that will be voted on June 30th.
Great. And could I have a second, please?
I second. Liz?
Thank you, Liz. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no blue hands, all in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? So it is passed. And Jackie, you had your hand up? You have a comment?
No, I hit that button in error. I'm sorry.
Okay. And Wendy, I see your hand up, which means you probably need the text of the motion.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Sean, you want to try it again?
I can just email it to her.
That's even better. Thank you, Lyle.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Next item is the PPE, the Performance and Programmatic Equity Committee report on equity in after-school programming. So I will ask Emily to, I think you are able to share your screen. And yeah, I think I enabled it. There it is. Great. And we'll start off with a brief introduction, and then Liz does the first 4 slides, and I do the next ones, and then we'll go from there.
So I just wanted to make a little statement at first before we just jumped right in, as people may not remember that this topic was on our agenda. And we'll give an overview, or David and Liz will give an overview of how this came about, so I'm not going to steal their thunder. But I just wanted to make a note that we've been working on this since October. And just to give a few thanks, because a lot of the administration, I've emailed them like 1,000 times with probably some silly questions at times to them, because they're kind of in the midst of it and we're a little bit on the side. So I wanted to thank Frank, because he's connected us a bunch to all the numbers you're going to see in the presentation, and Lyle. And then we did talk to a lot of the principals. Steve Perrin's been really helpful, and I know Herb's on the call today, and we've been going back and forth to get some more information about Putney's after school. And then Julian Egan for really rapidly getting me a blurb as of yesterday for the presentation. So it was really great turnaround. And then we talked a lot to Chris Sawyer and Paul Smith, who helped to fill in some blanks. So it was a real community effort beyond our just little, the people who will be presenting tonight. And actually Tim Morris, previous board member, was very involved in kind of before he transitioned off the board in making this come to fruition, or at least, getting all the stepping stones in. So I didn't want to forget people that aren't going to speak, because it's our first attempt to really look at equity or equality of after school programming throughout our district. So we're excited to share this. So I'll hand it over to you, Liz, who has the first slides.
You're going to advance the slides, Emily?
Yeah, you just need to say, because I didn't unfortunately read anybody's notes that they sent to me, I didn't have time, so just say flip when you want me to flip.
Flip.
Oh. Liz, I don't think we can hear you.
Okay. The background of this is the first thing was how this inquiry came about, and the issue came up around equity in after-school programs when the Y Aspire didn't renew their contract for FY 2020 with Putney Central and provided very little notice prior to the start of the school year. Due to this, the PPEC was tasked with looking at how after-school programming functioned across the district and if supports were equitable. It's important to note that Y Aspire is a parent-funded initiative. The scope of this analysis will include comprehensive programming K-12 in all 10 school buildings, including after-school care, summer program, after-school programming, and co-curricular program, which is sports. Next. Our goal during the process was to One, better understand the breadth and depth of after-school programming throughout WSESD and share that information with the entire board. And the second one was attempt to assess equity in after-school programs across WSESD as a means to support future programmatic decision-making and potential expansions while retaining each school's respective community values. Next. So it's structured, the structure of this presentation is after school and summer is the first part. That includes a description of programs, student enrollments, and fiscal data. And the second part is co-curricular athletics programming, which includes descriptions of programs, student enrollments, and fiscal data. And
Is that my turn, or is she still on?
I don't know.
I think this is like.
Okay.
So the fiscal analysis includes these are the things that are included: transportation, salaries, benefits, food, official supplies, and equipment. Flip. Yeah, and the funding streams across the district are varied, and this only accounts for items that are in the WSCSD district. Externally funded initiatives are outside of our scope. We couldn't get all that information. And if we want to get all that information, we can do a second level analysis to get a little bit more perfectly representative numbers. But so this is based on what we actually spend in our budgets on these programs. Flip. This is my third one. That's the easy one. So the programs in the schools they all started in different ways. The Brattleboro programs began with 21st century school grants in the early 2000s, and as the No Child Left Behind came along, and we were requiring more tutoring, it made sense to offer tutoring after school in the schools rather than hire an outside tutor. So a large number of students not a large number, but several students were being tutored, and it became sort of obvious to the board at the time that most of our students were staying after school, and if we could expand the activities gradually over time, we could really create an extended school day. So that's what we attempted to do. The district funds pay for enrichment. It's different in each school. Enrichment, intervention, food connects, summer after school enrichment programs and interventions, and in Green Street 50 after school enrichment programs. And the summer programming was not included because it comes from Title I funds. Dummerston, additional after school programming, as something that they see a need for in the community. District funds here pay for the tutoring in the summer school. So flip, please. And Guilford after school program has been up for 5 years. It's a pre-K through second grade with 17 students providing after school care. It's not academic. It's because working families asked the board to provide after school care, and the board saw fit to do so. With summer programming, they now have kids in the Brattleboro Summer School and have for the past 3 years. Before that, there was no summer school in Guilford, and the district funds in Guilford pay for the after school pre-K to 2 program, including snacks and winter sports transportation. Putney Central has an extensive outdoor education and physical activities programs. Some are run by volunteers, teachers and parents are among them. The programs are funded via the budget, fundraising, and individual payments. Again, lots of outdoor activities, mountain biking, cross country, middle school level sports, and the winter sports program as well. And there's weekly chess club force program when volunteers are available. The summer camps rose out of needs in the community, and the district funds pay the subsidies for summer camps and the pre-K through 5 after school care program. Flip. And I think now it's somebody else.
Is this somebody else, David? I can do it, but I can. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think because this slide got added in late, so
okay.
maybe it was unaccounted for. But So essentially, we also, although the Y Aspire challenges in the fall came up around, elementary schools, some of the elementary schools are also middle schools, like Demerson and Putney. So we started to look a little bit at BAMs, and which led us to BUHS and BAMs, because many of the at least some of the funding streams you'll see in the future were for both schools. So we decided to highlight them here, although it was kind of a side to the study. District funds at BUHS pay for summer school and 65 after-school coordinators. So there's just a diverse amount of activities going on where they need advisors. And for BAMs, it covers the summer programming, some transportation. One is from a bus that we own, the other's not. And then anybody involved in the Bratt enrichment or the activities, so the BEAMS program. I should say that the BUHS, technically some of these after-school programs, or the 65 after-school programs at BUHS, are co-curricular, but we decided to separate them out and put them in this category because these seem like what would be called would be called after-school activities for the elementary school. So we separated them out and put them here. So a little bit of reorg. Here's some school enrollments. So we're getting into more of the data of the presentation. So these are just some numbers, and you'll see two different numbers. We really struggled when we looked at the student numbers. This is like number, as Judy Normando says, butts and seats. So these are the kids that are actually in the school. And one thing we were worried about is, like, if we just look at the kids who are in the school, then we're assessing we're assessing equality, not equity. And we didn't really have a good way to assess equity. So the only way we could think of, or at least where we had direct access, was to take the weighted student numbers from fiscal year 20 before we merged, because we actually could see by Guilford, by Putney, by a breakdown by schools. And you can see those numbers that were weighted. For Oak Grove, Green Street, and Academy, we only have the combination because those were counted as, like, one little amalgamation of schools. So that you'll see some areas in the budget where we're showing numbers, and we've made note that we can only do a combined number here. We can only do a combined number for BUHS and BAMS because we only have the weighted student number for them together. So you'll see that, but it's just good to explain it here. So here's the amount of after-school budget spent by location. So here is one example where we have the combined budgets, right? We'll break it out in a second, but the total for the district spent on after-school care is $416,154. Now this only includes the things we mentioned a little while ago, which I know you can't switch back to, but all the programs David went through from Putney and Brattleboro and all the other towns, we're just talking about the budget that we have, that the taxpayers pay, not any grants. So this is what would make up that. So here's the budgeted funds by school on after-school programming. So this is the breakdown, not grouped, obviously, all of Brattleboro, right? So you can see Academy, Green Street, and Oak Grove are taken now separately. And everybody has a little bit different budgets. Tried to put in here, back to another slide of the student numbers, so you can kind of get a feel for, okay, like, it makes sense. Academy has 336 kids, like, compared to Guilford, who has 118. Their budget's going to be a little bit bigger. Maybe you'd expect it to be a little bigger than it is, I don't know. But just to kind of give you some data that we collected, and you can kind of start to make your own kind of thoughts about it. Here's money budgeted for after-school programming per pupil in fiscal year 20. So then we decided this was where we needed those weighted. So we decided to look at it. It's like, okay, what does this all mean? Because if you look at this slide, it's like, okay, that's great, but like, each school has a different number of students, so how do we actually understand this data? So when we look by students, like, oh, here's how we understand this data. It's like, in Bratt Town, on average, if you look at the left side bar graph, $142.51 per student. If every student, let's say every student received after school, this is how much would be spent per student. And then Putney, Guilford, Demerson, you can see all the way down. So you can kind of more relate the numbers to how big or small the school is. And these are based on the weighted students. So this is a little bit of the closest we could get at this moment, which we're really taking feedback. So if you think there's a better way that we could have access quickly to, we'll definitely do another analysis. But This was to look at, okay, like since it's a weighted number, it says a little bit about equity, because we know that they're at the state level, they were weighting by school or by Bratt Town, based off of a lot of measures like special needs or students who are in poverty or different kind of measures, students whose families are in poverty. So on the right-hand side, you can see cost per unweighted, because that's the only way we can do it by actual school in Brattleboro. So they're not apples to oranges, or I guess they're not apples to apples, they're apples to oranges on the left graph and the right, but it's, interesting to see anyhow. Percent of school site budget dedicated to after school programming. So then we, this isn't with the weights, this is just used fiscal year 20 data again. Looking at like, okay, well, when we take the total after school cost and we look at the budgeted cost for that school, what actually, it's a little bit of a value statement, like what percentage did they put into after school? They might have valued something else. They might have put it into preschool or somewhere else, but this is just looking at the after school programmings by site. So you can see like there's a pretty good amount of diversity. There's some schools that have a pretty reined in version of after school. And there's other ones that offer pretty extensive selection, which is really exciting to see. So that's what this shows. I don't want to make too much commentary because I think we can all, I'd like everybody to kind of think themselves and then we can have a discussion. So I think this is you, Tim.
Yep. So we looked at special funds to offset. Things that were considered were the 21st Century Grant, BAMS Beams program, which was taken out of the budget, not included in numbers presented. The special education funding was separated out, as were Title I funds. Things we did not add in were the Brattleboro Endowment, winter sports, volunteering by staff and parents. That's significant. And the fee for service, we included no fees, but did not look into total cost of programming. Next slide. And the fiscal analysis limitations. The data looks, as Emily alluded to, the data looks at after school and summer programming without looking at other prioritized school spending. So as she mentioned, it isn't assessing equity. Instead, it shows what equality would look like. When comparing Brattleboro elementary schools, weights were not used. And that means we're not looking at need, primarily spending by number of students. And we have not taken into account that it is more costly to provide equitable opportunities for students in smaller schools. So the cost of student after school will be likely higher in schools with smaller enrollments, economy of scale. Other questions not that this whole analysis raises include big questions like, what is the academic impact of after-school programs? After doing an analysis, the final question in any kind of research program is so what? So we have these after-school programs. What is the impact on academic learning? How does it benefit the jazz club? Can more of that be done? Should sports be lumped into the same category as rock band and STEM activities and drama club? Should that co-curricular, the sports element, be separately considered? Which raises the question of, big question for me personally, is how do after-school programs reflect the values of our communities and the board? And how do we allocate resources for after-school programs in a fair way? Those are big questions, I think. That's all for me.
Thanks, Tim.
So I am next. Am I still, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. So what's included in co-curricular athletics? We looked at sports programming in grade 7 and 8 as well as high school. And the fiscal data, once again, includes salaries, benefit, travel, supplies, equipment officials, postseason expenses, FICA fee, intramural expenses, and other incidental costs like ice time. Nothing is weighted, so we can only assess the quality, not equity, in a sense. And although the high school budget lists after-school programming under co-curricular, once again, we separated this out and included it in our previous presentation and just focused on athletics. And just a little caveat that Putney Central allows sixth graders to participate in sports on a case-by-case basis, and also that field maintenance is not included. Next slide. So at BUHS, we offer a wide variety of similar and some identical sports programming for both boys and girls, with the exception of football, which we don't offer to girls, and then field hockey, which we do not offer to boys. And then at BAMS, cross-country field hockey, padded flag football, soccer, basketball, Nordic skiing, baseball, softball, track, field, lacrosse, so very similar. Dummerston has soccer, basketball, baseball, and when the numbers allow, softball, and Putney does ultimate frisbee, or is planning to, basketball and soccer, which is already in place. Next slide. So this is the unweighted enrollments by site, again, just the actual numbers of kids in all the different middle schools. And it doesn't include the sixth graders from Putney, which is just relevant because they are allowed to participate, again, on a case-by-case basis. But since it's case-by-case, adding that data, I don't think would provide much meaningful insight here. But we do have a total of 1,177 kids in grades 7 through 12. And Kelly, did I just blast onto your slide? Did I just keep going?
No.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, so I guess that's me. So the next slide is co-curricular athletics budget by site FY21, and that shows the amount spent on athletic programming per site. Okay, so the next screen. Where am I? Have I gone to the left? Okay. And this one shows co-curricular athletics programming FY20 analysis. This slide shows the amount spent per actual student on per site. These two do not include Guilford in that because their after-school programming has a little bit of athletics, but it's not really tied to this in that way. So next screen. Okay. Percentage of school site budget dedicated to co-curricular athletics programming. This slide shows the percentage of the budget spent on co-curricular athletics programming per site. Next screen. So this screen shows some things that we had talked about, maybe getting some input from the community. So we were looking for requesting further information from the community on to be investigated by the school district, next steps or conversations that should be had, and requests for further analysis, assistance with decision making. So, and I welcome any input from other board members who can sort of input their recollections of the conversations, but we were essentially recognizing that our presentation did not include everything, and we were looking for acknowledging and looking for information from the community on looking for their input.
Nice. So I guess that brings us to the end here. Thanks, team. And really, as we said at the start, and as Kelly just mentioned, we were tasked with figuring out what's going on with after school. And we don't really have an agenda necessarily here to promote after school in some site or do something very specific, but it was an interesting opportunity for the PPEC to take a look and to say, okay, like if we were going to look into some certain content area like after school, or we we're going to look into something like preschool, let's say a bunch of people wanted preschool or a bunch of people wanted a certain thing, or we're asking questions about, how come this one has that, and these kind of questions that come up, we'd need a way to start to look at that consistently over time. So this was our first attempt, and as Kelly said, like there's probably a lot of things missing, but we wanted to open up to the board and to the community who's on the call and the administrators to say, like, what do you think? Do you have questions? Where does this leave us? And what next steps, what next steps might exist around after school programming, maybe not right this second when we're really dealing with a ton of budget crunch, but in the future, like what does this mean for us now that we've done this analysis? And I can definitely flip back and forth to any slides people need to see again because it's kind of dense. So I'll open it up.
Jody, I'm gonna I see that you raised your hand. I got a message. See if I can change that.
Yes, I did, David. I thought when you were starting to do this program, which I found was very interesting as far as it went, but I thought there was going to be a proponent of it that did girls versus boys in high school.
What do you mean by that? Like, can you say a little more? You mean sports?
Yeah, how much money, how much equipment, how much field time, how much, all of that, boys and girls.
So we're doing that in a separate analysis. So we're doing actually they both came from a different area. So like that conversation came from a little bit of the conversation around the sports fields, it evolved from there. This one was happening concurrently around after school. So actually the decision to include sports was a lot later in this presentation because we realized the budgets were so intertwined, especially in the middle schools. So we added it in here, but there will be in the future information out about, a little bit more data regarding kind of that equity and gender. But that wasn't this one was a look at equity specifically for K-8, which doesn't really have the same gender. I don't know if we have issues, but if it had an issue, it wouldn't be a gender issue. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to see it when you get it done.
And that's on on the PPEC's agenda. Next time we'll be talking, Chris Sawyer and Steve Perrin are coming to answer some of our initial questions around that. So just to let you know.
Okay. Jody, your hand is still up, but I think you're done. Or do you have more to say? Okay. Any other questions or comments or suggestions for the committee? Okay, well, we have this data now, and we don't really we're not really planning any actions based on it, other than if things changed or if somebody had specific questions that they came up with, it would work with that. But so we'll post this slideshow on the website, and then people can go back at their leisure and view it and kind of think about it and figure out if there's anything you'd like us to do or any questions that came from it.
I do have one thing I want to say,
yes,
David.
Yep.
Just as like a preponderance, because we've all been talking in the committee and we can still keep talking about this. And as I said, there's really no funds for additional things right now, but questions have come up on the committee about, like, when you look back at this data, what are we trying to do? If we were going to have some proposals that came in around any issue, especially now we're saying after school, but what are our value statements? Because a lot of where we spend our money is what we value. So we're responsible as a board for also kind of making some decisions about that. So maybe it's a time during our summer retreat, which I don't know how will happen, but maybe online, you know, what do we think about these things? And let's say a school came to us that didn't have a lot of after school program. We heard from Oak Grove a little while back, and they were saying, oh, like, could we have more? You know, we have the data now to say, like, okay, well, what do we think about that? What does more mean? What is, you know, how do we move around the budget in a smarter way than just, you know, throwing money at everything? And obviously we get the advice of administrators, and we'd have to dig a little deeper, but I do want to encourage people, you know, if issues come up, like, we have to have a way to think about our district together. So that's my last piece. And I guess we'll talk about a follow-up on our committee meeting. Thanks, David.
Sure. I think the only thing I would add to that is we have to look, as you just said, we have to figure out how to look at the districts together. At the same time, I'm really gratified that there's so much difference in what happens in the school buildings, because we hear about that. We know that there are different values and different things emphasized in different buildings, and that's reflected particularly in these activities. And so it's fascinating that we can't really get to equity, and it's not about equity, it's really about what makes the most sense in these cultures with the student body that they have. And I see that Mark Spino and then Ellen Tumavicius are here too. Mark?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say that each school in our school district is unique and does have its unique climate. And, you know, I think our school budgets reflect our values. And that's our job as administrators each fall, to build a budget that reflects and supports what each school site values and is working on as a goal.
Thank you. Ellen?
I don't know if this is an appropriate time to ask, but I think it is, since you're talking about the sports and after school programming. And I'm curious, with all this budget madness, where are we at with the artificial turf? And was that just put aside for next year, or is that still in the budget?
There's a study still underway. It was obviously things slowed down, and it's happening in a different process. And I expect that we'll get a report, and we're supposed to get a recommendation and then decide where to go from there. There is still in the capital plan and in the budget $125,000 this year to do something to improve the fields. But yeah, that's not part of this. Julianne?
Just to follow up on Emily's question, in terms of, you know, thinking as a district, I think particularly for the smaller schools, is just looking at that problem around economy of scale, you know, and how do we think creatively about how we can give students at schools like Oak Grove and Guilford and Dummerston the same kinds of opportunities that students have at other schools, creative staff sharing or transportation solutions would be really good to look at. I know traditionally Dummerston it's just been hard to fund an independent right after school program at a small, you know, at that small scale.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments? I want to thank the committee and especially Emily, the chair. Oh, Michelle does have a comment. Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm sorry, was there in your numbers there, did you have a slide that showed us the actual number of students participating? I think you did. Could you share that again? If you could, if it's easy.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
So did you mean, so we didn't have a slide on the actual number of students participating, but we had the actual number of students that are like in the school.
Okay.
Do you want, is that relevant to you?
I don't know. I think I find myself very curious about just what the community feedback about what they feel like are working, what's working, if their needs are being met in their schools, what they wish they had. and I get that that's a really hard thing to navigate and fill need versus desire. So I was just curious, you know, with these different, let me see what I'm looking at here.
So this is, I mean, we have a few different, like, this is just the number of students in each of these schools. And we have another slide over here that's like with BAMS and BUHS.
Okay.
Now it doesn't say anything, it's like not the level of analysis we did. It doesn't say anything about, like, for example, there are a lot of kids who participate in sports at BUHS. So I know that the sports numbers are actually a little easier to get because, like, a team has 16 people. You know, it's very easy to calculate that versus how many kids are in the chess club each year. It might vary. You know, but it isn't to say, like, the reason I bring that up is because we can know the number of kids, but it's not unique kids who are in the sports programs. You know, kids could play multiple sports. Kids could be in multiple clubs. So we didn't have a good way to say, like, okay, is this our after schools program serving our 5% of our kids? Or is this 50% of our kids? Our sports programming, like, just for 4% or 30%? We don't know. We just know how many kids are in the school. I mean, I think we could eventually get those numbers. It would just involve a little bit more, it would involve more work. And I think it might be, some of the numbers might be hard.
This seems like a really good foundation and starting point. So thank you guys for all this work and sharing with us.
Thanks, Michelle. Any other questions or thoughts, or anyone want to share anything about the report, or any advice for what the it's not like we don't have things on the list already, but what the PPEC might other things we might want to look into now that you've seen the quality of the work that Emily and team are able to put together. Tim's got an idea.
Well, no, not an idea. Just another question. I just really wonder if there's a halo effect. If kids who participate in after-school programs do better in their regular day classroom. We seem to value after-school programs, but I want to know why we value them. What their purpose is, and they're so disparate. You know, you have so many different kinds of after-school programs. How do we measure their effect? That's a burning question for me. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think measuring the effect it'd be hard to get a control group and hard to measure what that particular activity has. But I think in general, we know that having kids engaged in any system, really, it's more effective. There are multiple points of contact. The person's going to be more engaged and more involved and likely to perform better. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a principal or two out there who would like to talk a little bit about the value of the after. Oh, there's one, Mark.
Yeah, about 4 years back, we made a calculated decision to shift from after-school tutoring to focus on increasing student engagement. And what that meant was to offer, you know, unique enrichment opportunities for every student in the school. So we moved from tutoring specific students who we identified to embracing a culture of enrichment for all and creating opportunities for all of our students. And our engagement through participation quadrupled. It's been huge for us.
Thanks, Mark. Herb?
Yeah, thanks. Much like Mark, we still do individual tutoring. It's funded primarily via Title I funds, but really the approach we've taken with our after-school programming has more to do with buttressing social emotional well-being of the kids so that they do feel those connections and have an opportunity to participate in activities with adults who generally are school people during their day in ways that they don't ordinarily have a chance to do during the school day. And it pays big dividends, which I think, you know, David, you mentioned it's difficult to sort of sometimes measure these things, and I agree. But in general, it has a very positive impact on overall.
Thank you. Steve?
You know, we also did a couple of studies a few years ago where we looked at the impact of sports on student academic averages and achievement. And we found a pretty significant correlation between a student being involved in sports and being successful in high school. We then tracked the same thing with music and kids involved in our musical program. We found the same thing, and it was kind of interesting. We found that the semesters that kids were doing the musical, they actually had higher grade point averages than the semester they were not. And then, you know, overall, I mean, it's pretty clear that, you know, being involved and having the opportunity to do sports clubs and any co-curricular really promotes for a student, especially a high school student, a sense of belonging in their school, you know, especially in a community and in a world where that is kind of fractured elsewhere. And, you know, we also have a lot of anecdotal evidence that shows that a lot of our kids who may leave high school without getting a diploma actually stay in school because they have access to sports, a strong sense of belonging. They have great role models in their coaches, and, you know, they don't drop out of school. So.
Thanks, Steve. Kelly.
Hi, thanks. You asked about the purpose, and really, I think at Academy and in Bratt Elementary, I would say that I would echo what's been said, and also say that it's about exposure to new things that they haven't tried before. A lot of social emotional learning happens during these times. The kids develop relationships with different peers who are not in their grade level, and they may not otherwise meet them. And that goes for staff as well. Different staff run the programs for different grade levels of students. So it makes transitioning to the next grade easier for them because they've met the teachers. They get opportunities to exercise instead of sometimes going home to, you know, they may not be able to get outside where they live, or they might not have an adult home with them. And it also engages the parents and informs the community about our school's values, because they learn what's important to us. For example, we did a sign language program this year, and we have some students who are deaf, and the classes filled up almost instantly. And unfortunately, we had to turn some kids away, but we were able to do another session, and parents got really interested in it. And so it does, like Steve said, really build the sense of community and culture and belonging for all kids.
Thanks, Kelly. Ruby?
Hi, Ruby McAdoo with Putney. I am really happy that the PPC is doing this, and I commend you. It's great. And I had two things to say, and one was that although I understand the need and a little bit of the desire to look at what's actually budgeted, I do feel like, particularly in Putney, there are so many things that are not budgeted and are supported by outside organizations that or are self-funded, and so I think that for our town, at least it feels like, we wouldn't be all of these questions about the impact of after-school programming and how that translates to the values that are in our budget. I think there's some work to be done to figure out that equity piece, because I appreciate and think that we aren't all going to be the same beautiful flower. We're going to be a whole garden of flowers. But I think this is a really good first step to those questions. The second thing I just wanted to comment on is that I was one of the parents who was affected by the closure of Y Aspire in Putney. And so this, when this first got raised, I was one of the vocal parents who was upset by the fact that my kids needed somewhere to be while I was at work. And it was great when they were learning something that was engaging, but actually I just needed them to be occupied. And I didn't have that option. And it was distressing to me that there was no way to get it. And Herb ended up pulling it together. It was a lot of work. He found it's something that, you know, he pieced it together and created a program, and that was great. But I think that there's I want the board to be mindful of the people in the community who utilize after bell programming that is till 5 till 6 o'clock, not necessarily thematically driven, not necessarily, you know, chess club or sports, but really as a tool for working families. I think that needs to be prioritized in a way that I didn't feel that at the beginning of this last school year in Putney when Y Aspire pulled. And so I would just remind that committee and the board that although all of these conversations around after school programming and how they affect our kids and how they're learning and what kind of impact that is, I think there is a family need around having aftercare support for the families, not just for the kids.
Thanks, Ruby. I think that's a really good explication of how much more broadly we are now and are going to have to continue to look at what schools do. It's way out of our control at this point. But thank you. John Gagnon.
Yes, I just wanted to echo a little bit about what was just previously said in terms of the importance of childcare for working families. You know, the genesis of Guilford having an after-school program did come directly from the need of the community for some kind of childcare in town for working families. And if you look at the numbers, it is, because of our small size, it is quite expensive for us to run a program. What our program doesn't do is it doesn't provide the opportunities for enrichment and for cultivating that sense of belonging throughout the entire school. So when we think about creating opportunities for all, I want to echo a bit of what Julianne said earlier in terms of thinking of us as a system, and that we are looking at the needs of all of our children, and how can the small schools be kept in the equation, and we look for efficiencies as well as opportunities and increased equity for all of our children.
Great. Thank you, John. Tim Maciel.
Just thank you for all those great responses to what the purpose of the after-school programs was. That was inspiring. I have one specific question. One of the slides showed the average per pupil cost. Why is Putney at $766 and BUHS at $822? Why is that significantly higher than other elementary schools for Putney?
Which slide are you talking about, Tim?
The average per pupil cost for after school, showing Putney at $766 and BUHS at $822.
Couple down.
Oh, it's a couple down. Are you talking about for sports?
Was it sports?
Yeah.
So here
Putney,
it is, yeah.
Yeah, Putney has, you're saying why is it 766 and BUHS is at 822?
Why is Putney significantly higher than Dummerston, for example?
Oh, so the reason there is because one, it's interesting, like as you have even just 6 students fewer, the number rapidly increases because the numbers are so small for their sports programs. So that's one reason. The other reason is I think it was officials was a good amount higher at Putney for their after school programming. And I can pull up my little data set as other people ask questions and get back to you on the actual number. But there was I wrote a little reasoning for it. So can you hold it and then have somebody else go and I'll tag back on?
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's see, Kelly again. I'm sorry I unhanded you, Kelly. I thought you didn't turn yours off when you actually turned it on again. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to speak quickly to Ruby's point. Ruby, I totally get it and agree with you. I have my own child who I also need aftercare for, and I was lucky enough to get her into Aspire, but I think there is a broader issue as well that sort of plays into equity, but it's also just a district-wide issue in terms of the capacity for schools to keep kids longer versus the needs of working parents. And our after-school programs only run until, a little bit after 4 o'clock anyway. And for a lot of parents, they need care until at least 5 and a lot of times 6 o'clock. And the Aspire slots are filled so fast. Like right now, they're already filled for next year. So all of the incoming kindergarten parents, for example, you know, it's hard to get your shot to sign up. So I've thought about this a lot, and I realized that the board may not be able to solve this, but it's worth thinking about as a town and a district of how could we have a facility that could have a bigger capacity for kids to go there. I've looked at the old Home Depot place next to Hannaford a lot of times thinking, wow, wouldn't it be great if we could have a YMCA in town where all of our kids could take the bus and be there until parents pick them up. So just kind of food for thought. It's kind of like an aftercare versus the programming issue. And how do we provide the care for everyone who needs it?
Thanks, Kelly. Liz?
Yeah, Herb, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have one either the 7th or the 8th grade class is very, very small. Is that true?
Yeah. Actually, it is. It's the smallest class we've had since I've been at PCS for 10 years. So we've got 11 kids graduating. The largest class that we've had, I think 5 or 6 years ago, we had 33 kids. So we are in a rebuilding phase with the 6, 7, 8 middle school. We've got 36 graders coming up. So that number is going to leaven out substantially when we get back to school in the fall. But you're correct, it is a small class.
Great, thank you.
So that affects what the sports is costing.
Thanks. Andy Skarzinski, you had your hand up at one point. Did you change your mind?
I lowered it. My comment was answered. I'd like to thank you for all the effort that was placed into that report. You know, after school activities are critical to the life force of the school, and you tend to see those results that, you know, borne out in climate surveys and culture surveys and buildings. And I think the schools have all labored tremendously hard to build unique programs that fit their populations and their needs. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the great programs that have been developed at all the elementary and the middle and the high school.
Thanks, Andy.
Just to get back to Tim's comment for a second. So Tim, I don't have a good response. I'm going to say that right off the bat. I have to look back in the emails because it was something that I went back and forth with Frank about. And I have the budget breakdown, but I can send that to you after. But I mean, the blanket response is that Putney Middle Schools, you can see their spending for sports is higher than Dummerston. I don't know why. Maybe it's an official's cost. I just can't determine at this moment why. I'm sure there's a really valid reason, but when you divide that by 30 students and you divide a smaller number by 36, it ends up being a lot higher of a number, you know, per pupil. And it could be related to the fact that, you know, Putney said they had the small class, maybe they had more students before, therefore more budget. I don't know the inner intricacy, but I will, I'll loop back in an email with you, and we can discuss it also on the PPEC if people have other questions. Sorry, I can't be more helpful.
Okay, any more thoughts? Well, thank you again for presenting this, and I'm feeling several pounds lighter. But now that we've started talking about working with kids and why we do things that we do, and the importance of them, and how much more we have to be doing, it's just such a relief from talking about budgets and votes and legislation. And, my mood is greatly improved. So thank you very much. So next is the administrative report. Lyle's going to give us an update, and I have a little information to go along with that. And then I think Andy is going to talk about summer actions and getting ready for next year.
So distance learning is continuing. Teachers are doing an amazing job with this. And just still considering the fact that basically they all had to turn on a dime and change their methods of teaching. So In my report that I sent to you all, we're continuing to work with families that were having some issues reaching. And as the weather gets warmer, continuing to review offline options to get students off screens and doing some other projects. Andy's working with Deb, Paul, and the administrators to look at online options that are working well. And I think Andy can report out on that in just a minute. I put in all the end dates. June 5th will be the last date of new learning. June 12th, the week of June 8th through 12th will be a week of either makeup time or school-based themes or catch-up time. And then that last week will be devoted to professional development and times for teachers to end the year with summary reports, etc. Andy, Deb, Cardane, Paul Smith, administrators are going to be working with Andy Skarzinski on what summer learning might look like. We've had a lot of conversations around summer learning. What will be safe for us to provide, if it will be safe for us to provide any in-person. Right now, we don't know the answers to a lot of those questions. One of the things that we've talked about quite a bit is whether or not we'll be able to provide protective equipment for the start of school. And if we are able to get protective equipment, we don't want to use so much of it in providing summer opportunities that we're taking it away from what we would need in the fall. So there are a lot of things that we have to keep in mind when we're thinking about summer learning, but those plans are still being worked out. And food, we're trying to work out through a grant to pay for transportation for food throughout the summer. We are feeding, as you know, about 3,100. We're making about 3,100 meals a day. That's a lot of food for a lot of families. They're relying on us, so we're really hoping that we can get some more money to continue that level of service throughout the summer as well. In the notes, you'll notice I have a couple of resignations and one new hire that I'd like you to accept. Kayla Wood, the Guilford phys ed teacher, has resigned and taken a job further north. She was offered a full-time position and did not have a full-time position with us, so we wish Kayla well. Kathy Forrester, the Career Center nursing teacher, has decided that she is going to retire. So those are 2 resignations. And Mary Kaufman would like to offer Allison Paquette the Oak Grove academic support position. So if you could move those, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Could I have a motion, please, to accept with regret resignations of Kayla Wood and Kathy Forrester?
So made.
Thank you, Tim. Second?
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion?
I have a question
about the hirings or about Lyle's report?
about Lyle's report.
Okay, we'll do that after the motions. Okay, Tim?
Okay.
Great, thanks. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, please unmute and in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. And could I have a motion, please, to hire Allison Paquette for the Oak Grove academic support position?
So moved.
Thank you, Jackie. Second, please.
Second.
Thanks, Liz. Moved by Jackie and seconded by Liz to approve the hire of Allison Paquette. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, Tim?
Okay. I have a question, Lyle, about food. I think it's fantastic that so many students' families are being fed. But would the meals are prepared, would we get much more out of our food budget if we simply gave families food that's not prepared as meals to let them cook it?
That I don't know if we would be allowed to do that. It's something I can look into and find out, but we have very specific guidelines that we must follow, put out by the, it's probably the feds that give us those guidelines, because that's where we're getting a lot of money from. And we also have to consider the fact that we're sending this food to sometimes kids who are home alone and their parents may not want them preparing food. Possibly there could be situations where there may not be electricity in the home. So in order to ensure that kids have food that they can eat, I suspect we will continue with preparing and cooking the food.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to let the board know about a possible opportunity that that may come our way with a little bit of effort. One of the things that COVID has really reinforced for us is the truth we've seen over and over again about our less affluent students facing more obstacles and having fewer opportunities than their peers, and that's been really evident with remote learning. And we have an opportunity right now to remove a significant obstacle in our towns. There's a significant amount of grant money that's come to the state, and it's very limited in terms of what it can be used for, but among the uses are running infrastructure and connections to homes and actual equipment for students who are underserved or not served. And it also includes teachers. They're also asked to, can be part of it. And so I've been following this pretty closely in the legislature, and then the governor just made some recommendations today, which didn't include much from broadband, but the legislature has as usual, has a different perspective. But the point is that we have a fiber cable company wiring Chesterfield right across the river. And we also have, we know where our underserved people are. And if we can get that information and contact, I actually contacted Consolidated, I haven't heard back from them yet. But if we can get some information, get the addresses of the people that we know, the children we know are underserved, and start talking with Consolidated about putting together a proposal, we could be the first ones in line for that money. And it would enable the running of fiber optics from all the way down the road to the house at the end, where if that's where the family was that needed the service, and anybody else along the line, along the way could use it. They're not putting restrictions on how it can be done. It's really quite an amazing opportunity. There's going to be a lot of competition for the money, but unless they change the restrictions, and the Congress doesn't seem to be in the mood to change the restrictions. They might extend the deadline, but it's $1,250 million that have to be spent between now and January 1st. And so I think it's a pretty good chance that we could get a chunk of that and get all of our families wired with really more than adequate broadband service. So, but we need to collect the addresses of the students. So I wanted to suggest or get the boards to see if the board agreed to add yet more to the plates of our staff by asking the teachers to record the names of the students that they know are underserved. They're the ones that are on the ground. They know who these people are. The 911 service doesn't know it. None of the agencies in the state know it. Only our teachers know that. And to get those names, and then to not to share those names, but to look up their addresses. Not the teachers, obviously. The office staff would look up the addresses and then put those addresses together and work with Consolidated to see what the proposal would be and what the bid would be to provide those services. So I wanted to. It needs to happen fairly quickly, and in order for us to stay ahead of the curve. So I wanted to put that information out there and just get a response from the administration and from the board as far as whether we support trying to pursue that pretty vigorously. Frank?
Yeah, I had mentioned this to Paul Smith, that, you know, it's an initiative that potentially might be available to us. And he has indicated that he already has that data as a result of working with Lyle and our teachers. So we do have that data. I also reached out to the legislative chair that you mentioned, David, and asked if they had a specification or, you know, anything that we could work with to you know, to take advantage of it. So I hope to hear back from him soon. And just one other angle that we might want to consider is, you know, typically school districts don't do infrastructure to a private home. You know, typically that's something that a town would do, but if the funding opportunity utilizes the school district as sort of the agent, you know, we certainly would love to work either way with the town or independent of the town to try to address that kind of infrastructure investment. And then, of course, we have to be mindful of, once it's in there, who pays for it, you know, who pays for the service. Typically, again, we don't pay for private use services, but you know, I agree, it's a lot of money, and it would make a huge impact on a number of our families. So I will definitely stay on top of it.
Yeah, great. Yeah, the question I specifically asked Brigland is a school district the kind of municipality that could actually contract with somebody to do that work? And the other thing, the paying for service, I mean, that may be like after school care. It's just one of the things that we're going to have to provide if we're going to provide equities. You know, will wind up being in our budgets. We don't know. I don't know that, but we're already giving, you know, sending Chromebooks home with kids, and so great. That sounds terrific. My only question is, Paul had sent me the numbers that he had, and I don't know if those were, if teachers were specifically asked to give the exact numbers of kids that they knew had inadequate service or not. So just to double check and make sure we have everybody, if that's possible. Herb, you had your hand up for a sec.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate at least a piece of what Frank said. You just covered it with the fees. You know, running lines out to the rural areas is a terrific idea. Paying for the service is quite another thing. We've experienced that with 2 or 3 of our families who had access, whose service was cut off because they weren't able to keep up with their bills. We managed through private funding to take care of that, but it's going to be a recurring concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions for Lyle, or any comments or other questions around the progress so far? Okay. Andy, would you like to talk about your plans for getting us back to school?
Yeah,
and also any summer plans?
Well, we have a few things in the works right now, and as you know, we will follow the guidance from the Department of Public Health, the Agency of Education, and working in conjunction with the Vermont Superintendents Association for guidance both regionally and across the state level in terms of what reentry looks like. As we've looked at things, one of the documents that's been incredibly helpful is just a generalized framework from the Council of Chief States school officials. And within that document, they look at really 4 components of a framework that we're going to organize our work around going into the next school year. One is around continuity of learning, the other around conditions for learning, leadership and planning, and the 4th one we don't have as great of an impact on that as around policy and funding. And the policy component will really dictate some of the, how we're able to, manage coming into the school year. As we spoke with our administrators last week and gave them an update, and I'll be sending this out to our faculty, we're looking at a range of options for reentry. Those range of options goes all the way from a full return to normal operations, which we know is probably unlikely, to having some level of a hybrid design where there are some students in the building and other students conducting learning remotely, and as well as and then looking at a fully remote learning environment. We do anticipate within any of those models that there may be some prolonged closures again related to an outbreak, whether it's at a single school or whether it's across the district. And so this is some of the work that we're trying to focus our professional development around. As we've discussed and as I've spoken with the leadership team, who have been incredibly helpful and resourceful in what they've done throughout the course of this year as this quick ramp up to remote learning is taking place. We've shared the first phase of getting everything up and going was incredibly challenging, and it's left some teachers and some staff feeling as if they need a greater level of support and understanding around remote learning. So as we think about the summer, we're at the end of the school year work, planning into the summer, we will be talking about really considering and contemplating our initial planning of looking at what would it look like to be fully remote at the start of the school year. By doing so, we're able to then backfill in both a hybrid model and some level of students moving in and out of the school at different time periods. And by utilizing a remote approach, we're looking to establish what's the baseline and kind of the initial framework that needs to be put into place for all students so that they have what we'd call an equitable experience across the district. And so as we've talked about other items with our leadership team, one incredibly important aspect around all of this work is making sure that students feel safe and secure. As you can imagine, schools are the one, for many of our students, it's the one place in our children's lives that's consistent and it's always present. Creating that remotely is difficult. It's possible, but that's an aspect of the work we'll be discussing with the group. The second part that we would like to talk about with our teachers, and Paul and Deb are working with this as well, is having a consistent set of digital tools across all the buildings at each grade level. So that in that way, it allows familiarity for students that may be transient, that may move from one space to another. They would have some degree of familiarity between school environments. And as well, it would give teachers a level of colleagueship where they can talk with colleagues from building to building, but it would also allow us to leverage best practices and identify problems and address challenges as a unit, as a unified group, instead of kind of in singular spaces. And so that's the big thrust of the work. As we look into the summer, the learning challenges are one thing. We'll consider also looking into the logistical challenges around bringing students back in at different points and what that would happen to be. As Lyle mentioned, we're not entirely sure the access to PPE will be readily available. And as we have our initial planning, that's something that we have our eye on. That's something we're continuing to look at it in that level of procurement. That's one of the level of strategies that we're looking to address early on. And many of the nurses have already started together to create a procurement list to find those items that would need to be in place for school to reopen in the fall.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can't get a forehead thermometer. Nobody has them in stock. They're simply not available right now. It'd be impossible to operate without those. But any thoughts or questions for Andy? Liz?
Yeah, if a family has family members who are at very high risk and for complications or death from COVID, in all of the scenarios that you're looking at, would there be an allowance for that family to not send the child to the school?
We would look for guidance from the AOE and the Department of Public Health regarding those unique circumstances. That's a policy component that we would want to look for guidance from what the state is saying around that. I'm sure that the schools are flexible places, and we work to meet the needs. I have to emphasize that the safety and security of our students, staff, all the building occupants and our families is our priority right now. And so any plan would involve that. The last thing we would want to do is risk an exposure to anyone, let alone someone that may be medically fragile or have a high exposure risk. And so in the contemplation of what these things look like, those are all considerations.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Andy or Lyle?
I have a question, David.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not on the screen for the handhold thing.
Okay.
I just forgot my question. Oh, I know what the question was. So when you're thinking about this either phased reopening or reopening not with all the students coming back, I might have missed this if you said it, but are there any thoughts about what I can imagine? Like my mother's actually a preschool teacher, and she's like, I can't imagine having preschoolers, they're not going to wear masks. It's going to be kind of like really messy for preschoolers compared to what schooling might look like for ninth graders who are, much more responsible for their own bodies, or aware, I should say. So when you're thinking about this, it's very early on, but what are your thoughts about different approaches to different grade levels?
We would seek feedback from the principals and the school leadership around how they would best approach each unique grade level. I don't know, Emily, after working in I've worked pre-K through 12, and I will say some of our pre-K kiddos may respond better to wearing a mask than some of our high school students that I've worked with.
Maybe so.
I'm a sympathetic spouse of a high school teacher, so I know some of the juggling that goes on there. I think we would look to our school-based leadership to find that what are the best ways to implement that in each of the unique settings. As a country, we don't have a great culture of compliance anyways, and so working around those items and making sure that we're reinforcing safety for all. As I've said before, safety is a priority, and making sure that we're reinforcing safe approaches to things. Within the logistical piece, also, we would have to look at a high degree of cleaning throughout the day, and both at the start of the day and at the end of the day. And so those are also the other logistical challenges that influence things, and to have from my limited exposure to the schools, they all seem incredibly clean and managed. But the standard of care in the building would have to be much higher than even what I've already seen that's in place.
Thank you.
Other comments? Thoughts? Yes, Molly.
Hi, I just had I had a thought, because I've been reading a lot about colleges since I have a college-age student. And I know that several of the colleges are adjusting their calendars to try to condense learning on the early end, front-loading the learning, and then having an extended break at the time when flu season hits, and they're projecting the coronavirus might also hit again. So I just wanted to put that out there as a thought. I don't know how that would work in our school system, but it was interesting to me. It got me intrigued today, and yeah, and I know there are implications. I wear a union hat too, so there are implications for the calendar with the union. So I would just put a plug in to have any communication about that with us as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Molly. Ruby?
I just wanted to ask, I see on the agenda that there's a role of leadership councils under this agenda item, and I wanted to kind of understand what the thinking was there.
Yeah, I've got some things to say about that. I just wanted to hear from everybody else first. So, other comments or questions for Andy or Lyle? Well, one of the reasons that I read those, went through the policies I went through at the beginning of the meeting, is because with the focus on parents and community engagement, is because the steering team, which is a group of people that volunteered at our first meeting, at our organizational meeting in the gym on the first or second day of the closed school season, a group that I could contact to kind of go through some ideas with and to discuss some questions and things that to put up to bring up with the board and the administration. And this week I asked them to get together, or last week, to get together and talk about leadership councils. And with really excellent conversation. And one of the things that became really clear is that the councils that have been going for a while, Guilford and Putney, are really pretty sophisticated and are really having some pretty valuable conversations. And then Sean, who's been on school boards now for 16 or 17 years, or maybe I'm making you older than you are, Sean, but he talked about how rewarding and thrilling it is to meet and have these quality of conversations with people from the community and the staff and the administration. And I was asking about that in the context of the summer planning and the changes that we're going to have to develop, and the work that the leadership teams and the building leadership teams are going to, that Andy talked about, they're going to have to be doing. And then the importance of having that informed by community members and staff, and as Molly just pointed out, and parents. And that's why we created that leadership council structure. And we talked a long time about why they didn't get set up and why they aren't all running as well as Guilford and Putney. And part of the reason is that we didn't have 10 people, so we didn't have somebody for every council to get them set up. But now we have assigned people to the councils. And it seems like that's the format or the structure that we need to have in place through the rest of the school year and through the summer, to inform the administration and to really participate in this planning, set up some sort of a communication system so that the parents and community members who are engaged and who are in touch with the community and who can inform this process can do so. Molly's example just a few minutes ago was a really good example of an idea that, coming from a parent who has a kid in college and has this other way of looking, a new idea to think about. And it's really important that this not be administrators in the summer in their school buildings trying to figure out how it's going to work for everyone, because that's not going to work. The range of need and the diverse situations that we're going to be faced with next year, we have to know as much of that ahead of time as possible to not have it be a real disaster. So I would like to with the board's approval, ask that with the board members voluntarily joining the principals in the schools that they've signed up with, to convene the councils that have already have members, and for the schools that don't have the membership all set up, to do that, to get that work done, for the staff to identify a couple of teachers to serve, and for teachers or administrators or both to contact parents and get those councils up and running by the end of next week, certainly before we're done with school, and get those things functioning so that we're used to talking to other people than just ourselves in terms of how this is all gonna unfold and how we're gonna find our way back to whatever school is in the next year. And the other thing that that the steering team mentioned in particular was that some of our schools have a significant number of students of color, and we all have students with receiving special services. And so I would ask that those councils with students of color and all the councils reach out and see if they can get some parents of those children to join the council, so that those voices are heard and are in the process. The electronic meeting, it makes people a lot more convenient. In a lot of ways, it's easier to meet. And I know there's a lot of work going on, and we're trying to graduate people and figure out grades and all the stuff that has to go on at the end of the year. But if we don't take advantage of this structure that we put in our articles, and that everybody, whether they like merger or didn't like merger, agreed with something that needed to happen, and now we've got the structure in place and we need to implement it. So I would like to hear from the rest of my board about what they think about moving in that direction and making it a new level of commitment to setting up the other other 8 leadership councils that haven't, or 7, I guess, because Dummerston isn't meeting, but we just haven't had reports from them. But set up the rest of those councils and get them going, and And Nancy, I'll work with you to find some parents and get your board functioning too. So any thoughts, responses from anybody on that little tirade or whatever you call it?
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to move on it.
Thank you, Tim. Emily?
Yeah, I'm ready to work. I'm on Academy, so I'm ready to work with Kelly. I'm looking forward to that. So
great. Jackie?
I just sent Mark an email.
Great. I think one of the problems that we may, oh, Ann?
The Career Center Regional Advisory Board has scheduled a meeting for June 2nd.
Oh, great. Great. Can you send me that, send that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you. One of the problems that we may face is teachers don't necessarily have to work in the summer. So I don't know how, if it might be possible to get COVID funds for stipends for people, and the same thing, COVID funds for experts to come in and advise in terms of how to, some of the social emotional stuff that's going on. I assume that the administrators are looking into those opportunities already. Unless I know the agency hasn't given a lot of information yet, but we know that we're going to need that. But the other thing we have is the 1% funds, which we might be able to use as stipends for teachers to be on the leadership councils through the course of the summer if that's necessary. But we'll find a way to make it palatable to them as well. No other comments? No other thoughts? Okay, well, we'll look for, in the first meeting in June, we'll look for those leadership council updates and reports. Great. Next, Frank, we did the financial update. And so next is committee reports. Do we have any committees met in the last period? Oh, the Climate Crisis Task Force met. Interesting meeting.
Yes.
Thomas, can you give us an update? Great.
Yeah, sure. So we met, let me see, a week ago now. For the past, I don't know, about 6 months or so since we formed, maybe longer at this point, we've just been working on, at first we were assessing the school district, seeing what we're doing, and then I would say about halfway through we've changed to formulating actual policy proposals, and we did another round of brainstorming, what we're going to come up with to propose for purchasing, food, transportation, and what I called facilities management. Hopefully we get a better name than that. And at the next meeting, which will be in June, we will have, hopefully, if we are successful, our finalized proposals for policy changes, or one all-encompassing policy change or proposal. So I think it was pretty successful. We talked about climate impacts of fossil fuels, animal agriculture, how it all goes into what the school district does. So I'm hopeful for the next meeting we have something specific and concrete to come out with.
Thank you. Emily, do you want to say anything about where the PPEC is going next? They know what we've been doing.
So yeah, I can say just a really quick thing is, so our next meeting we'll be discussing the feedback we got tonight on after school. But we're also going to be looking at a little bit of what Jody mentioned, which was the equity in sports conversation. So we're reviewing a report that Chris Sawyer and mainly Chris Sawyer, but Steve Perrin too, because he's the kind of captain in charge of BUHS, put together. So we just had a lot of questions because it was a fairly dense report. So we're going to be hearing from them. And then I know that the next thing that we'd like to do is, which was on our agenda, was to start exploring a little bit of the preschool opportunities across the district. I don't think we'll have time for that in the next meeting, but I know we plan to invite someone from the preschool team
that we had heard from maybe a few months ago. I'm forgetting the woman's name, but I'm sure David will remind me later. But we plan to invite her to a meeting maybe in June so that we can start to hear a little more about what's going on in preschool and what opportunities exist across the district.
Great. And Kelly has a comment or question?
No, I was just going to report on the personnel committee.
Oh, go ahead. Great.
So
Thank
we
you.
met on May 8th, I believe it was. And we had a couple supervisory union negotiation matters and personnel matters to address. And then we also, Lyle let us know of the necessary delay in the 1% application deadlines for summer proposals, which had been May 1st, but that was based on everything that's been going on. So that's what we addressed in that meeting.
Great. Thank you. And I spoke with Jamie Comtois today, and she is going to convene a meeting of the Communications Council, so they will be up and running when we need to start advertising the upcoming vote and letting people know what we're thinking about for next year. So they're shaking off the rust and getting ready to swing in operation again. Any other committee news, committee information? Okay,
Yeah.
I think next is we have an addition to the budget or to the agenda. We have a request for an Act 250 permit. Lyle, could you tell us about that?
Sure. So 47 Flat Street has requested a permit. They're planning on 15 units. They will not be expecting any students, so it will not impact any of our schools at all. And so what I need is, which actually is unfortunate, but what I need from you is to approve the 47 Flat Street Act 250 impact form.
Yeah, these impact statements are, the Act 250 includes checking with the schools before they give a permit to somebody to build a house that maybe we flood the schools and cost millions of dollars in additional space. So could I have a motion, please, to approve the Act 50, what is it called, Lyle?
Impact
statement. Impact statement for 47 Flat Street, please.
So moved.
Was that Liz? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And second?
Second, Ann?
Thank you, Ann. I see Sean and Tom want to speak. I'm going to do the vote and then I'll get to you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we passed it. Sean, question?
Well, if I could go back to,
Sure.
I was going to make a comment about leadership councils under the, it's the last item.
Oh, great. Yes, go ahead.
Council report. And I would like to report that the Guilford Leadership Council met last Friday on May 15th. And there were 14 individuals on the council meeting. And we discussed a great deal of things about the Guilford School. We talked about the budget that we had earlier in this meeting. And so there were, Sarah Coffey was able to come, and a lot of teachers came, and tremendous amount of energy. And so I just wanted to say that, once again, that Guilford is really, it's again a great group. And it's really so satisfying to be there. And they will be having another meeting this Friday, the 22nd at 1 o'clock. So if anybody wants to join the Guilford Leadership Council just to see how it goes, it's all you got to do is click onto the Zoom, and there you are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. And the Putney one meets tomorrow, actually. So. Oh, Sean, go ahead.
I have one more comment, if I could. The WSESU website has a block for leadership councils. And I think it would be really good if the leadership council used that spot to put their agendas and then post their minutes, because it's very, you know, it's very easy to see, and then the other towns would know what has transpired. So Guilford has been doing it, but I think if all towns did it, it would be a place to go and see, you know, what was being discussed and so forth.
Actually, that brings up a really good point, Sean. The Leadership Council policy outlines the staff warning of meetings and setting agendas and recording minutes, a very specific process. So, so I'd encourage people to go to the WSCSD website, click on the policies, and it's pretty much the last policy in the book, or pretty close to the end of the book because it's brand new, and it outlines that for you. So I would encourage board members and principals to have a look at that policy to make sure that we're not just operating under the policy, but also under the open meeting law. Sean? Yeah.
If I could just say one more thing. In the leadership councils, I think it said that the members of the leadership council will serve for 1 year. So I'm not sure when that year starts and ends, if it runs with the school year. You know, maybe the people on the leadership councils now should be aware of that so that they can re-sign up and continue the good work. So.
Thank you. Thomas?
Yeah, I was just trying to note before we moved on that the diversity committee also met this week. I just wanted to make that noted. I think we had some good progress, specifically 2 points that we were working on, trying to get some progress done on making the workforce more diverse over time, even fostering long-term goals of fostering students who are interested in becoming teachers after college to consider coming back to Brattleboro. As one possible inroad to getting people who would want to be a part of the district. And another one was, another point that we worked on was possible diversity training for the board and administrators, looking into different avenues for any sources that would be worthwhile and which ones would be the best. So I just wanted to note before we moved on that we have met as well.
Thank you.
We should be meeting in the middle of June for our next meeting.
Julianne?
I wanted to let you know the Dummerston School Leadership Council meets every other Thursday at 6 during the closure. So we met last week. The agenda should be on the SU site. I will send next week's agenda to Barb tomorrow. But we're doing a community-wide survey on our outdoor learning and play spaces, because that's one of our big goals for the upcoming years. So that was a big item on our agenda and will be in the coming months.
Thank you. Somebody let me know that the Dummerston Council has been meeting for a long time, and I was not aware of that. So glad to have a report. Thank you. Sean, your hand up again? No? Okay. Any other, anything else on, I forgot to ask about the Leadership Council. It ran off the bottom of my agenda. Thank you. We also have leftover the recognition of visitors. I was going to try to do this at the beginning, but again, with the legislators coming, I wanted to get underway as quickly as we could. Any visitors that have information or wish to share anything with the board this evening? Seeing none. Communications. Any communications, noteworthy communications we need to share?
So David, sorry,
Yes.
This is Lyle. Sort of a communication. I've been in touch with Barb while we've been meeting here tonight, and we do need to have a warning article that states how much the school board members are to be paid, how much for the board chair and how much for individual members. So if you could take a couple minutes and determine what that is, we can get that on the warning as well.
Okay, I was going to do that after the public comment on non-agenda items, but, and after we approve the minutes too. I was going to go back to that motion and revise it.
Whatever
So,
works for you.
Yeah. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Oh, Emily has a hand up.
So wait, are we doing communications right now?
Yes.
Okay. So I had a communication in about the tennis courts and specifically related to there being a lot of pressure on memorial parks, you know, space in general and maybe crowding there, and wondering when some of the spaces would be open at the schools, like the tennis courts, which are like, you know, a big important part of the community. So my response to that was I would bring it to the board because I really didn't know about the legality behind that, because it's a school space and the schools are shut. So I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more, maybe from Lyle, I guess that would be.
Yep. Lyle?
And I'll ask Steve to chime in as well. Steve and I have been working on this. Our plan was to open them hopefully before the weekend this weekend, because I've also been in touch with Brattleboro Parks and Recreation, and they indicated that there's a lot of pressure to get more people out because their courts are full all the time. The thing around signage is that we need to ensure people know that they can play, but they can't socialize. They have to play and leave. And there is some concern about keeping the benches up, because then that sort of invites people to sit. And so we have some concerns. But I'll ask Steve. Steve and I had talked about it yesterday, and I can't remember what the final determination was on that, Steve.
Yeah. So we've been vetting some signage, and you know, we're using the guidance from the Vermont Department of Health. You know, one of the challenges for us is that you know, unlike other facilities, we will not have the ability to disinfect between uses, and we don't supervise those courts. And you know, that introduces a level of uncertainty. So you know, we're going to be saying that in our signs, you know, please understand that the school is not maintaining these, not disinfecting these, so people know that. And, you know, it's kind of a use at your own discretion. You know, we went down from use at your own risk to discretion. So those signs, you know, Chris Sawyer and Robert Clark and I have been looking at various signs and kind of coming up with something that's simple. We looked at the benches. We cannot remove them because they're set into concrete. If we were to remove the slats from the benches, we'd leave an unsafe metal frame. So we're not going to do that. The other concern that it raises for us, and the track is the same way, is, you know, as you pointed out, Emily, you know, we are closed and our fields are closed, just like playgrounds are closed. And it's really hard because as soon as people begin to see usage in one part of the campus, they're going to jump in and say, oh, so now I can go use the baseball field, and I can use the football field. And those are closed. And you know, we're finding you know, more and more often that as the weather gets nicer, that we're having to go out and remind people that they need to leave, and it's not always a pleasant conversation. I will tell you, it's the unpleasant conversations never happen with kids. They're great. It's adults who feel as though it's a green space, so they have a right to it. But anyway, long story short, you know, with all of that, you know, we are going to open up the courts. We're not going to open them all up. You know, we're going to start with 3 to preserve social distancing as people are going to and from the courts, and we're going to see how that works.
So 3 courts, because I'm going to respond to this person. So 3 courts and the track, you said, or not yet?
The track has been open.
Track's open. Okay.
And you know, the other issue with the track, you know, it's a composite track, and you know, we've had some people who feel as though they should bring their scooters and walkers on there, and that track is not made for wheeled vehicles of any kind.
Okay.
So we've had some conversations about that as well.
And just one last question so I can include it is, so you're working on signage, so you're thinking the courts will be open this weekend, or should I just say a little later?
Well, you know, we're hoping this weekend. You know, we have a couple of events here going on Friday for our class of 2020 that, you know, that's gonna take priority.
Yep. Okay. So, and where would it be posted? Just at the site, or is there going to be an announcement? Okay.
It'd be posted at the site. We'd probably put something on our Facebook page. Okay. And I'd probably call Carol a lot and let her know.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Steve. We also have the clerk's report. This week includes accepting the minutes from May 6th. So could I have a motion to accept the board minutes from May 6th, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Tom. Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second.
Is that Ann?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Motion moved and seconded to accept the minutes from May 6th. All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? The minutes are passed. So now we have to circle back around to the thing was actually the last thing on the agenda that became the second thing on the agenda, which is the vote. And it turns out that there is another article that needs to be on the warning because our article, thank you to Ruby McAdoo for taking the time to look it up and find it and send a message in the chat room. Our articles of agreement indicate that the annual meeting sets the salaries for the school board chair and school board members. And this year, first year of this board, the chair stipend was $6,000 and each board member was $4,000. So what is your pleasure for that article for the warning? I'm going to guess that the silence means we should leave it the way it is. And just copy it from, oh, there's Sean.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would say, that
Great.
you gotta have the article just as it was stated last year.
Would you make that a motion, Sean, and then we can go home?
Sure.
At least can be.
I would make a motion that the school board compensation should remain the way it was the previous year, which is $6,000 for the chair and $4,000 for each of the directors.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Tim. Moved by Sean, seconded by Tim. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes. So I believe that completes the work on our agenda for the evening. We need an executive session. There's only one thing I know of, Lyle, and that's around contracts. Is there anything else? Okay, then could I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent of schools. Second?
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to enter executive session. We will not be making any decisions when we come out, so I'm not sure if I need to put you in the waiting room or not. Rich?
If you would, please, that way I can catch the end of the meeting.
Okay, we'll do it. I'll try to remember to wake you up when we adjourn. Great, thank you. Okay, so at this point, would everyone but the board and Lyle please leave the meeting? And we'll wait a minute or two for that to happen. And Rich, or
Have a good night, everybody.
good night. Pause. Oh, I just.
Oh, there you are.
I'm pausing it.
No, you're
Okay.
recording now.
Are we? Oh, no, it's paused. Okay, now I'm going to push it again. Now we're recording. Okay. Thank you, Ann. Start again, please.
No problem. Mr. Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
Oh, gee, somebody's in a hurry.
The rest
We'll
of
give
the
it to
board
we'll give it to
second.
Michelle. Okay, it's moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye and have a good night's sleep.
Aye.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Welcome, everybody. It is Tuesday morning, and this is the General Housing and Military Affairs Committee. And we are addressing two items on our agenda today. We're going to spend the first hour on H783, which is there are amendments that have been filed to the bill that we passed back in March, one from the Human Services Committee and then one from our committee from Representative Kalaki that just clarified some of the definitions in the bill. We had a conversation about these two issues on Friday, but we also received a document from an individual which has been posted on our Facebook page, and it was a document that and a person that who's interested in recovery housing, who has actually been in contact with VTAR, and so the items in his email tended towards processes within recovery residences. It didn't so much address what we're doing with the bill, which again, I wanted to thank Katie for taking us through the bill last week. From a purely, there's several ways to look at the bill. One of which, of course, is why are we doing this bill, which is an important part of the conversation, but also a reminder that Katie made is that this is basically enabling, and this is an enabling act. This allows recovery residences to be certified by a certifying organization. In this case, we've named VTAR as the certifying organization, but they don't have to be, and they can adhere to the law and the underlying law in the statutes, so for all different purposes, if they so choose. And they would only be choosing to be certified by VTAR in order to receive the benefit that's offered in this bill, which is to basically say that there will be a statewide allowance in zoning to allow recovery residences to be in a residential neighborhood, same as group homes, basically using the same language and the same numbers. So with that, I wanted to reintroduce Jeff. And Jeff, I just wanted to be able to, again, it's been a while since we've seen the bill. We did get some information on it on Friday, but I think from your perspective, if you could just start by really discussing how you felt the bill has gone, what you felt the changes in the suggested changes in the amendments are, but then if you could focus a bit of your time on what that letter was addressing and how VTAR has worked either with that person or how they intend to utilize not just the information, but have the discussion on how is that going to be shaped within how your certification process is developed. And can you unmute yourself easily, or shall I try? There you go. One more time. There you go.
Great, thank you. Jeff Moreau, Executive Director for the Vermont Alliance of Recovery Residences. Thank you to all of you for your continued work on this bill. The amendments that were proposed on Friday, I think all make perfect sense. I'm especially pleased that Representative Kalaki has addressed with all of you preliminary certification, because that really would have been an issue for new homes to get fully certified without having any clients, so to speak. So preliminary certification allows us to certify them based on a review of the policies and procedures that are in place and a site visit to ensure that the home is going to be safe. And then we come back in after that 6 months to provide the full certification and make sure that things are really going well. So in terms of the amendments, I think we're headed down the right track. In terms of Mr. Wolf's memo to you, I'd like to preface that I had the opportunity to meet him at the Recovery Coaching Academy, where both of us became certified recovery coaches. And I found Kyle to be a very knowledgeable and thoughtful person in the recovery sphere. And just recently, I'd say about a month ago, he and I had coffee, and he shared all the good work that he's done and that he proposed to all of you. And I would say that there is so much that he has brought forward that we can learn from and that we agree with. The one thing I will say is having one prescriptive method for dealing with an individual that has a reoccurrence will be detrimental to the system. We certify homes based on 4 levels of service delivery. And so as we shared with you originally, that's everything from a completely peer-run home with no staff to more of a level 4, which is really clinical and has staff and maybe even provides medically assisted treatment. So you can see there's a wide variation in terms of resources that would be available to support the individual. So if we just took what Kyle brought forward, that wouldn't work in all circumstances. But I think what he has brought forward will really help us launch a conversation of how we create that safety net that I've talked to you all about of sobering centers. And really the crux of it is utilizing the public inebriate beds that are already existing across the state and not reinventing the wheel. And I think that's where Kyle is spot on. We've reached out to ADAP, and we have representation on our board from ADAP as well, to begin the conversation of how can we partner with ADAP and other providers across the state to get access to those public inebriate beds. Right now, it's the funding silos, and we're fairly confident that through this partnership, we can break that down. And that will be a resource that these home operators will be able to utilize going forward. So the last thing I'll say is that everyone's path to recovery is very different. And we really want to be mindful of that. That's one of the tenets that we believe strongly in. So having one prescriptive approach isn't the best practice, but having lots of options for people to explore. And Kyle has really opened that up for us, you know, having time to reflect in the public inebriate bed, having access to go back to residential treatment if that person desires that, having access to medically assisted treatment, having access to counseling and support. Those are all the sorts of things that we want to try to wrap around an individual with and let he or she choose how they'll move forward from that reoccurrence.
And so the amendments, one of the conversations that we had about the amendment that was passed by Human Services addressed the notion. The bill that we passed basically talked about the medical side of it and only the prescription side of it. And but the Human Services definition, I think, made it more inclusive of the counseling. That's what we heard from Representative Noyes. Is that an accurate way of and is it more inclusive to you in order to get the definition right?
Yes, I think that's spot on.
And then Representative Kalakis also, again, you mentioned that at the beginning of your testimony about the 45 days, allowing a home to be open for 45 days. I guess, well, we have a couple of questions. I'll go to Representative Triano first, and then Representative Walz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming in, Jeff. I'm really enthused or happy to hear that Kyle's message has been heard, because it kind of reflected my concerns over the entire course of discussion in this bill. is that, we all know that relapse is part of recovery. So if we don't deal with that properly, then I think the bill would be flawed. But I have become more encouraged as we went on that these conversations are taking place, that this understanding is generally accepted by you folks and most folks that we have spoken with. So, I'm happy to hear that. What do you think the possibilities for these public inebriate beds, access to those, as it would suggest in this amendment? Do you think we're going to make some headway with that?
I really do. We've been talking about this for over a year on the ground, and I'll give you an example. The community of St. Johnsbury received a HRSA grant, and I've gone to some of their meetings, and the field service director in that region had already indicated that they've already done some work in this area, and to be able to open up access to what is really underutilized. To be perfectly honest with you, I think as part of the process, though, we have to do an inventory of where the capacity is, and then we need to figure out how we shore up the capacity where it's lacking. And my understanding from the early work that we've done on this is that Chittenden County's public inebriate beds are pretty well utilized, and there's not a lot of capacity there. And I think we'll find that in other parts of the state. But generally speaking, we do know that there is some access availability. So we want to take advantage of that. And then where there isn't enough access, we want to find other avenues. So one of the things that's very exciting is in St. Albans, there has been great work done in collaboration with Samaritan House, otherwise known as Tim's House, to create a second shelter that will be low barrier for folks that are homeless or that have substance use disorder. And the facility that they've acquired is it's in the same building actually as Vermont Foundation of Recovery's recovery home. So in that instance, if someone did have a reoccurrence, they could literally go downstairs and take a couple of days to think about what their next steps are. So that's one of the ways that we'll address any of the identified gaps. And frankly, it has to be a partnership between ADAP and VTAR and some of the other providers to really get this done across the state.
Yeah, I would agree. Of course, through this emergency order, we have found that the Department of Corrections has been working on their furlough policy, which is also encouraging that in respect to somebody not being yanked out of a recovery house for relapse and thrown back in jail. So that's the other encouraging piece. I think it's coming together pretty well. And I'm optimistic that, overall, this bill, this recovery housing is in our communities is really what we need. And it will go a long way to help those in need of recovery. So thanks very much, Jeff, Gus, and John.
My pleasure.
And everyone.
And before I pass the microphone to Tommy, to Representative Walz, Jeff, ADAP stands for?
Alcohol, drug abuse programs, and it falls under the Department of Health. Kelly Doherty is the Deputy Commissioner of that program.
And just as a reminder for us, VTAR is?
The Vermont Alliance for Recovery Residences, and we are the Vermont affiliate of the National Alliance.
Okay, you may now go back to using the acronyms. Thank you. Representative Walz.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and you just touched on one of them. I was wondering about the availability of these public inebriate beds. Wow, I'll get that to come out right. Public inebriate beds. There we go. And thinking that there probably are regional differences in the availability, and I think you just touched on that. But is that going to be a real problem in some places? A shortage of these beds?
I think there'll be opportunities to fill those gaps, but we are going to find shortages in different pockets of the state.
Okay, well, thank you. And then the other question I have is I'm not really clear on the continuum of care. So we have a person in a BTARP type program who has a relapse, goes to a public inebriate bed. Do the services follow? I'm not clear on what the path is there.
Sure, that's a good question. Most of the homes, and again, we certify based on 4 levels of certification, so it really depends on the type of home that folks are in. Most are certified under what we call level 2, which has a part-time house manager. So there aren't a lot of services being provided by the recovery residents to that individual. Rather, they're being provided throughout the community. So if I'm living at a V4 home in St. Albans, I might be going to the Turning Point, which is literally almost across the street. I might be going to the Howard Center for counseling or Northwestern Counseling and Support Services. I would be going to the medically assisted treatment clinic. So those services would still all be available to the individual, and the home operator would be checking in on the individual, making sure that they're accessing those services as best they can support that person. But it really, it is kind of that village approach, helping the individual. It's not always coordinated completely through the recovery residents.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
Representative
And I think one of the key points that's so important in all of this is personal choice. You know, an individual that has a reoccurrence, it may be severe enough that they really would benefit from going to residential treatment. On the other hand, it might have been, look, you know, I was in the wrong environment. I allowed myself to be tempted, and I used, and I'm ready to get back on track. And then everything in between that. So all those circumstances and then all the individual choices that go along with that play into what the next step is for that individual.
Okay, Representative Kilecki.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff. I think the one concern from a lot of people I still am hearing about is we've laid out the written agreement between the landlord and the resident. And then there's also the procedures are laid out for temporary removal. But I think there's a concern that people are just going to be tossed out of on their own. And so can you address that concern from your perspective as a certified agency?
Sure. I think that's an excellent grounding to this conversation that perhaps I neglected to start with. If you remember what we talked about very early on, and you folks did a nice job of crafting the language within the bill to support this. If Representative Kilecki is running a home and I enter that home, he's going to ask what my plan is if I have a reoccurrence. And I would identify that hypothetically I would go to grandma's house. you folks added language that you wouldn't just take my word for that, that John would have to call grandma and say, Jeff's identified your home is a safe place for him to go if he has a reoccurrence. Are you okay with that? And that has to be documented. If I'm under supervision of probation and parole, you've also put into the bill that you will document who my probation and parole officer is. So if I have a reoccurrence, the bill now says that the operator will bring out that document and sit with the individual and say, you've identified that you're going to grandma's house. Let's help you facilitate that. We're going to contact your probation and parole officer so that he or she's made aware so that you're not losing your residency. And that hopefully all works out beautifully. What we've talked about is the opposite end of the spectrum today with the public inebriate beds. Grandma's now upset with me and said to John, no, I'm not having him. He's not coming here. I have no other options. So this notion of a sobering center using the public inebriate beds or a low barrier homeless shelter would allow me to go to that space. And that's really what Mr. Wolf is really encouraging with his language and why we're so excited about what he's brought forward, because it really does give us that safety net that we want to develop that people are rightfully concerned about. Not everybody is going to have a safe option to go to. So that was the next step in this legislation, is once we had this, to be able to build a safety net across the state for folks that might fall through the cracks.
Okay.
Did I answer that okay?
Yes, thank you. I'm good.
Representative Byron.
Thank you. I guess my question is sort of, what is there a scenario you mentioned before that there could be, in theory, a potential shortage to the inebriate beds? What's the backup plan to the backup plan, I guess?
Sure. Well, it really is doing an inventory of the low barrier homeless shelters and where there might be access there. So in Burlington, we know that access to the public inebriate beds is going to be problematic from just anecdotally what we're hearing in terms of utilization. But a new place, an organization that's a nonprofit in Burlington is doing amazing work. They would be an ideal place for an individual to go. And they are actually expanding their services beyond their traditional settings. So that is one avenue that we would be exploring. I think really what we want to have at the end of the day is all the options that are available and feed those into HelpLink, which is the health department and ADAP's new 800 number that people can call when they need help with recovery services. So really what HelpLink wants to have eventually is almost like a bed board that you'd see in a hospital that shows what is the capacity for treatment centers, what is the capacity for recovery residences, what is the capacity for public inebriate beds, so that if an operator calls and says, you know, I have Jeff with us and he needs some help, what's available in the state? They're hoping to really fill that eventually. I'd be lying to you if I said, oh, pass this bill and next week will be good. We've got some work to do. But there really is a commitment on VTAR's part, as well as ADAP and other providers to get to that vision that I'm sharing with you.
Okay, so basically like expanding capacity is what you're saying.
Right, and there is federal funding through the block grant that comes through that could be used to fill the gaps. I think, like Vermonters do, we don't want to create a whole new program of sobering centers across the state. We want to utilize what we already have. And that's where the public inebriate beds and the mental health crisis beds and the low barrier shelters really make a lot of sense. And then we just need to fill the gaps with that. And it's just going to take some time to get a good inventory of that and have it embedded into this new Help Link process. But everybody's committed to working on that. And I can honestly say to you, so much better than what we've had over the years. We had no certification. We had no, oversight of these homes, and everybody just did the best they could. And I think we've taken a big step forward.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Triano.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that when we had the Department of Corrections in to testify on this bill, they were very clear, at least, that the probation officer would respond quickly, and that could be a resource for transportation for a bed that is available outside. Now, do they work on catchment areas, Jeff, or these public inebriate beds? They work in a catchment area, or are they available to someone who is in South Royalton to go to St. Johnsbury and get a bed? Is that the way it works?
I'm not 100% certain in terms of the geography, if they would allow someone to access from another area. I would assume they do, but I don't know the answer to that for sure.
Okay. But I mean,
one thing that we always hear in a lot of the human service elements is transportation.
Yeah.
And that's, that is a great resource for us to be able to tap into. I know a lot of the home operators, they will bring someone to treatment if that person just doesn't have a ride. And I know recently John Caceres from Valley Vista has said they'll come get the individual. They've got some new resources to be able to do that. So we're making improvements there as well.
Good. Okay, thank you.
All right, Representative Hengo.
Good morning, Jeff. I just wanted to ask a quick question about HelpLink because I did publish that and I want to make sure it is available for individuals, but also for treatment counselors and other folks who are in the helping professions.
Absolutely. They're developing a lot of materials too. So if you need access to that, right on their website, you can request materials to share with professionals. So if there's a conference or you have a great relationship with the education system, educators should have access to that information as well. So it's for the entire state to be able to access. And, like anything that's new, I know that they're learning as they go and they're improving and they're updating information, and that's just how information referral works. I was one of the founders of Vermont 211, and we all know that hasn't been perfect. It continues to evolve, but I think it's going to be really a wonderful resource for people. And one of the things that we often forget about with these types of systems is, sure, it provides information and referral. That's great. That's what it's there for. But one of the side benefits is it also provides all of us with real-time data. So to Representative Byron's question of, well, what about that gap? Well, we'll be able to have real-time data of people that are calling in and not finding a place to access in Morrisville, hypothetically. And then we can take that information to decision makers and funders and say, look, this is the real-time need that we have.